Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the
Pep Talk.
Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm
Pep
literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep Talks.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome to a new edition of High on Politics. Hope you guys are doing well. Hope you are joining us from this space. And I'm not sure if Ben is wrapped up or not. We did go a little bit late on the panel show today. If you guys do not know, I am on a panel show on at This Space TV on YouTube. You guys should definitely check it out. We have a good time over there. All right, let's make some adjustments early on in here, and also hope you, as you file in, please hit the like button. Does help the stream a lot. You know, just a small ask. Eensy binsy. Yeah, we're gonna have some fun tonight. So I got some fun content in Alex Jones crashing, and I mean full on crashing out over Tim Pool, and it's hilarious. There's no clickbait or anything on this one. It is as bad as you guys could imagine. Alex Jones is not having it with Tim Pool's bullshit, and it's hilarious. Stavros Halkias, he is calling out comedians. I'm excited to go through that segment. That's going to be a fun one as well. And then in the not-so-fun zone, we have the news, which we will be covering the $40 trillion deficit. Hey! Yeah, great, awesome, fantastic. Are we all feeling good about that? We feeling good about the 40 trillion? Like, we did it, guys. We did it. We set a record. What's up? What's up, Effer? What up, Dieter? How's it going, brother? Hope you had a wonderful day. I'm not trying to be facetious. I actually do. Hope you had a really good day, man. What a bad time to actually, like, have that, my throat kind of freeze up there. But yeah, man, hope you're doing well. We had a good time over on this space, on the space station. Yeah, Ben Dixon was able to check in for a little bit, but we covered all things TYT. Talked with Hank about his documentary that he is putting together, and I asked him some questions that I've had for a little bit now. I'm actually, you know what? It was a really, really good discussion. Because number one, I got the most important answer out of Hank. Does the TYT studio spin into 3 different studios? Dude, I actually believed that for a hot second there. When he said, like, where he's like, yeah, we, like, pull a lever. I was like, really? And then I had that moment where I'm like, he's fucking with me. Oh, crap. I am so gullible when it comes to that kind of stuff where it's like, wait, really? That's so neat. But yeah, we talked about union busting. That was hilarious to have Jeff pop in. He's like, wait a minute, you guys are talking about union busting the one time I can't come on the show? What is happening here? We did not plan that, okay? It happened organically. It was a good time. So yeah, if you guys are interested in checking out the VOD, I know that will be up. It's technically already up. It's this space is, I believe, still currently live. I don't know, guys. Hank has the low-key sarcasm. Oh yeah, dude. I hate to say it. Yeah, there are a few times where I was just like, huh? Oh, which, yeah, fool the comedian. You know what it is. Let's do this. Give me one sec. Okay, cool. My chat is not working. Come on. Hold on, guys. I just reset chat. He's got the autistic Riz. Yeah, man, he had a really late diagnosis. Still not getting multi-chat. Oh, there we go. It finally worked. Woohoo! All right, guys. We're back in business. Everything's good. All right, more talk. How you doing? I'm supposed to be modding. Shh. Well, you should mod, but also welcome to the show. I appreciate you being here. This is your first time here. Welcome. I hope you enjoy political content, kind of with a flair. Like I try to make this as accessible to everyone as possible, even though I admit my bias. Like, hey, I at least start there. I'm a leftist, okay? Like I am. I'm a leftist. I believe in the DSA's messaging right now. I think that it's ridiculous what's happening with our country, and just in general, I also hate the establishment Democrat Party. So, thank you. Good to hear. I think I followed you after Maple Takes. Hey, shout out Maple Takes, dude. Hell yeah. Maple Takes is cool. Also, he is on, but that's awesome. Yeah, thank you. Hey, a little shout out. Yes, I actually found Maple Takes on Leftist Mafia. So cool cat. Also hope to be on Leftist Mafia sometime soon. We're kind of working on it a little bit. Shh. And when I say we, I mean me and one other person. Where it's just like, hey, I know Leftist Mafia. It's like, you do? Well, that's how I do things now. This is what not having an agent or like doing things the normal way and like I am definitely going to be a pain in the ass to anybody that essentially has a project with me, because I tend to have a big mouth. So now we know who the heck is Pep Talks. How the heck is Pep Talks? Oh, you guys didn't ask that today. Yeah, I had a you know what's honest? Like, this is wild. I had a really heavy therapy session today, and I'm not going to go into it at all. But I will just say I'm surprised that I was able to do that show and just go right back into it, because, whoo, boy, you did a good job hosting the panel today. Thank you. I really appreciate that. You know what, Natch? I needed that. I didn't know how much I needed that until I read that comment right there, because, yeah, I was a little worried. Alex is, you know what? He's got that production brain. I will say that much. He is very, very good. NDAs hate to see Pep coming. Dude, that was so funny when I asked Hank about that. He's just like, yeah, no. I was like, not gonna lie, man. I was like, oh, Hank, I hope you, oh, no, oh, boy, I would get a lawyer to look at that before releasing it. Oh, man. Okay, so what we need to do is we need to do a streamathon or something over on this space and try to fund for Hank to hire an attorney for at least, let's see, I think 6 hours. Like, if we could afford 6 hours of an attorney's time, not consecutively, but if we could afford that, I think that then we could get a good idea of what he can and cannot say, or should not say, as far as going after TYT, because I don't want to see my man get sued. NDAs they're a bitch, man. They really are. And when you're trying to come up in any form of entertainment, it's wild how many times you will be forced with an NDA early on in your career. And I think that's purposeful, because you don't know better. How the hell are you supposed to? So, oh yeah, Pep Law came out on the panel today. Yeah, I did. Jake has. He even said it. He at one point said that Jake has the same lawyers as another well-established group, and I was like, that's an issue. That's an issue you do not want to play with. Like, Hank may have the attitude of, I got nothing. Or you got? It's like, well, I just don't know. I have a feeling that the way that Jake talks about Hank, it really comes across as like he just has zero respect for his production team, or the people that have worked on TYT. Because, like, yeah, man. Seeing Jake's response to Francesca as well, like when she brought Hank up, I was like, wow. Jake it really does kind of remind you that TYT they do not live their message. They do not actually practice what they preach. Is there any other way that I can rephrase that? it comes across like he knows he's legally immune. I know, but he's not. That's the problem. No, like, yeah, Hank has confidence that I do not. Also, like I said, because I have tried to do other things in entertainment, and I've had other, situations in life where I've been faced with contracts and NDAs. And unfortunately, man, you just got to be careful. You do have to be careful, but what scares me the most is seeing how public he went going anti-union, and like he did kind of union bust like in public. Like, fuck, he pretty much told his audience what he did. Yeah. He doesn't have any respect for anyone who won't let him walk all over them. As soon as they become a thorn in his side, that's it. Yeah, it does kind of seem that way. Like, I remember when Lance left TYT and stopped doing like freelance stuff on Fridays, where Jank really went after Lance, because I think that Jank really liked Lance's content and really liked his contributions. At some point, I think that Lance was even going to get onboarded. I don't know the ins and outs. It just seemed that way, because it seemed like they kept going to him. And I know like the trend of TYT, where if you got invited on the main panel show, if you got invited to cover like for other hosts while they were out, you were pretty much on your way to getting yourself either, a featured hour or get featured on a show. So it was kind of wild that like he went as hard as he did at Lance, where I was just like, damn, dude, like scorched earth on that one. And then Franny, like, he went after her really hard. And she, you know what, I got to give her a lot of credit for having the balls to go and just like not only have him on, but know what she was doing. Like, because you saw at one point, because I think Jank wanted to save that relationship, and he also wanted to maintain her as an employee, because from what I saw, she did numbers that TYT definitely didn't want to lose. And per what Hank was saying, that kind of tracks, right? Like, the more numbers you did, the more like ironclad your protections were within the company, which does suck when you're talking about a production team that just like, yeah, man, like it seems like they are the worst to work for in that regard. So the stuff that I wasn't really going to interrupt Hank with was, okay, so when I was trying to do radio, I got met with a whole bunch of situations where they were, and this was before in Illinois, they actually had protections for internships. So now they have to pay you for an internship, minimum wage or bust. Like, it's just how it goes now, and I appreciate that, but I did not have that. And the way that they were trying to sell it on all of us was essentially we were earning our spot as a permanent paid intern, and then a spot on the production crew. And they would tell you, like, oh, well, okay, so if you do this for 6 months, blah, 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 make it through this, you go through one more hoop, and then in 1 year, you'll be on the production team, and you'll be getting, benefits, blah, 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 blah. So that's why I was kind of like, okay, so, because this is what I want to make sure it's not. And this is with all respect to Hank. Like, I love Hank. He's a great guy. And honestly, I want to just preface that this is not what I actually think. This is what I want to make sure it's not. Is the way that Jank talked about it, and like the way that they made sure that legally it wasn't technically an employee situation. When you're an independent contractor, it sucks, but there are protections there. That's why they do it the way they do it, the taxes, and split it. I hope that Jank isn't just being like, oh, this was an intern getting mad that he wasn't getting paid while doing more than what we required for an intern. Because this is also where when Hank said that he was working over the hours, that's insane. That's like right there. I was like, okay, if they knew what was good for him, they would work with Hank, because holy crap, that is borderline illegal, if not blatantly illegal. Because that's where I'll just say it, the few times that I've actually worked or done internship stuff, or I worked in a situation where it was super part-time, they were on that shit. I had to be off the clock and it had to be like on record, and I had to be out like when I was doing broadcasting, I had to be out of the fucking building. Like it was a hard out. So it is just kind of weird that Jank is, not worried about it, because we've known that this is coming for a while. So this is also where I do have faith that he's not going to sue, is because he has known that this was going to happen for a while. I just imagine a timeline where Pep was on TYT Shutters. Ugh. Yeah, I would have probably been like, background or whatever. I don't know. Probably not. I don't know, man. Listen, I'm just happy that the people of this space are, work with me, because we've seen how I am as a team player. I think I'm all right. I short sell myself, or short sell myself. Holy crap, talking too fast. But that, I caught myself. God, acting like my therapist is watching this one. Pep, you're no diva. I'll just leave that one there. Oh, man. Thank you, Mafune. Yeah, come and join the This Space Discord. You can catch some of my... I pop in occasionally. Not as much as I should. I should probably do a little bit more. He's stand-up, not improv. Okay. Or is that you say, okay, like Candace, okay. God. After listening to enough of her content, that's the one thing where I'm just like, wow. Once you can't unhear it, just okay. Laven! Like, holy crap, she sounds like Jerry Lewis. Oh, I'm saying that like your manager. Oh, I get it. Pap, I sorted all the green Skittles in a Mafune. Well, thank you. Were they the sour green Skittles, or are we going to have a problem again? This fool doesn't know when the Skittles are dusted and when they're not. You would think that he'd at least know texture. God damn it. These interns don't know what they're doing. Get me a new intern. Got the wrong Skittles again. This one brought me M&Ms. You almost have to applaud that kind of stupidity. Cheers, by the way. Demetrius. I can tell you didn't vote for a fascist. Carry on. Hey, Demetrius, thank you. I can't tell if you're subscribed or not, so, hey, if you're enjoying the show. I also have a more active chat over on the vertical, but if you guys want to chill in horizontal, that's all. Hey, it's a chill place. If you guys are lurkers, it is the lurkers' paradise, okay? Also, if you watch on a TV, it's the best way to do so. Look at me. I know how to sell my stream. Except not really. Oh. Oh my god. So yeah, I'm not gonna go into it. I'll just say this. It was very much I have to be nicer to myself, okay? Because I started deflecting with some humor, and I got straight called on it again. And this time was like, whoop. It was a lot. Getting called out by a therapist for deflecting with humor, especially when it's like, that's kind of your thing. Crispy Leo. Crispy Leo. Fan the Lizard King. That's a hell of a name. Welcome to the show. Appreciate you being here. If this is your first time. Oh, you are new here. Hey, look at that. Welcome. I'm Pep. Nice to meet you. I'm happy to have you here. Thank you for checking in on the stream. It's always cool when people are just like, hey, what is this? I'm a progressive commentator that likes to talk politics with everybody. I try not to live in a bubble, but I also, I do like, I don't, just keep it respectful, guys. Same with my mods. Like, be respectful to the mods. That's how it goes. But yeah, we talk about fun stuff. Like, we're going to talk about the GTA leaks and just overall news, fun shit like that. But the biggest thing that I'm about is chill vibes. I want you guys to enjoy just hanging. That's especially these Thursday night streams, man. Like, I usually start at 4, so like these are late for me. God. Just realized it's been a really busy day. But either way, I'm happy to hang with you guys tonight. I linked a related GTA story in the general. Soldier having unusual reenlistment. Yeah. I saw that they were literally planning like reenlistment around GTA 6, where they're just like, yeah, take your small vacation and then come back. So did the game leak or what? Well, hey, we'll talk about it, okay? Okay. It's just gonna be in a minute. That's how show structure works. Oh, gotta leave you guys like wanting for something. That's just, yeah. This is like broadcast 101, folks. What do they call it? Yeah. What do they call it? they calls it a teaser. Woo. Yeah, no, you guys gotta stick around for that, okay? Or maybe it's the first story of the night. I don't know. You guys just need to stick around until I get to it. But until I do, yo, I'm broke as fuck, but I wish I could donate $500. I wish your wife well. Thank you. I really appreciate that, man. She's doing quite well. We're on, hopefully the back end of treatment. Like, that's the thing. I try not to say anything in absolutes talking about this, because yeah, right now as it stands, she is cancer free. We cannot say technically in remission yet, so but yeah, cancer free is good. All the tests are coming back zeros, which is exactly what we want, and she's healing up very, very well. She's doing so kick-ass. I'm so proud of her. Like the stream and sub to the channel. That's free and it helps. Yeah, it is. Oh, you already liked and sub? Hey, look at you. You get a double high five on that one. Whenever I put my my little poll thing up, I do that now. That's a thing I do. It's like a thing, you know? It's like a every stream thing. God. I will admit, when I do the polls, and it's like I try to make them funny, not as easy as it used to be. Like, I kind of ran through like the catalog of like my go-tos, but although the Brown Star one is probably my favorite one to just like Gold Star, Silver Star, Brown Star. Double K Reacts, I really appreciate you subscribing. Thank you. That's so weird. Huh. Okay, whatever. I guess. Sorry, guys. I just had it freeze on one of my screens here. That scared me. I was like, did my stream just die? Oh, that's you. That's you. Oh, that's your channel. Oh, I didn't know you had a channel. Cool. You do reaction content? Let me check. Here. I usually check channels if someone's misbehaving. So. Oh, you do video game reactions. That's cool. Also, see you liked the movie Hoppers. I dug that movie a lot. It was fun. My wife also enjoyed it. I keep forgetting to write down poll ideas, my bad. Yeah, hey! I only really have one video. Hey, keep at it, man. If you want to do that. If this is what you want to do, man. That's the biggest key, is just keep at it. And don't, you know what? Have fun. Fuck. Like, trust me, I get it, man. Like, when you see somebody with an active chat, I understand that it can almost come across as like condescending, where it's just like, yeah, it's easy for you to say. You have people like, but just so you guys know, like I did have, when I was first starting, like, yeah, there was. Well, I guess I can consider myself lucky. The way that I built this channel was I got a viewer base kind of first, and then when I was able to, I started live streaming, and here we are. So. Plus, I tried making reaction videos, but it was a headache. Yeah, I mean, it is. Reaction content is its own thing. This is why I like what I do. Like, I like live streaming, and it's technically React content, but it's more so just also watching shit with friends is how I make it feel. I hope. Operas was so weird in the best way. The first half and the second half were like two totally different movies. Yes, it evolved into a fever dream. I loved it though. That was so funny because me and my wife, we had just smoked a fucking. It was one of those like the special ones, you know, the ones dipped with the. It looks like a. How do I say this? Yeah, it's dipped with magic, and the magic dust. The magic fairy dust on it, and it just goes, whoa. Yeah, it's good stuff. Anyway, yeah, we were definitely hanging, and it was a good time. You don't have enough to subs to live stream. Yeah, I think, what is it, 500 now? Is it 100 or 500? I can't even remember. Yeah, you guys are saying it. I can't say it, but you guys are saying it. This is hanging out with Pep 5 nights a week. It is. I mean, here's the thing, guys. If I can make enough doing this, it's going to be 6 to 7 days a week. So, I'm not doing it. But for real, that's my goal, as I would like to stream on weekends too. Yeah, that's the goal. But right now, that's just not in the cards. It's 500 and you only have 5. Well, you might have 1 or 2 more come this stream, especially if you're cool. So, yeah. Hey, man. We are a supportive group here. I got another person that just started content creation. She made affiliate because, you know, I'm quite generous with the promotion. Because I like to pay it forward in the, like, I don't think it's because of karma or anything of that shit. I just know that I've been treated well by other creators. Angry Ginger, and shout out Angry Ginger, Letterhack, you know, and anybody on this space, Pastor Ben even. Like, these guys platform me and they didn't have to. So, you know what? Why not? I don't feel like I'm losing anything. Like, that's... Because it is bullshit. Like, let's put it this way. Anybody that's just like, well, I don't worry about losing viewers. Well, yeah, I do. Especially if they stream at the same time. I will be honest. It's like, yeah, it sucks. I would totally plan my stream around everybody else's, but I also do like 8 hours. So what am I supposed to do? It'd be great, but I mainly watch random live streams and giving creators love. Well, I appreciate that. That's good vibes right there. Glad you found us. This space got you here? That is so crazy. That's so crazy that, like, me going to this space is essentially what, you know, brought you guys here. Well, a lot of you guys. Streaming is fun, but everyone I know IRL are haters. And since somebody was watching, I allow myself to basically just let my channel die. Oh, that sucks, man. I'm sorry, Ghost Dog. Yeah, I mean, so my friends are very supportive. You know, I've brought some of them on. Like, that's my big thing where I'm just like, hey, man, if you guys are a huge part of my life. If you want to, you know, hop on, cool. But the problem is I do political content, which I don't, you know, I do warn them before where it's just like, hey, just so you know, some people be crazy out there. Talked about that, you know, having my 3rd confirmed death threat. That was fucking weird. Oh, did I also tell you? Oh, yeah. The update. I'll just say, yeah, confirmed. Apparently this kid was a psycho. Has done this to other creators, and I guess I have to consider myself lucky that I put the provisions up that I did. So, never, ever, if you are starting content, don't skip that part. Don't skip the part where, yeah, let your local PD know that you're a content creator, because it will benefit you. Trust me. I'm gonna try and get some friends to sub. Hey. DJX does it right. He'll stream no matter how many folks are watching. Hell yeah. That's the way to do it, DJX. I know that he said that, where he's like, yeah, occasionally, you know, 1, 2 people. I try to pop in. Like, I've popped in occasionally. I don't really... the thing is, I can't chat as much as as you would hope. So, also, he streams like when I'm on, so... it's okay, though. Oh, for real? Yep. One big thing when it comes to content is you have to think about the kind of content that you want to make, the audience you want to gain, and what your goal of creation is. Why do you want to create? Sylvie, actually, that's 10,000%. Yeah, you nailed that. I'm not sure if I told you that, because I feel like I may have said that one day, but that is 10,000%. That's kind of why I think that my channel has had consistency as far as growth. Is because I did have an idea of exactly what I wanted to do. Did I have other creators inspire me? Fuck yeah. Did Hassan inspire me? Fuck yeah. The biggest thing that Hassan said on one of his streams, and this is so weird. I heard this randomly when one of my friends was watching Hassan before I even started. But I remember him saying that he was giving advice to somebody about starting a stream, and he was saying you just have to keep going at it. And he's like, this is why I do 8 hours. This is why I don't take vacations. He's like, it's consistency. I was just like, wow, cool. He's not wrong about that. Consistency is definitely rewarded in content creation. Now, not as much as you would want, because this is where I kind of understand Hank's grievance with TYT. Not paying him and just feeling stagnant after a year. Yeah, because that does suck. You start realizing how much time you've put into content creation, and then it's only when you start thinking of it monetarily, though, which is hard to do. It's hard to separate that. It really is. When I started making some money from this, it was at first oh shit, a couple bucks, but then I did kind of get that thing where I'm like, oh fuck, I might be able to make this a career. Will I make minimum wage or just short of it? Probably. But which is realistically what it is, guys, and it's okay. That's not the whole reason I started, but now that's why I'm very open and honest about this, guys. I would love to do it as a full-time job, but baby steps. So Hassan has his problems. I don't know. Yeah, he does, but he's overall whatever. He's so successful. 37K watching him at any given moment. That's insane. Shit, if you make minimum wage doing this, that's a win. That's exactly how I feel. Where I'm just like, fuck, man. I only have one video because I have to find some good gaming content and my internet sucks. Oh, having bad internet and making content is literally, yeah. Oh shit, you just reminded me. I gotta get a hold of Alex. I was not kidding. I want to send him an Ethernet cable. I found out that he's doing it on Wi-Fi. I was like, that explains so much. It's no wonder you have these hiccups. Dang. Yeah, that's the one thing I would also, if I had to give a few pieces of advice, get a good OBS, try Streamlabs free edition, and then if you like it, it is worth the money. Let's see, anything else? Consistency was the big one, and Sylvie, actually, I'll give you the credit on this one. Know what content you want to do. I'm on mobile only. That can work. That can work really well, actually. I know plenty of content creators that are mobile only. So, you'll figure it out, man. You got this. As I said, just put some thought into what kind of content you want to cover. And the internet thing. That's a big one. So, if you're mobile only, yeah, you just, I don't know, get some, at least get good Wi-Fi. That would be recommended. There's no getting back into it now. My wifey refuses to go in, refuses to make our studio space available again. But the advice here is great. Maybe next life. Hey, you know what? It's never too late. Fucking 40. I'm 40, and I've only been doing this for I'm not even 40. I'm about to turn 40, but I'm about to turn 40. I've only been doing this for 2 years. I started this at 38 years old. That should inspire anybody, guys. It's never too fucking late. Don't let anybody ever tell you that. When I make a video or a game, I go to McDonald's. Oh, nice. Well, hey, if you get the Hello Kitty Godzilla figure. Actually, I'm not even kidding, guys. if you guys somehow run into that, I got a P.O. box, and I'm totally trying to collect them. So I got Rodan, Batsmaru, and I don't even know what the frogs are, but Ghidorah. But yeah. Oh, what up, Bandit? How's it going, man? Yeah, we're just chilling. Having a good old, nice set beginning to the stream here. Just a chill sesh. You don't need a full-on studio space to make content. No, you don't. You could, dude. Like, I'll just say this: what's crazy is how much more space I have to make content here than I would have if I had done this professionally. The studio that I learned how to do this in, no bullshit, it was a closet. It was a standing closet. The only chair we could fit in there was one of those fucking stools that, dude, it was so uncomfortable. Fucking hated that thing. But yeah, we did not have any space, and that was the easiest way to make it soundproof. So very claustrophobic and not great if you have an issue with that. Dude, your set is super cool. Thank you. My set. This is my studio. The funniest part was, before I had this, like, all, like, my computer set up here, this was my studio before. That's my art stuff. That's where, yeah. I was lucky to have a little space in this house. Actually, it was, when we got this place, this was, like, a major selling point for me, where I was just like, oh, hell yeah. So, you're such a chill guy. I feel bad that I can't donate. Plus, I'm 30. Oh, jeez. Well, hey, don't worry about that. I appreciate chill guy. Also, Jesus, I feel like you need to like ask your parents' permission to watch this shit. All right. Well, PG Pep is on. Okay, I'll try and keep this PG. If you ever try to get back into it, I know a lot of good editing and studio equipment for your home studio. What's up, Rev? How's it going? Lil brah. Yeah, let's be PG. I was about to say, yeah, let's keep... let's definitely keep it PG. The Pepperinos. Oh, wait, are you guys changing the name on me again? I thought you guys were the Peptides. Don't do this to me. It was Pep Squad. I got used to that, and now you guys abandoned that and became Peptides, and now, man, having a fan base is weird, especially like when you guys like start collaborating with cooperating with each other, and then it's just like I don't know where you like. I don't know. They just kind of did their own thing. I don't even know. Favorite Barbie movie? Every Pony. Hashtag PG time. Barbie movies. All right, let's see. You know what movies I liked when I was a kid? And this is not, again, I'm being vulnerable here, okay? I liked the Mary-Kate and Ashley mystery movies. Me and my sister used to collect those and watch those. That's why it was always so creepy when these guys were just like, I can't wait till Mary-Kate and Ashley are 18. I'm literally the same age as them, and I'm just like, you guys are fucking weird. Fucking creeps. Like, straight up creeps. Andrew, what's up, man? Welcome to the show. Oh, you remember those? Yeah, dude. Yeah, you guys remember that shit? Dude, they had an internet countdown clock for when the Olsen twins turned 18. That should tell you why the Epstein stuff wasn't exactly a major surprise to a lot of us millennials, where we were just like, huh. Yeah, weird. You watched Hook? A lot. I love that movie. Hook is a great movie. I met Rufio at a Comic-Con. Really nice dude. It was also cool too. He actually had he had the Rufio hair. It might have been a hairpiece, but it was cool. It's cool as shit. One of my favorite bands, Tally Hall, made a song about that. Nice. Tally Hall. I'll check them out. The home. Wait, I meant the Mary Kate and Ashley home video empire, but yeah, I do remember that part too. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. You were like talking about the innocent part of it. You're like, oh yeah. I remember when they were like the biggest thing, yeah, in home media, but then you're just like, oh yeah, oh god, that was a thing. Oh, disgusting. Yeah, dude, that was wild. And then they did the same thing. They did the same thing to Hannah Montana and Hillary Duff. Dude, they started like a fucking cottage industry with that shit. I remember Selena Gomez wasn't safe from it. Like all of those girls that were on those kid shows, some fucking creepy ass dads just being like, "Yeah, did you see that Hannah Montana?" It's like, bro, like, as I said, I don't know why this like apparently is a millennial thing where we were just like, yeah, that's disgusting and you guys are fucked. Like, how did this get normalized to that degree where I have had multiple 50-something-year-old dudes that I've played hockey with where they talk openly like this one. One of the most disgusting conversations that I had to call out when I was playing hockey was this guy talking about like how his teenage daughter had some he's like, yeah, it's becoming a problem. You know, they got some hot friends coming around. It's just like, and I just said it where I was just like, I don't know. It sounds like you're the problem. And he was like, what? I'm like, it sounds like you're the problem. You had daughters. You should know how this fucking works, bro. And he just shut up real quick because you could tell that everybody in the locker room, like, quickly was just like, I'm not going to argue that point because that would probably be problematic. It's like, oh, does anybody else want to expose that they're fucking creeps? Anybody? Anybody? And then they want to make it about politics. They're always just like, yeah, this guy over here is a lefty. Doesn't even like Trump. Yeah, it has nothing to do with it. Fucking creeps. Woke pep activated. Yeah. Shouldn't be a woke thing. This should be a, everybody should agree that hitting on teenagers is fucked up. That's like, what's wrong with you? What is it? What is it? If I, like, tell me why you need a date with Chris Hansen. Please explain it to me. I would love to know because I need to know what this mindset is that leads these freaking creeps to doing that. And then, like I said, being like so comfortable that you say this shit in a locker room with fucking just bunch of dudes. And then you try to gaslight the one person that stands up against it because they admit that it's like, they're just like, hey man, that's genuinely fucked up. Like, God, there were so many different times I wanted to stand up and just be like, do you guys hate your wives? Like, I'm pretty sure that you guys hate your wives. Like, I can't tell you how many times I was in a locker room with these dudes where they're just like, oh, yeah, the ball and chain. Yeah, you know what? She says I can't do this weekend. Hey, I gotta do the family thing. The worst ones were the guys that they would openly talk about their side piece. Yeah, dude suck. Hot take, dude suck. Especially, like, the guys that are, like, entitled with it. Oh, yay. You get your Switch, wait. You've watched Scream 1 through 6, all the Halloween movies, Child's Play. When I was your age, that's how I was. Nah, bro. Nah, I don't know. That's my audience is usually geared towards, you know, let's just put it this way. My content is marked not for kids. But it is also not I'm not age restricted. Like, we're not crazy here. We don't do no crazy stuff. Anyone remember Jessica Simpson's creepy preacher? Dad said his daughter had nice boobs. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah. I probably would have punched that. Oh, dude, I'm telling you, like, no, you wouldn't. That's the thing, you wouldn't. Like, I can't tell you how many times I wish I could have stood up and been a more vocal person because of the shit that these dudes were fucking, like, I'll admit it, guys. I failed a lot because of, like, the way that I look. I've had so many, like, MAGA chuds come up to me and just be like, hey, these Mexicans over here. Like, that kind of shit. It's just like, no. And, like, I'll just stay silent or I'll, like, walk away. Like, I'll never give affirmation. I'll be like, yeah, right. But Yeah, there have been times where I'm just like, I don't want to deal with it. But then you know what, to my credit, there has been more times than not lately where I don't have the ability to shut that off, or I'm just like, oh, you want to tell us again how you belong in a fucking a cell with, or it's like, or just tell us how much of a shitty person you are. Yeah. Well, Pep, that was one time. Damn, those church boys are such snowflakes. They really are. Tries to make it out as if you're political bias speaking, and then instantly shows his political bias speaking. Yeah. Oh yeah. No, this guy was my he was, I trained this guy on how to goaltend. That was one of the, because we needed a backup goalie. And, so we spent a lot of, just locker room fucking chat time. And that's when it, there was just that one day I showed up and it just, fucking went full MAGA unload, and then just talking about some of the worst shit where I'm like, yo, nah. Saddest part is, he actually, at the end of all of it, he hit me up on Facebook, and he's just like, yeah, I kind of respect the fact that you stood up for your principles. I'm like, thanks? That was weird. I would go to jail if that shit happened near me. Yeah, well, unfortunately, you're gonna learn, man. There's gonna be, I don't know. Maybe there's hope for the next generation out there. Maybe they aren't gonna have, this toxicity just openly everywhere in front of them. Because, I'm telling you, man, the way that shit got normalized in our daily lives was really messed up. Dude, go back and watch American Pie and seriously, it's just, it's not even woke culture destroying anything. Woke culture, I swear to God, is just it's like dog whistling for just being like, well, no, we just realized that there's some really problematic behaviors out there. People that still defend the movie Porky's, and they're like, yeah, I love the movie Porky's, this scene's hilarious. It's like, you're again, disgusting. Actually, oh no, Revenge of the Nerds. Revenge of the Nerds is the one where it's, yeah. That one and Animal House. I remember watching that with my dad, and I brought that up to him where I was just like, are they making a joke about this girl getting raped? I didn't say raped, obviously, but the F is that sound, what? The F is that sound horrible. Or wait, is that sounds horrible. Oh, not the sound, sorry. Ugh, man. I'm trying to keep up. Revenge of the Nerds did not age well. No, it didn't. No, it did not. Yeah, because I watched that one. No, I watched Animal House with my dad, and I watched Revenge of the Nerds with my cousin. And I remember my cousin actually saying it too, where he's just like, this is uncomfortable. I'm like, yeah, it is. You don't remember anything about Revenge of the Nerds except the music scene? Oh, there's a scene where consent is just ignored completely. Yeah, that's why all these shitty Christian knockoffs of popular media, they can't make anything original or well. No, that's always been a thing. That was one of the things, growing up as a Christian kid always sucked. When my mom would say, we're going to the Christian bookstore to go, get some videos. That's, dude, again, I grew up with fucking Salty, the songbook, Veggie Tales, Gerber, or Gerbert. Yeah, Gerbert. I actually like Gerbert. I still have Gerbert. He had, a little stuffed lion. He's like a little puppet. Let's see. What else was there in Christian media? There had to be something else that was interesting that broke through to some of you guys. Oh, Veggie Tales. Duh. Yeah, Veggie Tales. Veggie Tales. Larry the Cucumber and Bob the Tomato. Christian bookstore sounds kind of hilarious. Oh, yeah, dude. Yeah. Bible Man. Bible Man was a thing. Yeah. We had Bible Man. I actually had a comic book where Jesus was like it essentially told the Bible in like a Marvel form. I don't know, it was weird. They tried. They really did try. They just have one book. Teletubbies? Nah, I was too old for that shit. My brother he grew up on Teletubbies. Teletubbies, Bob the Builder, that kind of shit. Dude, one of my favorite like memories I ever have. I was babysitting my little brother. I was like 14. So I was obviously, I was getting high, partying with my friends and shit. So my dad's gone, and I'm like, hey man, I'll be right back. So I went out into the garage. I smoked a nice little, it was a nice little glass bowl that was able to be hidden. I come in and I'm high, dude. I am just ripped as shit. I'm just like, man, like I kind of had that moment where I'm like, I shouldn't be doing. And my brother, he just went, "You smell funny." I'm like, nah, yeah. I mean, I was outside, so you just I don't know, man. I didn't even really have like a good excuse. And it's just like, can we watch Caillou? And I was like, no. Like, we cannot watch Caillou. I'm like, I hate Caillou. He's like, why? Like, and I got into an argument with my fucking like little 3-year-old brother about why he couldn't watch Caillou. And I remember like specifically telling him, I'm like, Caillou's got a bad attitude. If you're gonna learn how to be like somebody, you gotta learn how to be like Bob the Builder. And he was just like, we can watch Bob the Builder. I'm like, hell yeah, yes we can. And then we did. And then I sat there high as shit going literally like, Bob the Builder, can we fix it? Bob the Builder, yes we can. I love that attitude. Let's go. That's a go-getter right there. All right, folks? And then I heard that they changed the theme song. I'm like, why did you fix something that wasn't broken? This is ridiculous. Seriously, this is why physical media is so important to you have, especially if you have children. You're gonna need to show them the old stuff, because I swear to Christ, if you guys show your sons or daughters Caillou, I will haunt you in your dreams. Bob the Builder was a white supremacist? Oh, do not ruin Bob the Builder like that. That is blasphemy. Bob the Builder was a good man. And what do you mean he was racist? He was friends with... Dude, my man's was fucked up. You want my case to why Bob the Builder was high as shit? Because this motherfucker was out there talking to his tractor, his fucking bulldozer, his crane. Like... This dude was out there literally having conversations with inanimate objects, and you guys are out here saying, oh, Bob the Builder was racist. It's like, no, he was high. What are you talking about? Thomas the Tank Engine, Shiny Time Station. See, people, that's how I know what era you grew up in. Is because if you call it Shiny Time Station, you're an OG. And I mean that, like, we're OGs. Season 1, Thomas the Tank Engine. What's up? That's back when fucking Ringo Starr, that was before Ringo Starr. That's when George fucking Carlin. See, George Carlin was always destined to be my favorite comedian because he was the conductor in Shiny Time Station. Also, Percy, shout out Percy. We all want to be a Percy. Nobody wants to be a diesel. You strike me as a diesel. Dude, Bullet Train is such a good movie. Also, what up, Reference Frame? Good to see you. Every time Pep says Caillou with an English twist, my ears bleed. An English twist? What, Caillou? Or what? How do you say it? Caillou, 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 Caillou. Okay, now I'm just being a dick. I didn't even know I was saying it wrong. I thought it was like 1000% right. Ah, that's unfortunate. It's called The American Dream because you have to be asleep to believe it. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I remember George Carlin in Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure. Then he popped up in my favorite movie, Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure. Holy shit, I just did realize that I was always destined to, like, really enjoy George Carlin's work, because then, let's see, what was the first? Because my mom showed me his first special. It's from the 60s. He did it on the Ed Sullivan Show. It was cool. Like, he was definitely a lot more everybody friendly. And then the seven banned words or whatever. Oh man, the cameo in Jay and Silent Bob. Oh, cameos. The Dogma cameo. Betty, dude, when he unveils Buddy Christ, we needed to go with you know, a new image for a new audience. That's fucking Buddy Christ. All that, the Amanda Show. Oh yeah, he was. Wait, was he in all that too? That's crazy. If it'll get me across the country, wait. Yeah, hey, if it gets me across the country, I'll take a shot in the mouth. Just remember the golden rule. Oh my God, and then the nun. Yes, I live by the golden rule. You know the golden rule? Of course, everybody knows the golden rule. All right. What? No more Harry Bush Nuzzies doing this. Oh, fuck. Very funny. Also, Takecast. Physical media doesn't matter when CERN opened an alternate timeline in 2008 and the Mandela effect took hold, and we can have media from different realities. Yo, dude, I wish I could believe that. Am I right now? Yeah. No, I'm pretty good right now. I started the show in a pretty happy position. No, guys, I was able to go upstairs, relax a little bit before I started the show. You can find compilations of full episode blocks of 90s Nickelodeon shows on YouTube. Nice. Yeah, me and my wife, back when we had cable, we used to watch 90s Nick. It was essentially our Nick at Night. And we used to watch, we have seen every episode of Nickelodeon's Doug. We have seen every episode of Nickelodeon's Rugrats. Let's see, Rocko's Modern Life. I've seen all that. Hey Arnold, I've seen every Hey Arnold episode at least 4 times. If I ever see Epstein, well, I don't think you will. I mean, unless the theory that he's still, whatever, man. I hate conspiracy theories. I really do, because they can never be proven. Because once you do, they just move the goalpost. It's the worst part. Is God forbid you actually prove that, like, oh yeah, there's definitely this shadowy cabal of globalists, like, running everything, and these billionaire elites that are running literally everything in this world, and they're conditioning us to hate each other. Because the more we hate each other, the more we don't talk about how we're getting screwed over. And the more that you hear that, the more they push, me into, oh, no, this is stupid hippie. Like, and this is why shitheads like me that, like, look like this all of a sudden show up with a suit trying to fucking get a new audience, because we get condescended to like that. You have Rocko's Modern Life on DVD? Me too. They have what's called Stations on YouTube, a channel devoted to whatever it is. Oh, yeah, like Three Stooges. Yeah, no, Godzilla had one. Tokusatsu had one. Even though that one's gone. It sucks, because whoever... I think it was Funimation? I don't know. Shit. Oh, no, it was Shout. Shout Media. They had the rights to all of the Tokusatsu stuff from Japan. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, it's essentially all the Power Rangers original series from Japan. The original Power Rangers was called Kiru Sentai Jureja. And then they had their song, Jureja, Jureja. Trust me, I know. I get it. Cat Dog. Cat Dog was good. It's another classic with Mr. Jim Cummings. He was Winnie the Pooh, and also just an iconic, or is Winnie the Pooh. He's still Winnie the Pooh.
I have not done this in quite some time. He won't be Winnie the Pooh for much longer until this Pep Talks character gets a job doing some voices. Oh, Piglet.
I think that, hey, PG Pep, we didn't do the thing.
Wait a minute, I have one more thing to say. You come in here acting a fool in the 100-acre wood. You best believe you're about to catch a cap in the ass. I come out here not with honey. I come out. Have you ever seen the meme where I'm out there and I get woken up at night? That's what's up.
What's up, Rebecca? By the way, I'm not sure if I caught you earlier. Liquid television is... Oh, Liquid TV. Wow, dude. Yeah, Liquid television. Shit. Kamen Rider, the original Power... Well, no, ish. Not really. No, because Kamen Rider wasn't part of a team like that. Kamen Rider was just his own thing. Like, it was his... Like, yeah, sorry. I'm very technical on this one. Also, a little bit away from Yoda.
Yes. Know who I am, you do. What impression it is, the Pep does.
Oh, man. See, I need to get better at Yoda. Then I could do... Wait, right-wing Yoda?
Yes. Donald Trump, great president, is he? Red hearts all around.
Wait, now I'm doing literally Pooh Bear into Yoda. Who would win in a 1v1 versus with Spider-Man and his new with the new black eyes or OG Captain America from the movies? Damn, that's actually a good question. I'd say Spider-Man, actually. I think Spider-Man, yeah, like, well, let's put it this way, because he got control of it. Anytime that Peter has control of something like that, he immediately nerfs himself, but if we say where he loses control, I think he could take out Cap. Yeah, because, I mean, dude, he went toe-to-toe with the Hulk, which Cap can't do that. He can for, like, a hot second, but... Gotcha Man came before Super Sentai? Oh, really? I didn't know that. Oh, well then. I guess my nerd cred is not as up to date as I thought. Wait, Gotcha Man. Really? I mean, you know what? I trust you on that one. I don't feel like looking it up. Right-wingers love to do Yoda impressions, so it's probably not worth it.
My wife hates me, she does.
Why, dude, I can't. No, because I just go right to Winnie the Pooh.
Let me tell you something. If you think that this is the best impression that Pep has, you have something coming for you. He's a big orange idiot. I don't like him personally. Even though this guy over here tells me that I'm right-wing, just because I wear a red shirt and no pants doesn't make me right-wing.
Congratulations, you guessed right. Broken left a skyscraper. Oh my god, not Pooh Bear. Incel Winnie the Pooh also hates his wife. Oh, shit.
Oh, don't get me
that just goes back to that.
Oh, don't get me started on the namby-pamby that is Christopher Robin. I've been trying to man him up for years. Tried to show him some Nick Fuentes. Let him know what's up. Last time he came in here, he started using an N where the T was for Tigger. I even looked at him and said, "Not cool, bro, not cool." Oh, man. It's just fucking shocked Winnie the Pooh, like... Oh, man. Old Obi-Wan. Obi-Wan Kenobi. Obi-Wan. That's a name I haven't heard in a long time. Long time. Spider-Man vs. Sinister 6,000? 6,000? Like, if we're talking, I mean... You're talking 6,000 of Spider-Man's villains from, like, multiverses. Yeah, sorry. It also depends on who the Sinister Six, like, team that is made up of. President Pooh of China. Let me tell you something. Ji Wang, Hu Shang, Ji Shu, Hu. I don't know what I just said. Winnie the Pooh getting restrained by Piglet using electrical gloves. Oh, dear! Pooh, just stand still! Oh, shut up, you shut up, you stupid pig! You're not going to do anything for me! Transpath, hey, look at you! Rain with a party of 14, holy shit! No wonder you're doing okay. Yo, I love this game. Would squat up the game any... Oh, hey. Cool. Yeah, a lot of friends. Nice. Well, welcome, Transpath friends. Otherwise, what's up, Jess? Spawn vs. Batman, who laughs? Spawn. Although, Batman who laughs, if you're... As long as you take away his reality warping I hated that shit. I don't know. Freaking Dark Metal was not good. I was very much so not a fan. So, hell yeah, Twitch raid. Hell yeah. Twitch raids are always cool, man. I appreciate that. Yeah, we're chilling. We also got the chat going over on YouTube. If you guys have not already, checked out my YouTube page. Consider doing so. Trying to make my my way in this content space. Say it. You know, Transpath knows what's up. Don't really do gaming as much as I do politics, but if you vibe with politics and just kind of chilling, hey, that's what we're doing right now. Remember Sam and his Thanos tank top? No. Wait. Oh, Sam. Yeah. Oh, wait, that was Thanos? Oh, I never put that together. Yeah, the gun show. That's when the Sun's Out, Guns Out. They raised like 10K for that. Really? See, no, that's what I need to do. Like poggers. Nah, yeah, we need to. We're gonna be doing something big for Uni. She has expressed interest. Like, we don't have, like, this isn't set up, by the way. I don't want to speak for my other half here. She has just expressed interest in coming on this show, and she said that, yeah, you'd have, her exact words, they'd have to make it worth my while. She was joking, though, so. But no, as much as she was joking, I kind of went, oh, no, that's actually, oh, yeah. We would have to definitely reach a goal to bring her on, so that'll be fun, though. Thanos, Galactus, Dr. Doom, Ultron vs. Spider-Man. Now you're just being unfair. Hey, Mistress Marks, appreciate the follow. Lil Dragon Lee, also appreciate the follow. Thank you, guys. Meowdy, meow, hello. Welcome to the show. Yeah, my cat usually makes his way down here. At some point, he probably will. He was taking a nap before I came down here, so we shall see. Anyway. They made the S stand for working class and Absolute Superman. I'm fine with that. Oh, you read Absolute Superman? You like it? Nice. Yeah, Superman. Okay, so I like it. I don't love it.
but I like it better than normal. Like, I like all the absolute stuff because it's not status quo, so. I really hated Doomsday Clock. Good. Yeah, everybody did. That fucking sucked. And also, you know what really sucked? Waiting, what, almost 2 years to get to the end of it? Ugh. It's the same as Batman's Hush 2. Ugh. I can just say I have never been less excited to buy a comic book. And I know I'm going to because I collect Jim Lee Batman stuff. So I'll get it for the art, but the story is ass. Spectre versus Ghost Rider. Ghost Rider has actually defeated the Spectre before. In a DC Marvel crossover. So, Ghost Rider. That penance there is no joke. One of my favorite things that Ghost Rider ever did was stare at the Punisher, and then the Punisher just stared him dead in the eyes. And then you saw Ghost Rider's flame just go out. That's how you knew he was just like, what the actual fuck? That's his Pep Talks comic books. Yeah. I mean, I know comic books. I read weekly. Just picked up my books yesterday. From my new comic shop because, yeah, my local shop is... God. Does the cardinal sin of, selling books out of your pull. You do that to me, I'm never coming back to your store ever again. So that sucks. But yeah, I'm currently reading all the Absolute stuff. I just got Absolute Green Arrow. I'm interested to see where they go with this. I just hope it doesn't end. Like, I hope it's not who I think it is. Because if it is, I'm going to be mad. But whatever. I think Spider-Man would win because Thanos took Tony... who is one of Spider-Man's loved ones. Spider-Man can lift he can't lift Mjolnir. Only, like, in one comic he has. But no, it's not like the movies where Cap can just keep lifting the hammer. Although Cap in the comics theoretically could. But yeah. Spider-Man has actually been... He has his own issues that make him unworthy. That's what I like about him, is the fact that he's not perfect. Also, the fact that he took Tony, it doesn't matter. Like, because it depends on who you're talking about. If you're talking about Thanos from Infinity War, it's a different Thanos. Infinity War Thanos, full power? Fuck no. Spider-Man, dude, you get mollywopped. Even in, like, his current form, you get mollywopped. That's the whole point of him being just because, like, the Avenger, this is what I've never liked about the comic books, and they carried this into the movies a little bit, is the fact that when the Avengers deal with something, like whether it be Ultron, Thanos, it is automatically assumed that, like, the power, it's like Dragon Ball Z power level shit, where it's like, shit, got something in my eye, sorry. This happened yesterday, too. There we go. Deathstroke versus the Punisher. Punisher. Easy. I think Spider-Man would win. Oh, wait. Endgame with 5 stones. Again, and the problem with Thanos in Endgame was that was not Thanos who had an actual motive. Pap, what the actual fuck was that? What, my eyes? My eyes just, like, I got something, like, I'm pretty sure it's either a speck of dust or... It's still there. Crap. No, I think it's a... Sorry, that probably looked a little creepy. It's okay. Darth Vader versus Spider-Man. We'll find out. I don't know. Kevin Smith is writing the new comic that Star Wars meets the Marvel Universe. Thanos took Tony's life? No, he didn't. No, Tony took his... No. And that's the thing. No, Thanos didn't kill Tony at all. No, the Infinity Gauntlet did. And honestly, that's where you can say it. For real? Yeah. Kevin Smith is writing Marvel Universe versus the Star Wars comics universe. That Kevin Smith is. Let's see if he makes Darth Vader pee his pants. I will never forgive him for that. If you guys don't know, Kevin Smith wrote this Batman story that's actually pretty good, but until he gets to this point where he's talking to this random, like it was like a random girl that he saved. And at one point, he just admits to this random girl that he peed his pants on a stakeout one day. And it's just like, dude, that's... Damn it, Kevin. Sorry, guys. You know what? I might need some... Do we have... Uni, if you're watching, do we have eye drops? Alright, Mifune didn't know that. Smith has been writing comics for years. Oh, yeah. Wait, I didn't like how they changed Thanos' motivations in the MCU. Yeah, I mean, what I don't like about what they do in the MCU is the fact that, like, they'll introduce something that could have been introduced a lot sooner, a la Death in Agatha All Along. And yeah, then we could have had the Thanos that we all wanted. Yeah, I'm still a little upset about that, but whatever. It's all good though. I don't know. I didn't mind his motivation in the movies. I really didn't. I just wish that they wouldn't have established that like the movie universe is 616. I was like, come on, man. Do you understand like what they just did? Like they took the possibility of having the comics universe and the movie universe meeting in anything, or like doing like even the like, because I thought that was what they were gonna do to introduce the X-Men and everybody coming in, was that they were going to like do the convergence thing, or not convergence. Oh my god, I forgot the name of it, but whenever the two universes collide, and kind of do the Secret War story from 2015, but then, oh god, I'm talking like deep comic lore. Sorry, guys. Black Eyes Spider-Man versus Tobey Maguire Spider-Man. Tobey Maguire Spider-Man if it's from Spider-Man 3. He's much more in tune with being Spider-Man than even not Andrew Garfield, Tom Holland, whatever. Billy and Mandy, Thanos impression? Like Billy and Mandy from like Billy and Mandy? Really? They did a Thanos impression? Squirrel Girl is the only hero needed. I don't actually like Squirrel Girl as much as everybody else. I like Gwenpool. Like at first I hated her, but then she I don't know, she grew on me. Jeff the Land Shark is the one that I'm just like, God, everybody that loves Rivals, I'm just like, oh, I'm gonna be hipster about this one. He was cool in the comics first, assholes. I kind of hope that Rivals has all right, Pep, you're gotta lay down, y'all. Show Pep the same respect you show me. Hey, appreciate that. Also, thank you for sticking around, guys. If you haven't already followed, please consider doing so. Helps me out as a creator, but also, if you guys just like hanging and being part of a cool crew, you know, I have a lot of cool people that hang on this stream because we have pretty chill vibes. So, all the speculation, but we all know the truth. The winner is whoever the writer wants to win. No, it's whoever the editor wants to win. No, I mean, if we're gonna go based on like established power level, this is what I love having these debates because yeah, going based on power levels. Constantine having a relationship with with Shark. Goblin Jr. versus Tom Holland. You love you some Spider-Man movies. I appreciate that, but I don't know. Goblin Jr. Harry's Goblin. Harry Goblin. Wait, maybe not better. Nah, Tom Holland would win. One sec, guys. I'm distracted. Oh, fuck. I felt that one. Okay, there it goes. There's one of those eyelashes that was, like, stuck, like, right in the side of my eye. So, like, it would feel for a second like I got it, and then all of a sudden it'd just be like, I'm stabbing you again. That or whoever the producer's niece wanted to win. Yeah, that shit happens more than I'd like to admit. It sucks, but yeah, comics are like that, man. Unfortunately, or not even comics, but yeah, movies. Movies are the worst. Pep, wash your eyes, maybe. I know. I got dry eyes today. If you have dry eyes, get clear eyes. I've been shot in the eye with a BB gun. Ooh. Ow. I have not, thank God. Wait, is your eye okay? Like, did you get shoot in the eye, or did you, like, was it, like, you know, eye adjacent? Why does Tom Holland's eyes turn so yeah, essentially what's happening is that's his arachnid DNA taking over. So instead of growing 6 arms, which I know that was part of the original script, he essentially dealt with, like, his mutation, because I'm not sure if you guys understood that was technically the whole theme of the movie. But yeah. I'm not spoiling anything in the movie, by the way, because they have shown all of the stuff I'm talking about in the trailers. So, Dr. Doom and all 3 Spider-Man live actions. Oh, frickin' Dr. Doom all day. Especially, like, the new Dr. Doom that they just established. No, they established that he has the same powers. There's no way. This Dr. Doom is stronger than every Doctor Strange, which Doctor Strange, again, like, he was the most underrated character in all of the MCU. My eye had a red spot for a long time, but it healed. Damn, dude. Damn. That shit has always scared the fuck out of me. Like, I got real close to something like that. My buddy was fucking around with a slingshot, and he hit me, like, right under the eye. And just, like, the blurriness from that, and then the way that my eye swole up because of it, I was just like, ah. This is straight up nerd talk. I guess I don't pass the bar for this. It's okay. I mean, I'm gonna move on a little bit. I do want to talk about politics and stuff like that. News of the day type of stuff. But I'm gonna make one final request from you guys, and that's if you have just joined us or you've been here for a minute, have not already followed or subscribed, please consider doing so. And cross platforms, because yeah, on Twitch, I'm on YouTube. Please check me out there. And for YouTube, check out Twitch and X, guys. Follow me on Twitter. But trust me, it's one of those times where I'm like, oh, hey, if you have a Twitter, like, honestly, don't go back to Twitter if you left. Yeah, just stay away. Stay away. God, I wish I never went back. But I also happen to stream, so that's how it goes. I know nothing of comics. Oh, it's okay. Don't worry about it. This is the night. Like, I love that, man. See, I got friends that are like that. They know nothing about comic books, but that's what they like about me, is the fact that every time we go to see a comic book movie, they can ask me pretty much any question. So I only know about the movies except for the YouTube shorts of the comics. Honestly, let's see. Who's my favorite comic YouTuber? He gets a little annoying sometimes with his commentary, but realistically, he puts together... Comic Drake. There we go. That's not who I was talking about. Comic Drake is my favorite comic book YouTuber. You guys... He talks comics, and his name is Drake. Pretty simple. I used to have a Twitter when I was 10, did nothing with it. Oh, I mean, if it's still there, I don't know. That's what I ended up doing. So it's funny, I abandoned my Twitter for, 6, 7 Yeah, about 6 years. Yeah, no, 6 years. Because what is it, 2006? Yeah, because I started it. I was like, maybe I'll start Twitter during COVID. I don't know what the fuck I was thinking. And yeah, I ended up going back to it. I was just like, oh, hey, I still have it. The last Marvel movie I watched was the third installment of X-Men. After that, I was like, that's enough. Yeah, man, I always hate when like somebody's like, the last movie I saw was the one that kind of killed interest in comic book movies to begin with. X3 was that. Only way I can join Twitter is if it's the only platform. Yeah, okay, so that's the thing. Yeah, if that ever happens, then I do respect the shit out of that. But yeah, if it's the last resort, it's the last resort. You never know. You never know in this fickle game we call content creation. But I do appreciate knowing that, hey, some of y'all would follow me. Every, like, so often, you go deleting all my accounts. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I should do that more often. I don't know. The one that I'm proud of is I never did Instagram, and I never will, so... That's the one that I keep getting told, like, oh, you're pretty dumb for not doing that. I was just like, really? I don't feel that way. Oh, thanks, Atch. I appreciate that. Thanks, guys. All right, so let's do this. Hold on. While I get rid of the music, and this is going to take me a second. Ignore the black screen. Usually I have this stuff ready-ish. Let's get the details on this GTA 6 bit, shall we? Because I have no idea. I don't know. I saw that he was covering it, and I was like, hey, we're going to cover it. So, not technically clickbait if we're covering it, right?
These new GTA 6 leaks keep coming, they're getting crazier, and you also have the internet divided on what the real scandal actually is. New evidence claims that Meta recruited a 9-year-old to promote its teen safety features, but really the problems just grow from there. You've got big new updates around the bricks and minifig scandal, and a politician who backed the death penalty for child sex offenders is now facing 5 felony charges involving a child. We're talking about all of that and even more on today's brand new Philip DeFranco
Usual
Show, the
suspects.
daily dive into the news, starting with this. You just cannot trust Mark Zuckerberg with kids. That is an actual quote we just got
You
from
have IG for absolutely no
next
reason.
Facebook engineer, and it seems to be confirmed day after day. Because you have Meta in the news for several reasons right now, and all have to do with its harmful effects on kids. Starting with this latest investigation from the Tech Transparency Project, which notes that as governments around the world debated proposals to ban social media for kids under a certain age, Meta fought back with a global PR campaign, saying they were recruiting lifestyle, parenting, and mental health influencers. Day hassle-free returns.
I'm sorry, I'm
Then
just not
going right back
interested in
into the news. We've
that
got to
as
talk
much.
about these Grand Theft Auto 6 leaks and
There we
all
go.
the scandal. Because there's actually a long history of GTA leaks, but what is going on right now is reaching new heights. Because you have this hacker or hackers known as CyberLeak leaking just so much ahead of the November 19th release and ahead of the Netflix extended look that's set to premiere on August 27th. Well, right now, you have Rockstar, GTA's development studio, and Take-Two, Rockstar's parent company, scrambling to take down the leaks and put out these fires as fast as they can. A, that's been backfiring because it basically shows people that the leaks are real, and B,
The problem with that is, dude, do you know how many people just act like they thought that they were doing something like, oh, I just, oh, look how cool this is. They have no idea they just nuked their account.
the social media situation is already out of control. They might be able to do some things, but the genie's already out of the bottle. Anyone can find the map of GTA 6 and images of gameplay in about 2 minutes, whether they're on TikTok, YouTube, or Reddit. Well, here, I'm not going to go into
Damn.
too much detail. The leaks reportedly have featured previous unknown details like a fuel gauge on cars and previously unseen elements like melee combat and the return of the 6-star wanted system. But actually at the
Ooh.
core of this story, you have CyberLeak releasing a
Yes.
manifesto announcing exactly
God,
why they say
I'm gonna
they're
play
doing
so
the
much of
hacking
that
and leaking.
fucking
Essentially,
game.
it looks like an act of revenge or protest. They're pissed that Rockstar isn't releasing a physical disc of the game. But even if you purchase a box copy of the game, you just get a code. So in their statement to Rockstar, CyberLeak said, a digital copy cannot sell out. Yet publishers kept the pre-order system and stripped away its only consumer benefit. Now gamers pay early and receive nothing in return except a countdown timer and a cosmetic skin. And you even had them sharing a press release with 3 commandments related to their frustration with Rockstar and GTA 6, saying, thou shalt not sell digital pre-orders, thou shalt not sell fake single-player DLC,
this
and
game.
thou shalt preserve single-player content. All very dramatic. Now, it looks like their original, or I'll say their latest Twitter account, that got taken down, but they
That's
also
gonna
appear
go
be
to
posting
4-hour
on another
streams?
one as I'm recording. And CyberLeak's current Twitter banner reads, "We do not own the games if they do not give us physical editions." With their old bio reading, "Fighting for players' rights." So at least from one angle, this appears to be the continuation or an offshoot of how much people have been angry around people not getting physical
Man,
discs
this
anymore.
game is
Because the
gonna be
physical
like a
disc thing, it's not
million
GTA thing.
terabytes.
That is
Yeah.
an industry trend. We've even talked about it on the show. Or even Sony recently announcing that it was
You
going to
heard there'll be a jiggle feature? There already is.
PlayStation discs in 2028. And while fans weren't
Oh my
happy
God, you were
about that news, we're very likely
there's no question.
going to see more announcements like that coming in the future from other companies. But then also regarding the CyberLeak hacking, you have a number of people saying, well, is it really just a moral crusade to
You
protest
know what? Just enjoy it, man. You're about the age that I was when I got to play GTA 3.
the lack of
so-
physical discs? And that's because you've had many noting, and Forbes even reporting, that many of the releases have had watermarks promoting a cryptocurrency for purchase. So you've seen a rise of
course.
people going, oh, okay, well, it seems like the leaker or leakers might have an ulterior motive. But then also regarding the public's opinions about CyberLeak's leaks, you've got some cheering them on and others complaining about the fact that they're spoiling the game. Right? One person commenting, seriously, keep up the great work, saying, I totally agree with what you're doing. Big corporations have just been completely screwing over gamers lately, and we absolutely needed something like this, even though it's a GTA 6. But then you got others saying things like, buddy, stop. Enough is enough. I understand that you're angry with Rockstar. You've already made it clear to them how you feel, but please stop. If the game gets delayed, believe me, a lot of people will see you as an enemy rather than a friend. Also, a thing that we're seeing is that people are reacting to and judging the leaks without fully
Yep.
understanding what they're looking at. Or you've got people that are up in arms about the quality of the content. There, a key thing is that CyberLeak confirmed that some of it is 3 years old and incomplete. And while
Yeah,
right now,
I was about to say half of it was run on the GT5 engine.
regardless of how accurate or
I
inaccurate
noticed.
they are,
Okay, so the biggest one that I noticed, it was the one that was on Twitter today. I'm pretty sure it's taken down, but they showed a very specific scene where I'm like, that's 1,000% the GTA 5 engine.
Rockstar, they haven't made an official statement about
Considering the
leaks
fact
yet,
that
but
it's
you are seeing
in Los Santos.
groups like Stop Killing Games, which advocates for legal protections for digital games, speaking out, saying in a Reddit statement, this kind of act is destructive and helps no one. Worse, it risks tarnishing the reputation of our communities and our chances to make change. And they also pointed out that CyberLeak is promoting a meme coin and attaching crypto links.
You've
And
never
they
played
warned,
5?
Do not send these people
What?
your money. Now, with
Yo, play the single player campaign. What are you doing? It's so good.
all that said, right, is this
Fuck.
situation going to have some catastrophic impact on
Pretty
how
sure
GTA
you can
6
play that for
performs?
almost free
Personally,
now.
My gut says no, considering
You've only
we're talking
played GTA
about one of the
2?
most successful
Really? You never played a 3D installment of GTA?
franchises ever. And I mean that both for
Wow.
the core game of GTA 6 as well as the online version. And as far as is Rockstar going to meet the hackers' demands, that seems
I have a PlayStation 5, but my foster brother broke my TV on 2K25.
unlikely. But there are
Like, he like, oh, come on, man.
a number of very interesting conversations being had around this.
That
It seems like
sucks.
yet another example that no company is ever really safe out there from getting hacked. I mean, we've got AI agents out there hacking other AI companies. Well, AI doesn't seem like it was involved here. Rockstar and Take-Two, they're massive companies. You'd assume they have some top-tier protection. Also, it's going to be interesting to see how companies respond to people that are begging for physical discs. Right? Regardless what you think about the hack, it's
I still can't believe that they're not doing a physical disc.
push that conversation back to the
But at the
forefront.
same time, what does it matter? Like, why are we what? I get it. We all had like the ones that are clamoring for the physical disc. They want it on their video game wall. That's it. If there was an actual disc in there, I don't think that would matter because like what happened with Final Fantasy Rebirth. The fact is, the discs don't matter. You should just download it because it doesn't matter. It doesn't add anything. It's not. It doesn't help with frame rates or any of it.
Forefront. And then lastly,
Fucking
how does
pisses me off.
this affect potentially sales down the road in
Is
November,
rage
as
quitting
well
'cause
as
of our
the
internet?
hype
Ah.
or maybe lack of it regarding the Netflix event in a few days. So there, my personal prediction is that event is going to be even bigger now because you've got people scrambling and scouring the internet to get all the different leaks together, and then they're going to want to compare it to what Rockstar puts forward to the public, right? How much of the leak was from 3 years ago? How does it compare? How much have we seen polished or maybe removed? And then my guess from there is that unless there is a playable and like decently playable version of the game that gets leaked, the sales of this game are going to be like we've never
If
seen
that happens, we're fucked.
before or rarely have seen before. But hey, let me know your thoughts, opinions, and reactions to everything that's going down right now in those comments down below. But then actually from that, we've got to talk about the situation in real world
Yeah,
Florida,
we'll
because
talk
you just
about
had
this.
a Florida
Yeah, why
Republican
not?
who backed the death penalty for pedophiles get arrested on 5 felony child child sex abuse charges. Yeah, and so this guy is Michael Caruso. He's a 67-year-old married father of 7 who also happens to be a close political ally of Governor Ron DeSantis. Right, as
Oh,
far
go
as his
figure.
politics, he was elected to the Florida House of Representatives in 2018. He served until
Don't you
August
love
of
how these guys are
2025,
like
when he was
elbow
nearing
and
the end of his
elbow
term limits,
with
and
these
DeSantis
guys?
appointed him as
Yeah,
Palm
yeah.
Beach County's clerk of courts, with it appearing like he had a close working relationship with the governor, who regularly praised him for supporting hardline causes in the legislature, reportedly calling him my representative after he became the only backer of controversial immigration legislation. Beyond that, you had DeSantis giving Caruso's wife Tracy at least 3 juicy local appointments. Caruso even campaigned with DeSantis in Iowa when he ran for president in 2024. And a key thing that you have a lot of people pointing to is that back in 2023, while he was still serving in the state, you had him becoming a vocal supporter of Florida's capital sexual battery law, which allows prosecutors to seek the death penalty for people convicted of sexually battering a child under the age of 12. And Caruso, he voted in favor of the bill. DeSantis, who signed it into law, reportedly called him a legend for his support of the legislation. But now, DeSantis says that Caruso could literally face the death penalty under that same law if convicted, because he's been charged
good.
with kidnapping, child
Good.
molestation,
Do you understand how cathartic that would
lewd
be?
exhibition, luring or enticing a child, and child abuse causing mental
'em.
injury. And according to the arrest affidavit, the victim is a male child under the age of 12 and a relative of Caruso, who he allegedly molested multiple times from fall of 2024 to August of 2025. With this, including on a family cruise where he allegedly separated the child from his parents for at least an hour under the pretext of getting ice cream, right, as well as on a Thanksgiving fishing trip where he took the boy fishing alone at a pond. Very notably here, the report also said that the boy's father confronted Caruso in December of 2025, and while he denied the abuse, he still warned, "Son, if you tell anyone, I will get arrested. I will just go
There are certain things that need to happen to these people.
away. You tell
I
anyone,
I'm
I'm
not-
going
that's
to
all I
jail."
will
And that was
say.
also allegedly echoed by his wife, Tracy, when the boy's father spoke to her as well, with the affidavit claiming she too warned that her husband would face a life in jail kind of thing if police were informed. But then even beyond all that, the report also said that Caruso
Physical
allegedly
was like the
admitted that he
last tangible thing of owning a game, even if it's imperfect. Now it's just indefinite rentals. It is. Although
that his daughter had previously accused him of sexually
there's a catch-22 with them patching games, because now they can fix a bad game. Like if No Man's Sky had just released as its physical copy, they would have never been able to save that game. Same with Cyberpunk, but look at them now.
inappropriate behavior, including sexual battery, and that he, quote, acknowledged that he had showered with all his own children. Now, Caruso, for his part, he's denied the allegations, with his lawyer telling reporters Mr. Caruso is innocent of these allegations and intends to vigorously defend himself against these charges. But also, just a few hours after his arrest, DeSantis signed an executive order suspending him from office, denying that he or anyone in his administration had been aware of the allegations. And you had DeSantis also touting that 2023 capital punishment law, which he called the death penalty for pedophiles, and said that if Caruso is convicted, quote, he's going to be in a world of hurt. Right? And with all that said, while Caruso hasn't technically been charged with a sexual battery charge, the affidavit does claim that he committed an act of sexual battery of a child under the age of 12 years. So we're going to have to see how that plays out there. But then also, apparently, we're waiting to see if he is still going to appear on the ballot in November, right? Because he is currently running for re-election, and despite the fact that he is now literally in jail, his suspension reportedly doesn't impact his candidacy. With his lawyer telling reporters that he had no comment on his client's election plans and whether he would withdraw his candidacy and allow the Florida Republican Party to replace him. And then actually from that, let's cram in some more news you need to know with some quickies before I let you go. We're starting with this news and a video that's gone viral of a Detroit news anchor just crashing out on a supervisor.
I don't think you are. You're walking out really angry. Bitch. Jeez, oh, Pete. Can I please finish what I'm going to say? What the f***? Grow up. I'm so done with her antics, telling on me every 5 seconds. I'm done.
So a lot of people have seen this. They don't know the full context. That was Taryn Asher. And while this video just blew up this week, it actually happened back in 2023. And it's been reported that apparently this was the type of behavior that got her pulled off the air in November of last year. She was then officially fired in June. But notably, that was also when she ended up filing a sex discrimination lawsuit against Fox television stations and New World Communications of Detroit, the owner and operator of her station. And you were claiming that the station manager was treating her worse than her co-anchor, Roop Raj, giving
Oh my God, it's that guy. We've been watching him on Detroit, Fox 7.
more guest interviews, a better
Damn, this, okay.
schedule, stuff
Didn't-
like that. And she reportedly complained to the station manager about it, which she claims is what actually got her fired. But there, you had Fox speaking out this week saying that her termination was not retaliatory or about her being a woman. Instead, they say it was about her unprofessional workplace behavior and outbursts. In addition to that, you have people claiming that she had a pattern of this type of behavior. For example, you had her co-host complaining to Fox's HR department in the past that she was jealous and had an issue about men versus women. But you then also have Asher's legal team denying that she had any outbursts that warranted disciplinary action or termination. And then you had them
I mean,
also
that outburst right there was enough.
adding that even if she did, other employees had similar, if not worse.
God damn, dude, the standards. Like, do you understand that, like, when I was going through this shit, that was more than enough. like cause to fire her.
issues, and they didn't face the same
Holy
consequences.
shit,
You had them
man.
specifically calling out one employee who was caught drunk.
What's really bothering me is apparently if you're just a shitty enough human being, you have no shame, so you just go out there and you will fucking say whatever, do whatever to make sure that that everybody feels that they're wrong in this. And then some people will even go, yeah, you know what, maybe we are. It's so fucked up.
driving, and another
Donald Trump does this on a daily
who
basis.
apparently had severe anger issues and violent tendencies. But both of those people apparently got to keep their jobs. Though also, whatever the case actually is, Fox is already saying that they cannot
Oh,
be
Fox 2 Detroit, not 7.
held responsible for any discrimination she may have faced, claiming that it was contrary to their good faith efforts to comply with the law. And so as things stand now, Asher's kind of just stuck waiting for this to play out. And that's because even though she's now out of her old station, she's dealing with a 6-month non-compete clause that's keeping other opportunities on hold until things get settled. But she's also fighting to get out of that in the lawsuit as well. Also, you've got the news that it appears that the power of outrage has finally forced Bricks and Minifigs to pull out its checkbook over an allegedly stolen 200,000 or
Really?
so Star Wars collection.
It's actually
if you've been
happening
following
now?
this, they've agreed to settle with Brian Manziel, and as a cherry on top, they even had to apologize. But also, if you missed this crazy train or you need a refresher, Manziel consigned his father's massive Star Wars Lego collection to a Bricks and Minifigs in Oregon. Then, there was an owner swap and the collection allegedly went missing.
I'm sure she has plenty of money in the bank. I don't need to go through the Bricks and Minifigs thing again. All right, let's get to the actual news.
Welcome to Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. The U.S. Treasury reports the national debt has passed the $40 trillion mark, months
Jesus Christ.
earlier than previously expected, mostly due to lost revenue from President Trump's tariffs. And there's no sign of deficit
Crystal did we're going to watch it. Crystal did a perfect breakdown on why this is so bad.
spending ending anytime soon,
yeah,
as the
man.
Pentagon seeks tens of billions of additional dollars to pay for the U.S. and Israeli war on Iran. And
course.
after the Trump administration in
I like
April
how she calls it the U.S.-Israeli war on Iran.
asked Congress to boost war spending to $1.5
What's the debt
trillion.
limit? We don't
During
have
his
one, from my
2016
understanding.
campaign, Donald Trump pledged to completely eliminate what was then a
It was
$19
$4 trillion when you first learned of this.
trillion debt within 8 years.
Yep.
President Trump's announced what he's
Yeah, it was under $4 trillion when Biden left office.
calling
But you guys remember when Republicans were talking about how bad our deficit spending was? That's hilarious. If I ever hear from a Republican or a right winger about the deficit, I'm going to genuinely just cackle laugh like the Joker in their fucking face.
the most crushing economic operation ever against Iran. In a social media post, Trump warned countries that trade with Iran will
only way you
also
should
face,
respond to
quote,
that.
unquote, tremendous
And then point,
economic
and I mean literally point like they just pissed their pants.
consequences, adding, quote, this will be economic
essentially did.
warfare and isolation on an unprecedented scale. Trump gave no details on whether the U.S. would impose any new sanctions or which countries could be affected. In response, Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi said Trump's announcements designed to distract from unprecedented U.S. national debt and surging interest costs. Meanwhile, the Financial Times reports Iran could target U.S. military installations in Europe if the Trump administration escalates the nearly 6-month-old war, with U.S. bases in Bulgaria and Cyprus among potential targets. Casualties estimated at this point of the Israeli-U.S. war, U.S. casualties, are over 750 people wounded and 18 dead. In Gaza, Israeli strikes killed 10 Palestinians in 2 separate attacks Wednesday, one at a police post in Gaza City and another at Nuseirat refugee camp. Israel's continued attacks came as residents of Gaza City held a mass funeral of 50 Palestinians from 3 families killed by Israel, whose bodies were only recently retrieved from under the rubble. On Wednesday, Israel's military admitted for the first time that its soldiers opened fire on a car carrying 5-year-old Palestinian Hind Rajab, killing her and her entire family, as well as Palestine Red Crescent Society medics dispatched to rescue the family. Israel's army fired more than 300 bullets in the attack in January 2024. In Gaza City, Hind Rajab's grandmother rejected Israel's claims that it had opened an investigation into the killing, the first criminal probe by Israel into the conduct of its troops in Gaza. Hind Rajab was named after her grandmother.
We, as Hind Rajab's family, do not trust the judiciary of the State of Israel. We hope that justice will be delivered from the entire world. We appeal to the international justice system as a whole.
The Israeli military said it would also investigate the killing of 15 Palestinian paramedics whose bodies and crushed emergency vehicles were recovered from a mass grave in Rafah in March 2025. The Ghada al-Attar, the widow of Anwar al-Attar, one of those 15 medics, spoke while holding the couple's young daughter.
The truth will not come, and the wound will keep bleeding. The pain is still the same. The loss grows day by day. Every time this girl gets older and asks me where her father is, and I can't answer her, the wound grows deeper. He was the pillar and support of the family. He's gone. The investigation won't achieve anything.
Israel says it would not investigate 3 other attacks on Gaza that killed aid workers from World Central Kitchen and MSF, Doctors Without Borders. And Israel made no mention of thousands of other incidents where Palestinian civilians were killed.
How do we keep hope with this going
Israeli
on?
Forces.
It's really difficult, man. Yeah, like, honestly, this is why, like, covering the news of the day like this, it really does, like, it fucks with your psyche. And it... I hate to say this. I understand why people check out.
Palestinian
I get it.
Authority and Britain.
Because realistically, we can be outraged, and it's good to know about this, and it's good to rail against this, but your average person just knowing about this, it's not making... Well, hold on. Because your average person needs to see this. That's part of the problem. I was just about to say, like, I was about to literally make it, like, and make an excuse for people burying their heads in the sand, but no, there really is none. Unfortunately, people need to be uncomfortable, and they need to see this shit.
Have criticized Israel's move to advertise a tender for
it's
over
just a hard
1,200
reality
new
that we
homes
just
in the
have to
occupied
live
West
with.
Bank as part of its E1 settlement plan. The scheme would join thousands of settlement units in illegally annexed East Jerusalem to the West Bank's Ma'ale Adumim block, severing East Jerusalem entirely from the West Bank and effectively splitting the territory into 2 halves. Palestinians have long sought East Jerusalem as the capital of their future state. This comes as Palestinian prisoners claim Israeli forces marked some of them with numbers on their foreheads during a raid in the occupied West Bank. One detainee said troops had assigned numbers to some of those held, apparently to keep track of them and manage the questioning. In the United Kingdom, a jury has been discharged after reaching a single guilty verdict in the trial of 8 Palestine Action activists who allegedly planned a raid to sabotage equipment at an Israeli-owned arms factory run by Elbit Systems. The jury spent more than 37 hours considering evidence, but failed to reach verdicts on 14 of 15 charges relating to the direct action protests. 7 of the activists now face retrial. Last month, the jury acquitted one of the defendants of violent disorder over a lack of evidence. A former Justice Department attorney has filed a complaint claiming the Trump administration task force charged with investigating anti-Semitism pushed universities into massive settlements despite turning up little to no evidence of anti-Semitism on campus. Haley Van Arum, a former career attorney in the Justice Department's Civil Rights Division, said in her complaint the government's probes into schools like Harvard, Brown, and Columbia were, quote, an unlawful process designed to achieve predetermined political goals, unquote. Brown University settled for $50 million. Columbia settled for $200 million. Harvard refused to settle, and a judge threw out the case against the university. In Ukraine, a Russian assault on Kyiv overnight killed at least 13 people and injured 40 others as missiles struck residences, warehouses, a school, and a children's hospital. Russia's attacks followed a wave of Ukrainian strikes a day earlier, with Moscow's mayor reporting over 600 drones attacked Russia's capital region. Meanwhile, the Russian-occupied Zaporizhzhia nuclear power station lost its only external power line, forcing crews to activate emergency diesel generators. It's at least the 27th time since 2022 the plant has had to rely on backup systems to prevent a nuclear meltdown. Meanwhile, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has sacked a senior advisor amidst over alleged money laundering scheme. Her firing comes
dude.
It's a growing.
Some of this shit, you know, some of the stuff that was coming out about the Ukrainian, fucking shenanigans.
Plaguing Zelensky's administration. This week, Ukraine's popular former defense minister, Mikhailo Fedorov, called for presidential elections, which have been suspended while Ukraine remains under martial law.
Democracy cannot be held hostage by Russia. We must find a lawful, safe, and realistic mechanism that would allow Ukraine to restore a fully functioning democracy.
Okay. I'm gonna be honest, guys. I'm bored with this. as far as just like enough is enough. I love democracy now, but you know what? We were having fun. I was talking comics and talking about some fun stuff, and for us to go into that and just go right back
At
to
HBX
dollar. Oh shit!
$20. Can I get you in the giant hoodie instead? Also, Stan is the man. Leto, beware the throne will not be won easily.
All right, fine. All right, giant hoodie it is. You got it. Hey, you know what? Maybe I could do a viewer request. Although I got to be careful with that one. Thank you for the kind $20 donation. And also, yeah, totally. Stan the man, he gets what's coming. Let's get Stan the man on here. Liquid Stan. Hey you. Welcome back to the world. Watching you try to figure out how to do this sideways, he's just like he's taking his tongue and he's kind of like moving it to the edge of his mouth. Here, we'll give you 5. Actually, no. We'll give him a $20 donation. We'll give him 8 since we're low here. I usually try to go dollar for milk bone for dollars. There we go. Stan acting like a true king. Yes, he is, isn't he? All right. Liquid Stan. Heck. Oh, I am now nice and cozy. Got to get one of those. Oh, I love this thing. I haven't worn it in a while though. It's been kind of warm, so. But the AC has been on all day. Actually, we have 65 degrees. Nice. All right. Let's get to the next one. Eating while he's sleeping. Oh yeah, dude. Yeah, he just wakes up and he's just like. It doesn't have to be for long. Oh no, I'm good. I'm good. I'll go until it gets to the point where I'm just like, and I'm overheating in this thing. That happens. It was funny. I recently was wearing this, and I was looking for my wife, and she was out like just chilling in the garage. So I went out there in this. Number one, I don't give a shit if my neighbors probably think I look crazy, like seeing me in this thing. They're just like, what the fuck? But yeah, I was only out there for like 5 minutes. I came back inside. I was just like, oh my god. I was just like drenched in sweat. But this thing has been washed since then, by the way. Yo, I'm back. What'd I miss? Oh, one of my awesome chatters just met a goal, so we are celebrating. Also got the dog in the background. We call him Liquid Dog. Liquid Stan. That's his name. So yeah, we just chilling. We're going through some news. I did some of the world news, but we're gonna skip some stuff tonight. All right, here we go. Scott Jennings. Here, this is good. Scott Jennings freaked out on Abby Phillips. And I hate to say it, Abby got exactly what she deserved because she has put up with his bullshit and like let him dog walk her. I guess that's the word of the day. But yeah, phrase of the day. But yeah, she gets dog walked by fucking Scott Jennings constantly. And not like from my point of view where it's like, oh, he really hit her with the intellectual 1-2. It's just he will all right, dog walking is actually not the right term. He just walks all over her. There we go. Yeah. Yeah, he's a prick. Most punchable face on TV. He really is. He really is the most punchable face on television.
Georgia Senator Jon Ossoff is facing
This is
fresh
fun to watch, though.
backlash for a comment that he made that really got under MAGA skin this week. You'll remember Ossoff said that President Trump would rather travel with his close personal aide, Natalie Harp, than execute his job as commander-in-chief. But some on the left cheer, and others think it was a step too far. For example, Barack Obama's former advisor and our colleague here, David Axelrod,
Steamroll.
who said those two
Steamroll, thank you.
words with Natalie seemed gratuitous and unnecessary. He added that they distracted and detracted from the power of the message. Keith, is Axelrod onto something?
Of course not. I don't agree with him. I mean, yes, you could say that the words were gratuitous and unnecessary. I'll agree with him on that. But did it distract? No, because we are talking now about Jon Ossoff's race, and it allows us to talk about the fact that Jon Ossoff was making the larger point that Donald Trump, as we mentioned before, is not focused on any of the issues that the American people are concerned about. He's focused on everything else, including his personal comfort on Air Force One or whatever the Air Force One happens to be on, rather than focusing on jobs and affordability and health care and things that the American people
and
want
look, and
to
if you're going to
talk about.
argue that it's sexist, right, which is the big argument, right? If you're going to take that position, you better also be criticizing the way Donald Trump talks about women's appearances and looks on a regular basis, right? So I'm happy for someone to say, look, I think it was inappropriate. I think it was sexist. But you better also be saying that about Donald Trump if I'm even going to take you
You look a bit like my uncle.
seriously.
Scott?
I expect
Shit, I'm probably older than your uncle.
Ossoff to criticize Donald Trump. I expect every Democrat running for president to criticize Donald Trump. What
Realistically.
I thought was appalling about this is that Harp is not
One of my best friends, you know, she just lost her kid that was 20.
a public figure. She's not a household name. Nobody knows who she is. And when he injected her into this, he knew what he was doing, which is punching down
Pep can be an unk
on
sometimes.
someone who's effectively
I'm proud of that. Uncle Pep, I'm all for it. Listen, I ain't trying to fucking pretend that I am somehow younger than I am. Wait, you are? Yes, I'm an uncle.
Doesn't Donald Trump do
I'm
that
an
all
uncle.
the time?
All the time.
I mean,
What do you mean? He's doing
He's
it
also
right
a
now
comic
while
fan.
we're
Nice.
here. Hold on, guys. There's no stop. There's
Is that? I was about to say, is that Moskowitz? God damn it.
there are no rules anymore. Donald Trump broke all of those.
Are you defending
Rob
Is this
Reiner
really
dies.
about
Rob Reiner
punching
dies.
down?
Donald Trump cheers his death. There are no rules
Robert
anymore.
Mueller dies. He defends his death.
Hold on. There are no rules anymore. You might not like it. Donald Trump is the king of trolls. What I find
Let's see, the average age, actually, yeah, it's like 12, 13, like they're starting to hit that age, so,
is
man.
that the best trolls can't take incoming. I don't care who they are.
Is she a troll?
But they can't. No, but Trump is. Okay,
I know, but he didn't insult Trump.
He
insulted
but the right
a female
but the
who can't
right,
defend
but the
herself.
right
She's the
can't
White
take,
House staff.
The right
She's not
can't
a
take
troll.
any
She's a White
incoming.
House
The
staff
right
member.
cannot take any
Here's the
incoming.
deal. It's not the
Scott.
right, and it's not Trump. It's a
It's-
single
hold on, Scott,
defenseless
hold on.
woman.
She's not
who
defensive.
serves
She's
her
not
government.
defensive.
Shame and shame.
Oh my God. She's a defenseless woman. We need to defend all women. Meanwhile, Donald Trump, quiet piggy, quiet piggy.
Caitlin Collins asks a real question, and Trump demeans her every single solitary day.
Let me go ahead and just play it, because there's just such a long history of this. Trump punching down, insulting women. Let's just play it.
Scott never complaining about it.
You've called women you don't like fat pigs, dogs, slobs, and disgusting animals. Your Twitter account.
Only Rosie O'Donnell.
But what we want to do is.
I hate it. I hate that he's legitimately funny. Like, God damn it. That's what Shea Gillis was saying. He's like, yeah, but that doesn't make him a good president. This doesn't mean that he should be where he's at.
To replenish the
Such
Social
a
Security
nasty
Trust
woman.
Fund.
You are the
Damn
worst
it, dude.
reporter.
The way he
No
dropped
wonder
the timing,
CNN has
too.
no ratings because of people like you. You know, she's a young woman. I don't think I've ever seen you smile. I've known you for 10 years. I don't think I've ever seen a smile.
This is my appalled face.
Well, I'm asking you about survivors of Jeffrey Epstein.
You know what?
If there's nothing incriminating in the file,
Quiet, piggy. He really couldn't control himself there. My God, dude. He really is like that. Those are the moments right there. That's the real Donald Trump. Surprise.
Quiet piggy. I mean, Scott.
Excuse me, sorry.
Dan's question was pretty straightforward. If you're going to be outraged over,
He always looks like he just got told his dog died.
Traveling on a plane with Natalie, are you going to be outraged over all those things?
I do not believe in demeaning women in any way, number one. Number two,
So-
this
so-
is not.
So
this is not-
did
Listen,
the president demean women, and was that unacceptable?
The issue I have with this
Are
is,
you outraged or not about that?
the issue
Are
I
you
have,
outraged?
the issue I have with this
Not
is
answering the question.
Natalie Harp
Not answering the question.
is not a public figure.
Nor is
She has
nor is
no.
Ruby Freeman or
I'm glad that he is actually interrupting him to point out. It's like, you're not answering the question there, guy.
She has no ability
to be honest, you are not answering the question. You are
Democrats
you are
saying they
avoiding
are
the
the party
question
of
again,
women and
Scott.
dragging
You
her.
continuously distracted, avoid the
You had, by the way, at home, you have no idea how loud this is.
But
in
Scott,
your ear.
listen.
you have no idea how dishonest you
It
are
has
to
nothing
come on
to
and
do
say
with
this stuff.
Natalie. She is
Yes, it
she is
does.
a defenseless
If you want
woman.
to defend
First of all,
her to the mic, go ahead, but I'm not going to do
just
it.
to be clear, hold on a second.
What do you think, Lydia?
Hold on a second.
You're a Republican or conservative woman.
Just to be clear.
What do you think? You were asked a question.
Hold
You
on a
avoided
second,
answering
Keith.
it.
Just to be clear, I think the idea of continually describing a 35-year-old woman as somebody who has no agency and is defenseless and is just a victim, that is
She's a
kind of
victim of John
demeaning
Ossoff's
to begin
character
with.
assassination,
But the second,
100%.
but the
She's a
second
top
thing
Trump
is,
White House official.
but the second thing is, Scott, you are so concerned about that, but you have not expressed any concern over Trump's repeated demeaning of all kinds of other women who are just simply doing their jobs.
Including
So
our host. Including our host. He attacked our host here.
I'm disappointed you don't remember this, but during the president's first term, you actually got into it with him on the South Lawn, and we did a show together, and I said, I don't think that's good.
Okay,
he
you
shouldn't
got
talk
one
to you that
example
way.
because you happen
and you
to
don't
be
remember.
with
But the bottom line is,
But that's-
the
but
fact
Scott-
that you won't defend Harp here
But hold
is
on.
What
crazy
about
to
all
me.
these
Hold
different
on a
examples?
second.
You are so good at
That's
turning
why
this
I
up
asked you
away
this,
from the
Scott,
reality
because
of what you just
you
said,
easily
Scott.
It's
could
now
have-
even more decibels than
you
it was.
easily
you're
could have
playing.
said-
More
I
decibels.
know you're playing to
Hold
the
on,
audience here,
Keith.
but Scott, you're still
Personal
on the
space.
subject.
Personal space.
Hold on.
Yeah,
Scott,
it's-
you
it's a
easily could
wonderful
have said,
Oh, yeah, personal space. You'd be filing assault charges on somebody that fucking literally went, I'm not touching you, I'm not touching you. We saw you with Adam Mockler.
you
but
easily
you're
could have
avoiding the
said,
subject.
in this very same way that I denounce what John Ossoff said, I also denounce all the things that Donald Trump has said. You didn't say that
I
tonight, even
literally
when
just
you
said,
were
I don't
asked.
believe in demeaning
so
women. I
so I
literally
will
just
say,
said, I don't
I
believe
will
in
just
demeaning
condemn each of those
say that you
incidents.
are not holding him to the same
Thank you.
standard that you
Thank
hold John Ossoff. You have a lot to say about John Ossoff and very little to say about
Yeah,
Donald Trump
because he
and
drug
his
a
treatment
defenseless
of women.
What about
government servant through the mud, and he
Freeman
deserves
and
to live
President?
up. He
Ruby
deserves
Freeman,
it.
The
Ruby Freeman
President
and
of the
Shane
United
Moss,
States
two-
does that on a regular
Ruby
let
Freeman
her
and Shane
talk.
Moss
to
were
women.
defenseless
So she deserves it?
government workers, and Donald Trump attacked them. What did you
listen,
say about that,
does she
Scott?
deserve it?
What did you
Nope.
say about that, Scott?
Okay, nobody is saying that. First of all, that she deserves anything.
You seem to be
But
defending.
the only
Scott,
point,
you're
the only
deflecting
thing that we
again.
are saying is that if you're going to be mad at John Ossoff
Be
over saying
consistent.
he likes to the president likes to travel with her, you should be mad about the president calling a reporter doing her job piggy.
Be consistent, Scott.
That's a pretty simple thing.
consistent.
Guys,
Not controversial.
be
It's
consistent,
pretty simple.
Scott.
We gotta.
Boom.
That's what it takes to be a
Be consistent.
Democrat. Drag defenseless
no,
women
Scott,
through
you're
the
not the
mud.
victim here, Scott.
Drag defenseless women through the mud.
You are not the victim here. You are the perpetrator of Donald Trump's fraud on the American people. So
All right.
I mean, can you don't filibuster with like nonsense, dude? At least like bring up some like what does that have to do with anything?
I don't know. I don't know why we
Yes, you are,
have
because
to
you sit
insist
here and
on.
defend him every time
I
you
don't know
come
why
here.
we have to insist on describing Natalie again, a 35-year-old woman. She's a government employee as a defenseless
She has no microphone.
woman.
Nor did
She doesn't get to speak
nor
in
did
her
Ruby
house.
Freeman
She was. Oh my god, dude! Tell us you want to lick her ass more.
or Shane
She-
Moss.
Fucking Christ!
She like everybody else,
We all know you like his sloppy seconds.
By the way,
is a-
doesn't she run his
is doing
Twitter?
their job.
She
doesn't
has-
deserve
That's
to
a
be
pretty big
attacked.
microphone.
If I got a list, Jared, of every female who worked
let's
in
be
your
real,
office
the only
and read
reason
their
he
first
wants to
names
suck
and said,
that ass is 'cause
gee
he
whiz,
wants-
Jared,
he
why are you
wants
spending
to
so
get
much time with
the,
that lady? You'd be pissed
President
right now.
Scott, let me hold on.
Ew.
Hold on. So,
You'd be
hold on.
pissed.
Do
You'd
I
be
hold on?
pissed.
Do I think what happened with
Ew,
the Natalie
ew,
thing
ew,
is that
ew,
how
ew.
we should talk? No, I don't think that's how politics should be. But what you should understand is we talk like that now because of Trump.
Donald Trump. Thank
Yeah.
you.
It's literally how that, dude. Yeah. It's called matching energies, motherfucker.
Case closed. End of story.
Do you disagree with that?
Look,
No.
Dude, Abby Phillips out here doing a teacher voice.
And the American people know it.
Scott, did you forget your lunch again?
I believe.
Scott, did you cut in line? Scott.
You shouldn't demean women, and I don't think defenseless women.
Scott, we told you to stop eating her crayons.
Politics should be drugged through the mud.
Unless
That's
Donald
what I
Trump
believe.
does
Okay.
it. Be consistent, Scott Jennings. The American people see your inconsistency.
All right. Listen, I mean.
That's why you really shouldn't be the president's mouthpiece. But hey, by all means,
he
is actually pretty easy to pick apart.
Trump,
So.
I think.
Not a negative word for Ossoff. What do you think?
Why are you trying to change the subject?
Listen, I'm curious.
Why would you not criticize Donald Trump?
Honestly, Scott, I think that if your position is that he was making an innuendo, I don't think it's good to make innuendo. But I also think it is worse to actually use insults to call women stupid, to call them piggy, to say that they are fat, whatever it is. Those things, actual, straight up, direct insults at professional women doing their jobs, I think most people think that's actually worse.
I think it's, look, I said I don't believe in demeaning women. I don't know what your problem is. Didn't you work for Bill Clinton? I mean, my God, we know how Democrats treat women in the workplace.
And do I defend Bill Clinton?
Honestly.
I have not defended him. You
Unbelievable.
sit up. Scott Jennings is the master of deflection of the American people. He changed the subject here
Damn
from
it.
Donald Trump to
Dave Bautista's going to play Kratos.
Bill Clinton because he doesn't want to talk about Donald Trump. He doesn't want to.
It was pretty bad.
He doesn't want to criticize his boss.
It's how Democrats think of women in politics. Clinton,
He's so good
Ossoff,
at changing the
that's how they
subject,
view women in
but
politics.
he will not criticize. His
they're only there for one
his
reason.
good friend Donald Trump.
John Ossoff has really done a great job of getting a lot of attention this week and stirring things up at the White House, and that's one of the. Well, look, I mean, in Donald Trump's world. In Donald Trump's world, it kind of is a little bit of a
Axe is right.
Well, then he's right about Donald Trump there too.
Yeah. The funniest part is how the White House brought more attention to the fact that, their whole reaction to the Natalie Harp thing was more suspicious than anything. So why wouldn't we ask questions?
Good morning, everybody. Happy Thursday. Have an amazing show for everybody today. What do we have, Crystal?
Indeed, we do. A lot of interesting stories we were tracking this morning.
Indeed, we do, and I'm not gonna push back against anything you say ever.
Trump panicked yesterday, and they intervened in the bond market.
Still
a
very
major
annoyed with him.
development. We will break that down for you. Meanwhile, he believes he can convince North Korea to give up
thanks
their
to POTUS's bloviating, we aren't welcome overseas anymore. I mean, we technically are, but yeah, have fun.
nukes. Good luck with that one, buddy. We'll see how that's going to turn out. Shipping.
I went to London and Paris while George Bush was president, and holy fuck, you want to talk about, like, they used to talk shit about Americans and just in general, like how our president sucked then. I could only imagine what they got to say now.
Expert is going to join us to help us understand what is going on with Iran in general and also
What's up, Card Collector? Good to see you.
specifically with the
Welcome to the
issues
show.
of supplying our carriers. The tech world is freaking out about the data center backlash and trying to team up with Republicans to staunch the bleeding. Israel itching for war with Turkey. Definitely got to keep an eye on that one. And a Palestinian American who is under siege by terror settlers in the West Bank is going to join us live to tell us what is going on there with his land and his property.
Yes, that's right. Thank you to everybody who has been subscribing to the show. BreakingPoints.com. It's the last couple of days we're going to have our free month trial, which it executes right at checkout. It's available. All you have to do is go to the website, sign up. You get access to the full show completely uncut early. And, of course, you get access to those premium subscriber AMAs. We had a really good one on Tuesday. Gave all of our reality television thoughts. Many are calling it the best AMA ever. All right. So yeah, if you want to see that, you're gonna have to go ahead and sign up. If you're watching this on YouTube, please hit subscribe to our YouTube channel. If you're listening to the podcast, share an episode with a friend. It really helps other people find the show and rate us 5 stars. But as Crystal said, let's go ahead and get an update on the bond market. Some genuinely crazy stuff. We don't cover it nearly enough.
If you guys can't see it, wait. Trump Truth Store. Store closing, libs win.
But has massive impacts for everything that we do. our whole economy, our debt servicing, interest rates, etc. The bond market is where the professionals really pay all of their attention.
Yes, that is right. And Trump seems to have paid close attention to the bond market, which is why we've paid close attention to the bond market. We had Jeff Stein on yesterday. It was pretty prescient of us, actually, to do that segment at that time, because there was a lot of pressure on the bond market and the yields were going up. That means that the demand is going down. That has huge implications, both in terms of how expensive it is to service our debt, also in terms of your day-to-day life and how expensive interest.
Oh, fuck. All right. Well, now that she's closing, I gotta go. I gotta go. I gotta
rates
go.
are. Trump has long talked about how he wants to get interest rates down. They had their hand forced yesterday and actually took some extraordinary action in the market with regard to long-term bonds in particular. Yesterday, Trump was speaking to reporters and he talked about interest rates and how he.
Sorry, if you're not a regular here, I have been. There's this Trump store lady that she's gone mega viral. If you didn't see her arrest video, just look up Trump store lady gets arrested. It's worth it. Trust me. Yeah, she's closing her store.
Believes
That's
they
amazing.
should be much lower. Let's take a listen.
Now, when we announce good numbers, the better they are,
Get
the worse
Trump
it is
your
for interest
90%
rates.
off.
So we could have a GDP of 10 times. They say, oh, it's going to be 3 times or 4.1. We could have a GDP of 10, 12, 15 times if they just leave us alone. Let the rates go down. We should pay the lowest interest rates. Every point of interest is $600 billion. Think of that. Every point of interest is $600 billion. 2 points means we make a fortune, but we keep driving it up. It's a very unfair system, and I've said it now for a long time. When our country does well, interest rates should go down. I mean, every time I hear our country's doing well, I say, oh, it's too bad, because they lift up interest rates. They should drop interest rates because...
Damn, dude, the comments are cooking around.
It means we have a strong country, and it's all based on credit, meaning good credit, and we have the best credit. And we'd pay off the debt very easily, very quickly.
So you hear him talking there about how important this is in terms of the debt service. Actually, let's throw A9 up on the screen here, the last element in this block. The U.S. debt officially hit $40 trillion. Obviously, America's borrowing continues. This was something Trump talked about at the beginning. I remember when Doge was going to do a lot about that. Didn't ultimately work out. Now, this is something that in ordinary times, maybe it's not that big of a deal. But given how much our interest rates are going up, having to pay a lot more to service that debt, and given the fact that the world is moving away somewhat from the U.S. dollar as the world's reserve
I just commented the amount of joy this brought me should be illegal.
currency, this is now something we have to pay a lot more.
Can I react to the comments? All right. Fuck. Here, I'm in the middle of... All right, hold on. We'll go back to this. Because, all right. I am invested in this treasury thing, and Donald Trump's response was definitely exactly what you would expect. All right, so... I just said the amount of joy this brought me should be illegal. When you close, everyone really wins. Having some transportation issues, ? How are we going to find out how Trump can still win in 2028 if you close? Free market, baby. Just a sneak peek of what's going to happen during the midterms. Dems, so much winning. MAGA tears are tasting sweeter by the day. LOL. I love this for you. Please let us know where we can see and support you. And then under that, in jail. Bro, the last few months seem like they have been a great time to support Lisa Fleischman. Her commissary will be set up soon. Apparently, the one oh, okay, so there's another Trump store that's not hers. Was there tariffs on all the China merchandise that caused this? Going to prison sale? What? No, don't do this. Not like you can call me. Wait, don't do that. That's not like you. Call me when you're free. Let's talk, Lisa. Oh my God, this guy. Oh my God. Okay, when's the last day? Will it still be open? You don't get the concept of closing, do you? It's hard to it's a hard concept to grasp for their smooth brains. When I want to go and buy everything I can prior, very sorry. What kept you from buying before now? Who doesn't love a good closeout sale? Who says I haven't been there? Fucking Walt. Bro. MAGA dudes, if Trump sold his jizz in a bottle, it's fucking a picture of Luigi drinking milk. I'm sorry to hear this. I wish the best for you. Good luck going forward. Oh no, I'm so sorry. Couldn't happen to a bigger moron. It's tough to be in a cult, isn't it? Shouldn't you be upset with the MAGA folks since they're the ones who would buy what you're selling and they ain't buying? He's got a point. Court costs? Question mark. Just yay, awesome. Just keep posting on here. Unfortunately, we're living in the wrong state to be a Trump supporter. People mess with me all the time just for having my license plate say US 40, which I'm pretty sure most people don't know what that stands for either. Yes, or maybe collaborate with another person where you can share the space somehow. Let's all pour one out for the fact that we won't be able to be entertained by this dude. Daily rants. I will miss this entertainment. Will there be a back the blue merchandise? Will there be a sale on back the blue merchandise since clearly you do not feel the same anymore? Couldn't be because no one shopped there. No, it was totally the libs. LOL. Adapt, sell Muslim merchandise. Jesus Christ. Racist comment, but also hate to say, kind of funny. We need to start a GoFundMe for this great American who has no income due to her store closing, having to deal with her local police, who she's going to sue. I'm not sure if this guy is actually serious. This is sad. You were doing so good with the sales. I really hope he's. Please don't be real. Please be trolling her, because that's great. That's great right there. As if it wasn't even a sustainable business. If you want a career in politics, be a politician. Bummer. Hope you can get an online store. Good riddance. All right. This is just the comment. It's a picture of her getting arrested. Let's see. I mean, this is hilarious. I heard she keeps cash in her Jeep too. Jesus. Where are you located? Nowhere now. Cockroaches fucking. Cubs W. I keep seeing all these MAGA merch stores closing. I love that for all of them. Wait, what? How did the libs win? Why are you closing? Sweets. You have been on the wrong side of right for a long time. It's just finally catching up to you. Hey, Joe, we did it. Someone literally posted a picture of Joe doing this with ice cream. In all honesty, the reason why your store is not doing well is people are waking up. You're not the only store that's closing. There's Trump stores in Alabama and Tennessee closing as well. Some Trump supporters feel deceived. I see videos of it all the time. I've talked personally to people who have voted for Trump in 2024 that tell me that they're staying home in the midterms and for the 2028 presidential election. That if the Democrats win, it's because Trump would back on a lot of his promises. So maybe do some reflecting and talk calmly to people in real life. Lisa, the libs had nothing to do with this, with your store closing. The market spoke, and Trump merchandise isn't selling. You made the choice to sell Trump-branded merch, and that was not a good decision. Typical MAGA, though, always blaming us for the shortfalls. But don't quit. I'm a Marine, and I was taught to adapt and overcome. Why not look at doing company-branded merch or custom tees? Don't give up despite my criticism. I'm a bleeding heart liberal, and even though I disagree with your politics, I want you to be successful. Oh, what a nice man. So sorry. Hell no. No way. No way. Someone doing the Donald Trump dick jerks. This is all on you, Lisa. You chose poorly when you decided to open a store that sells stuff for a felonious sex abuser who protects pedos. Also, you're a massive hypocrite selling back the blue merchandise when you clearly do not. I'm a cop. I'm not sure if that's true, but oh man. Oh man. Oh man. Oh man. I'm so happy. This is what a day. Tomorrow's going to be fun. I'm going to have to make a video about this. You know what? Because she's closing, it's going to be irrelevant soon. All right. This forced my hand. I have to actually make my Lisa Fleischman Trump store lady video this weekend. Oh, boy. Saturday's going to be a bitch.
Attention to, and, you know, a lot of the cost coming from the endless wars that we choose to fight. Trump was asked about
I
whether
literally have, like, I was already there. Wait. Maybe I can show you guys this. Hold on. Hey, holy crap. You scared the shit out of me. Oh, surprising me with sandwich. Thank you. You're too quiet. You need to stop with those little ninja feet. I know. Thank you, baby. It scared the shit out of me. My wife was just standing in the door. She's like, I brought you a sandwich. I'm like, ah!
whether or not Americans should be concerned about some of the volatility in the market. Let's take a listen to that.
Even despite the fact of what's happening with interest rates.
This volatility in the bond market?
No, I don't think so, because like I said, our country is doing so well despite interest rates. We have interest rates that are they're actually artificially high. They raise them for no reason. And you can't go out to the market when you have a Fed that's...
All right, here's a tease of what I got coming up. I went to the Trump store. I did not go in. I filmed outside. She did come outside to see what was going on because I wanted everybody to know that there was nobody inside. It was just her. Nobody else was in the parking lot. She comes out at some point and she's like beating a rug because she's just like, I have to go see what's going on with this guy with the camera. Yeah, I don't know, man. That's definitely created like a weird dynamic where because I'm a content creator, people are like, man, you seem obsessed. I'm like, oh, I guess I technically am because it's very entertaining and hilarious, but
raising interest. You can't say, oh, I want to pay 3 points less than what the Fed says you're supposed to
man,
be.
he really is panicking. This is the first time I've seen Trump like straight up like fucking sweating. Like Midas touch always insinuates that he is.
Paying. So, no, I don't think so at all. I think we have a very powerful country, and we're powering through these ridiculous interest rates. They're ridiculous.
So there's two issues at play here. One is what the Fed is doing with their rate policy, and then the other is what the market is determining with regard to the Treasury bond yields. As I mentioned, extraordinary action taken yesterday. So we're going to put A4 up on the screen from the Financial Times. U.S. Treasury to boost long-term bond purchases in bid to steady market. This is a tell that they are very concerned.
Cat just came downstairs. He's literally standing at the top of the stairs, staring at Stan, just going like,
about what is going on with treasuries. This is an extraordinary intervention. The U.S. Treasury said it would at least double purchases of long-term government debt as policymakers seek to contain a sell-off that has sent borrowing costs soaring in the world's most important bond market. The more aggressive buyback operation affects Treasury securities maturing in 10 to 20 years and 20 to 30 years, increasing from $2 billion to at least $4 billion, the Treasury said on Wednesday. Surprise move comes at a time of growing strains in the $32 trillion U.S. Treasury market as investors fret over the burst of inflation triggered by what? Trump's Iran war and Washington's mounting public debt burden. The way that they're going to do this is basically using short-term debt to buy the long-term debt is the actual mechanism here. So it's a little bit of, I guess, borrowing from Peter to pay Paul, but that's the concept.
How does that make sense? Listen, if you've ever done business, even on a small scale, you know this doesn't make any sense.
Bottom line is very simple, is that we're taking debt to pay down debt. And what that means in the long term is basically that it will try to affect interest, in the short term, is they're trying to bring interest rates down immediately because the higher that they are, it increases the amount of federal spending, which is directly related to debt servicing. So I have some of the numbers here in front of me. Roughly 14% of current federal spending goes to servicing the debt today, which is obviously bad because that's literally just interest that's being paid on the debt. 3.3% roughly of total GDP. That is dramatically higher than where things were when we had much lower interest rate. That's why lower interest rates were really good for the government. But a lot of the other problem is that with interest rate demand side, et cetera, there's no idea that we could go back to where things were for a variety of reasons. Number one, we got ourselves into this mess of the Iran war, so we have very high inflation, which is part of the Fed's mandate.
Say the Iran war
going on
has
with
nothing
our
to do with
unemployment sector. We also have this crazy situation now where in terms of our debt and our bonds itself, we have great instability because of what's happened here with Japan and with the general reduction of reserve
I like
currency.
how Japan was the first canary in the coal mine that our economy is actually on the verge of collapsing.
For the U.S. dollar. So with
all
the
because of how we
power of
borrowed
the
to them
United
since
States
the 80s.
now reduced, we're entering into territory which is very dangerous. Japan territory, where it's roughly 110%, debt to GDP ratio. Like, these are exactly the places that you don't want to be if you're not a global superpower. And we've always been able to avoid the pitfalls of the Eurozone crisis or the Japanese crisis because of our reserve status, because obviously of the great, United States military and power projection. As that all begins to fade, that will also have immense impact in our ability to
Is that
trade.
a full body Snuggie? Looks comfy as heck. It is not a Snuggie. It's called an Uggie.
To compel.
It's a giant hoodie. It's a giant
We're
hoodie.
going to talk a lot
It's
about
what it
this
is.
with
I mean,
Iran.
it is.
This latest, I'll just mention it for now. Trump is like, any economy which
See?
does business with
back
Iran
is
is
there.
hereby sanctioned. China's like, yeah, that's cute. We don't care. What are you going to do?
It is comfy
He's
as
like, what are you going to
hell.
do to us that you haven't already done? You hit us with tariffs, we hit you
love
back.
this
Our
thing.
banking system is totally, proofed. U.S.
Bitch to pee in,
was
though.
proofed after what we saw happen with Russia. What's Russia going to do? They don't give a shit. They're already sanctioned to hell.
Right.
Venezuela, Iran, or I guess not Venezuela anymore, but the past Venezuela. There's all kinds of ways to circumvent sanctions now. We've shown our hand. We threw it all away, basically on Ukraine. So all of this compounds together. And I guess the bottom line is that they have to panic. And Scott Bessent, his entire career is built on currency manipulation, bond, and all this. And he's trying his best, but there's only so much that you can do. And we're already in extraordinary territory. The fact that the Japanese bailout basically fell apart after a month should be a real wake-up call. We don't have the magic wand that we used to.
That's right. And what conditions are going to change over the next month, 2 months, 3 months, 6 months that are going to ameliorate the stress on the bond market? It's hard to see. It's hard to see because what are we talking about? So some of the factors that are leading to this situation where, just to break it down to its most basic level, when there is less demand for our bonds, when there are less buyers who are interested in taking on U.S. debt, we have to pay higher interest rates to lure them into the market. So that's why the rate
Yo, what the hell's going on with leftist mafia? Why is it only Matt and Mike
goes up when there is less demand for the bonds. That's like the most basic sort of
Popped
uh,
level
in
of
to leave a
thinking
like,
about
and I
all
saw that it's only them.
of this. And so a few factors
Early.
are tying into this. Number one, you've got this tremendous AI build out, largest debt investment that you could possibly imagine, which is creating all of this demand for capital. So that means if you're somebody who has capital, then you can kind of demand a premium because there's so many companies and entities, there's so much demand for your capital. So that's one issue that's not going anywhere. The other one is inflation, as Sagar was saying, related to the Iran war. Another one is just the sort of uncertainty about the U.S. and how stable it's going to be going forward. And part of that is certainly the large amount of debt and the world moving away from holding treasuries. Now the world's central banks, governments are holding gold more often than they're holding U.S. treasuries. That is a major shift in terms of the way that the world operates. So all of these pieces.
You know what's funny? How conspiracy theorists really wanted that until it happens, and now they're just like, oh shit.
Is put together, it's hard to see how things are going to change. So how long can they
I
continue
still have to
to do
interact with
these
this
sort of
economy.
interventions?
Oh, no!
And the rates are already quite high and at the place where, there's a bit of a panic among policymakers. So that is the landscape we're looking at. And, if we zoom out here in terms of the debt and where we are as a country and all of these sorts of things, we really have, we've got to reckon with some things. And I've never been a debt hawk. I think we've been hearing for 30 years, oh my God, everything's going to collapse and we can't afford the debt, blah, blah, blah. And it's never turned out to be the case. However, we are facing a different landscape now, where China is rising, where the world is trying to decouple in certain ways from the United States of America, where the previous system that had the dollar as a reserve currency, I'm not saying this is going away tomorrow, but there is a shift that is happening. So we are going to have to get our arms around this. At the same time, after the Cold War ends, there would have been a thought of, okay, the military spending can kind of wind down. That never really happened. And in fact, now we just keep every single president more and more and more military spending. And for what? Have you seen these destroyers? Have you seen these carriers? Have you seen the fact, have you heard about the fact that our munition stockpiles are like down to bottom of the barrel? So the for what is basically because the military industrial complex is a cartel that has been robbing us blind to build up a military that is not responsive to the realities of modern warfare. So we have to get our arms around that. And then the third piece here, too, is that rich people have figured out how to game the system and not pay taxes. The antiquated progressive taxation system has been broken. They broke it. Okay, they figured out the loopholes. They bought the politicians. They broke it. If we don't figure out some way to tax the extraordinarily wealthy and only getting wealthy by, escalating factors every single year. If we don't figure out how to tax them,
The funniest
then
part
yes,
is this now is her doing like her lip freak out.
we are not going to be able to do anything in this country that will benefit the sort of broader public. And we will face, at some point, there will be a reckoning for the direction that we're going in. So that's kind of the big picture on all of this.
Sure.
I actually think we could have figured it out as bad as things were.
Of course we could.
Even if we just hadn't gotten into the Iran war. But if
Yeah.
you want to go big picture, I really do. I mean, let's say we end the war in Ukraine. Thank God. All right, now diesel, we've got, things that are flowing. We have a peace settlement. There's a level of stability there. We don't have to worry about that much. Then we don't do the war with Iran. Gas goes to $2.50. We frack the hell out of whatever is left in Alaska. Whether you support that or not, it keeps going down, right? I mean, life is good. You've got $2.20 gasoline. You got cheap energy. And even then, with the data centers, like we would worry. I don't think we would worry as much. But in a finite environment where energy is extremely, extremely expensive, and now you have a demand for trillions more dollars in military spending, and you have $40 billion deficit, $40 trillion, and you have on top of that this reduction of the overall empire. That's when things get really bad. And so, my wife is an economist, and she explained it to me this way. It's called like a
Your
debt
wife's an
spiral,
economist?
where you have I wrote it down, big deficits leads to governments borrowing
why
more,
that made me
leads to
mad.
investor demands higher yield, leads to interest expense rises, leads to deficit gets bigger, leads to government needs to borrow more. So that is the spiral that you exactly don't want to enter into. I kind of see that that's what's happening right now, especially with the persistent high inflation. And
here's the thing, in another time period, it wouldn't really matter. So like, for example, Japan has much higher deficits debt than we do.
That's right.
Much higher as like percent of GDP. Hasn't really mattered because they have 0% interest rates. So that's one scenario. And the other thing is, as I've been saying, like the fact that we have been the global superpower, world's reserve currency, also means that it hasn't really mattered. We've been able to borrow from the world. The world's like, okay, you're going to pay your debt, no big deal. When you start to have to deal with this reality is when those two factors go away. So already we have interest rates, we had very low interest rates for a long time too. That is changing probably for good. This is probably a new status quo, if I had to guess, unless a lot of analysts are saying. That is changing. And then the sense of, it's the US, they're the global superpower, they're always going to be fine. That is also getting a little bit shaky. So that's when you have to really start worrying about those sorts of things like the debt spiral. So that's the situation we find ourselves in. I do want to flag what you were talking about, Trump announcing we're going to have these crushing operations against Iran. Put a 3 up on the screen here. It's the new Truth Social. Of course, this has already been broadcast. Scott Bessent said something to this effect: no one has given the Islamic Republic of Iran a greater opportunity to make a deal than me. Tragically for them, they've failed to take it. Therefore, today I am announcing the most crushing economic operation ever taken against any country. This will be economic warfare and isolation on an unprecedented scale. Their navy's gone. Their air force is destroyed. Interesting. Their military factors are now rebel. Really. Their currency is worthless, and their country is hanging by a thread. Feel like I've heard this before. Today, I am also announcing that any country...
Don't you love how everybody's like finally like onto this shit? He did. Do you understand that he had a year and a half of this bullshit where he constantly has been like, it's not what everybody's saying it is. Nuh-uh. Don't trust the fake news. Don't trust the fake news. I love how his own people are just like, dude, I'm starting to think that news was not fake. Oh, God.
That allows its financial institutions, businesses, airports, or government entities to provide any type of lifeline to Iran will itself face tremendous economic consequences. Oil smuggling, swap lines, cash transfers, exchange houses, ship registries, front companies, it all needs to stop now. You know who you are. This will be an economic D-Day, and we need all of our allies to stand with the U.S. to isolate and defeat the Iran threat. These maniacs are on the ropes, and these historic measures will cripple them and their ability to project terror worldwide. Iran will never have a nuclear weapon. Thank you for your attention to this matter. As we've said before, hard to imagine how much more we could do to Iran. And certainly the maximum pressure we've ever been able to apply is to Cuba, which is in dire straits because of the blockade we have put on that country. That is a country that is very close. It is an island nation.
You have to go through the teeth. You got to talk like this. You got to talk like you have dentures. And then you also got to you got to move your head a little bit.
It is much.
Eventually, you just become the man. And then it's all over. Let me tell you, the impression starts becoming a lifestyle.
Smaller, has much fewer internal resources than Iran. What we can do with regard to Iran is much more limited. But Sagar, I was reading this morning that the Iranians see, yesterday we covered, Emily and I covered that the UAE cut off all trade because they claimed that Iran had fired missiles at them. Iran sees that as part of this program of economic strangulation because they do have a lot of financial ties with Dubai in particular. And so they're seeing that as part of the economic warfare project here.
Look, I mean, you said Cuba. It's actually, I mean, Russia is empirically the most sanctioned economy in the history of the world. How's it doing? They're doing okay. And by the way, in terms of what's hit them economically, it's got nothing to do with sanctions. It's got to do with these drones that are blowing the shit out of their diesel facilities. So what does that tell you? Is that their ability to export diesel is actually the only real thing which was keeping their economy afloat. They were doing fine. Their GDP actually increased. Their defense spending was 20% and all that. They transformed into a wartime garrison, and they're still living to fight another day. Their population doesn't care, and they continue to just roll along with the war. It had nothing to do with the banks or the finance. If anything, it actually helped Putin because any of the Western oligarchs either threw him in jail or they had to leave voluntarily. Everybody is completely around him. So with Iran, what is left to that country economically that we haven't done? Nothing. They want you to believe that there's some super secret secondary sanctions. It's just not true. I mean, again, and maybe it is true, but if it is true, get ready for some crazy realignments because then China, Iran, China, India, South Korea, all of these different countries which previously have purchased Iranian oil, then they're going to have to actually make a real choice. They're like, okay, which one do we choose? So we're going to have to choose less oil, higher inflation, higher costs to ourselves over the United States.
Yeah, we're very much fucked in this.
What are they really doing for us? Like, oh, I don't know, abandoning our military exercises and saying, screw you while we pursue a deal with the North. These things are all going to be taken into consideration by world leaders and world economies. And the balance sheet looks very different than it used to. Last thing I want to highlight here is A6 about the Federal Reserve and high inflation.
Yeah.
Because this was to your point about why interest rates just probably aren't going down within the next 5 years, potentially even the next decade. And many members of the Federal Reserve are concerned that persistently high inflation will lead to these rapid price rises becoming embedded into the world's economy, according to their latest policy vote. And they said that it highlighted the possibility after several years of inflation above 2%, continued elevated inflation rates could begin to affect inflation expectations and wage price setting decisions, basically saying it's baked in and they're choosing to hold borrowing costs at their current interest rate for their July meeting and potentially set for the future, maybe because of Iran having to even hike the interest rate. So that's important because their expectation, along with what's happening in the bond market, et cetera, is making it so that it becomes the de facto policy of these high interest rates and of all of this crazy bond trading. You know, even the Journal, their top headline this morning is Bessent leans into his role as America's bond trader in chief, a willingness to intervene after yields had hit a nearly...
Yay, another Trump administration lackey that is totally making money from insider trading on the administration. Cool. No problems
high.
there.
And I know, as you guys covered,
totally
to
won't
see
lead
it
to
back
something
at
that's
07
totally,
levels,
you know,
that
can
should give
collapse
you
our
jitters.
economy
I mean,
or
we should
anything.
not forget
God.
what it means to go through even a modest recession.
Ridiculous.
It is a disaster, a genuinely devastating if we had to go into that.
Yeah, and the high interest rates, what does that mean? Housing affordability out the window. And that's part of why Trump is so concerned about, you know, all of our, any sort of debt interest you pay is related to what we're talking about here, both with the bonds and with the Fed policy.
Well,
that's why he was freaking out at the fucking Fed not lowering interest rates as he's been going here, because he knew this was going to happen. But do you understand how this could be so much worse if there were lower interest rates? The only people that will benefit from the lower interest rates right now are the uber rich, so they can take out fucking cheap loans. That's what they want. Jesus fucking Christ. How much more are we going to just crater our economy to benefit the rich? It's insane. At what point do we have enough Americans wake the fuck up that they do not fucking put this money back in our fucking economy?
Thing, you know, we talk
God
about high interest
damn
rate.
it.
You know who can afford the data center guys?
I'm so sick of the morons that live in this country that think that these benevolent billionaires will somehow give them what they're deserving.
They don't give a shit if it's
No, they won't. Donald Trump is never giving you anything.
4% or 5%. But, you know, in another world, you and I are running a different type of small business. The difference between 2 and 6 is a lot, right?
yeah.
Whenever you look at a loan. I mean, I may buy the machine, maybe not. You know, new cameras, something like that. If
Wow,
you have to,
so much
if you have
energy.
to buy it
Thank
on
you.
the finger, like, I don't know, you know? And so that's the type of stuff which actually has a much more shrinking effect to
Yeah.
the U.S. economy. Restaurants, you know, whether you're going to do a small business loan, even a normal loan that people take out for ordinary capital expenditure purposes, that's what gets screwed. So the tech people can afford the high interest rate. It's average small business owner who absolutely cannot. And that kills your expansion period. So that I think is the biggest cooling effect on hiring, as well as, like you said, at the personal level, whenever it comes to personal debt, like car loans and or house loans. None of it good. None of it good. Okay, let's get to North Korea. Hey, if you like that video, hit the like button or leave a comment below. It really helps get the show to more people.
And if you
Is the economy dead? It's on its way. I mean, if it's not already, it's definitely on its way.
We've said it over and over and over again. The economy is top of mind for voters this midterm election. While the president...
She's getting sick of, like, honestly, she really, you can tell because she sees the writing on the wall. She knows that it's going to happen. And then somehow, some way, the American people are going to be like, how come MSNBC or MS Now didn't tell us about this?
has not exactly responded to warning signs at the ballot box. His administration did make moves to address an alarmed bond market. I've told you this over and over. The bond market is his true daddy. That has seen long-term yields go up in response to the war in Iran and concern over the ballooning national debt, which in turn
I'm glad
has made
that
it
it's
more
finally
expensive
catching up.
for
Good.
businesses and individuals to borrow money and families to get mortgages.
You know
So
what? Good. I've been suffering. You've been suffering. If you make a certain amount of money in America, have all been suffering since Donald Trump even took office. Now it's catching up to them. Now you got companies that are worried that they're not going to make record-breaking profits through this fucking inflation gap, through all of this. Like, you do understand how absurd that is, that these corporations were still making profits while we were all suffering, and they were saying that the economy was on the brink. I mean, that should also bother the shit out of you.
they can buy a new home.
I don't know, maybe there should be some regulations on corporations and how much they can take back and how much they don't pay. I don't know. I guess I'm just an asshole. No new taxes, you fucking idiots.
Back to the group chat. Peter, let's talk about...
Seriously, if you buy into a Republican sign that says no new taxes, you are genuinely one of the stupidest people on this fucking planet.
About this. The bond market is the measure for Trump, right? And we actually saw Scott Bessent make moves yesterday to try to lower things, and the market already today saying, we're worried about these risks.
Look, to your point, the bond market is the reason that Trump blinked initially on the Liberation Day tariffs, if you remember, after stock markets recoiled to the tune of $5 trillion in the span of a week. The bond market gets his attention because if there's one thing Donald Trump, the failed casino magnate, understands, it's that borrowing costs really matter. But the fact that Bessent intervened and we still saw interest rates go back up tells you that the whole attempt to undermine the independence of the Fed in the name of, getting your hands on the piggy banking, lowering borrowing costs for everyone is failed. It's dead on arrival because the Fed doesn't control interest rates. The market controls interest rates, and the markets writ large, and we're talking about, investment pools around the world are looking at far more than the ballooning deficit, the $40 trillion long-term debt in the United States. They're looking at basic institutional competence and fitness. They're looking at the fact that we can't go to a fast food restaurant without worrying about getting poisoned. They're looking at the fact that at one of
the grocery store
largest airports in the world, Newark, we don't have enough air traffic controllers, and we're worrying that there's nobody out there, so we're taking off. I have heard again and again from people who actually control money around the globe that we don't know who's running your country anymore. We don't know if there are adults supervising the basic institutions, and that is a long-term fact that goes far beyond Trump in terms of the credit.
That kind of stability in the global markets, like, trust me, for a minute there, all these oligarchs and all these rich fucks all across the world thought that they were going to benefit from Trump being in office. Now they're seeing that, yeah, he's kind of a greedy fuck that only cares about himself. And honestly, if he can fuck them over and benefit from it, he's going to do so, if not already has.
Bigger issue than that. We don't know who's running the country. The answer is whomever is writing the president the biggest check. Okay, yesterday, the president had the biggest names in the crypto industry at the White House. Those who have given his ballroom or his crypto empire millions and millions of dollars, right? Business leaders in the crypto industry.
Honestly, this entire room could have gone up in flames and we would have all been better off for it.
Who have been facing DOJ investigations that disappeared when Trump took office. His family has made billions of dollars, as have other people in the administration, and he's now pushing Congress to lighten up even more on regulating the industry. Do the American people see this? Do they care? Because investors see more and more. Some say, well, this is great. You need something from Trump. Write a check, get it done. But that's a dangerous, dangerous game to play, and people see that.
Yeah, because eventually it's going to be two people writing checks for something that's going to become an issue for both of them.
Absolutely, and people are fed up. I mean, you're going to spend 15.
And yeah, it's kind of funny. There's this entire contingent of people that, don't have a lot to do with it, but we're the majority of the country. Yeah, weird.
$0.5 billion to regenerate.
You do understand that one general strike from every single person in this country, if we all just stop working or doing anything, all of them have to fucking bow to us. Oh, wait a minute. Uh-oh. Yeah, if this stream gets shut down, I don't know. Take that for what it is.
Billions. Your family's made billions, and we're trying to put food on the table, trying to figure out how we're going to buy clothes for our kids for the beginning of school. I mean, it's very clear that the corruption is mind-boggling. This makes Grant's administration and Harding's administration look like Romper Room. I'm waiting for the B to come out. I just dated myself. Right? But the point is that I don't understand, and maybe you guys can help me understand this. Why are so many folk allowing the corruption, allowing the grift? Because he's doing it right in front of our faces.
In front of everybody.
They are doing it. Business community, listen, corporate profits are so
they were all like, because we're all benefiting from it.
We now have corporations who are getting paid tens of millions of dollars in refunds from the tariffs, but the American consumer isn't, right? Target just revised their guidance
keep reminding us on that and how nothing's getting done about it.
Because they're getting these big tariff dollars. And if you go back to school shopping there, they ain't having a tariff refund sale. But when the president goes to Nevada, he comes back with no tax on tips.
Dude, our deficit just hit $40 trillion fucking dollars. You can't even conceptualize that.
Do taglines like...
You understand that if you made, because I remember Crystal said this, if you made $1 million per day, this would take you over 100,000 years to pay.
That...
Have fun fucking doing that math.
Still work with the American voter when at the end of the day, the tax cuts truly benefited the wealthiest and the biggest corporations out there.
So I underestimated, I think, in 2024, Stephanie, how much the no tax on tips would resonate with some of the key constituencies in the Democratic Party, what a big labor state we are, a service industry. And I think that helped Trump win the state. But I think in Nevada and elsewhere, there's a lot of buyer's remorse now because they're not seeing the benefits that they were promised during the campaign. And instead, they're seeing, thanks to a lot of great reporting, by the way, how much money Trump is making, how he's helping his friends. I mean, in the before times, you know this better than I, Stephanie, Trump was very negative about crypto. And then suddenly,
called it a scam.
Yeah, and then suddenly he sees an opportunity to make money for himself and his friends. And by the way, Trump was just in Nevada a few weeks ago, and you had this remarkable scene that Democrats were very excited about, where he called the Republican governor, Joe Lombardo, up onto the stage. And Lombardo, who is not great in an unscripted environment, started talking about how people are so mean to Donald Trump about helping his billionaire friends, but his billionaire friends help create jobs, so they shouldn't be mean to his billionaire friends. Now, you can imagine how the Democratic ad makers were thinking of that specific soundbite, but it's such a tone-deaf thing to say in this environment. And I think people are making the connection between their own economic struggles and the fact that Trump is enriching himself, his family, and his billionaire friends.
When are Republicans lawmakers going to see this? Because Trump is doing this so blatantly and so brazenly right out there in the open. He doesn't, right? One could say, well, he's a lame duck president. He doesn't.
Stan just ate cucumbers.
Doesn't feel lame in any way. By the time he leaves office, right, he is on the way to becoming one of the richest people on the planet, Vladimir Putin style.
Wasn't sure if he'd like it.
Right? People always said Don Jr. is going to run for president. A very close ally to the president said, he's running to be worth $50 billion. Yet Republican lawmakers are out there.
Let Don Jr. run for president. Seriously. Let that alleged coked up motherfucker run for president. I want to see it. Because that'd be hilarious.
Trying to win the midterms, giving stump speeches while
Jesus
he's laughing
Christ.
about affordability.
The amount of people that are just like, yeah, I'd totally vote for him because his name is Trump. It's like, you are... Move back to England now.
They not realize...
Seriously, move back to England right fucking now. I don't even care if you're from there. Go.
They are going to be the butt
Since
of
you guys
this
want a
joke.
fucking
I
monarchy
don't
so
know. I
goddamn
think
bad.
Many of them may be thinking about, how am I going to get access to the bag? I don't know. Given the,
that's true.
So
Hunter
I don't want to be
Biden
locked
versus Trump
out. I'm
Jr.
going to pay
Hunter would win.
this $60,000, $100,000 to get a tweet or through whatever the hell it
yes,
is
correct.
before it happens. But the interesting thing about it, to
Surprisingly.
go back to our first segment, we're talking about the isms of socialism and communism.
Well, let's be real.
When crony capitalism
This is one of those ones where it's like, yeah, everybody floats and they're just like, that seems feasible. And then you're like 0.2%.
rampant.
I hate that
When
shit.
capitalism in this...
Remember when they were talking about how The Rock would actually like sail to victory if he ran for president, and then they made a show based on it?
Form seems to be broken, and the boogeyman is actually folk talking about Medicare for all, folk talking about living wage, folk talking about being able to give their children a future that's better than their own. My God, look at this.
I think it's fair to assume that in the same way in which the financial...
Kushner won't do anything publicly. Dude, stop being... All right, that's it. I'm saying it right now. Stop being stupid. Right fucking now. You don't understand what you're talking about. Don Jr. and Kushner don't have like the riz that Trump does. You're doing it right now. This is called manufacturing consent. And this is where you need to sit and maybe look at yourself eye to eye in the mirror and realize what you're doing.
CEOs in the run-up to the great financial crisis didn't really care about the institutional fitness of their institutions. They cared about the next quarter. They cared about
Number one, it's unnecessary. It's unnecessary to even put out there because it's I want to use the term. I really do.
Or bonus check. Trump doesn't really seem to care that much about the prospect
being good
for his party, right? He
Okay, but hold on. I know I'm out of time, but then this
You
is
know
a more
what I
important
think about
question.
this?
We know that Trump doesn't because he's going to run away with the bag.
Sure.
But
Yeah.
these CEOs are still going to have their jobs in 3 weeks, 3 months. They hope in 3 years.
I don't know. You
Are
think
they
Jamie
not-
Dimon?
I'm going to just say it right now. If anybody has the name Bush, Clinton, Trump, I don't want anybody, any of them, to even fucking think about running for politics.
He's going to have his job. He's
Jamie
going to have
Dimon's
cashed
been,
up.
Okay, Jamie Dimon has
Yeah.
been in that seat for quite a long time.
Yeah.
And it blows my mind that he has not
No,
said
I said
boo
Clinton.
when
Sure.
it comes to Trump selling these Truth Social posts. He has said
Bezos,
nothing.
Tim Cook.
Jeff Bezos
Yeah.
is outspoken saying
Benioff.
Joe Biden doesn't understand inflation.
No more
and they're
dynasty
saying
names,
absolutely
yep.
nothing. And my question to them is, are you not looking at the polls? Are you not seeing what's about to happen
I just Googled it. Kushner does not want to run.
6 months from
They'll
now?
pivot. if somebody else takes over. They pivoted before from
trying to
stakeholder
yell at you, but for
capitalism
real. That's one of the
and embracing DEI when that was
less thought out
fashionable to
comments.
now pivoting against woke 1.0, whatever that is.
I
mean, they'll pivot. It's opportunity and fear. That's how Trump keeps the business people in line.
I hear you, I see you, but I'm telling you, the Occupy Wall Street movement that took place in 2007 and 2008, and people are sitting down in front of the New York Stock Exchange playing banjos. They don't have banjos this time. They have flipping pitchforks.
That's true. That's true. And, you know, and then you think about, you add to that, Stephanie, the disruption that AI is generating in terms of our relationship to labor. What's happening on the ground at the bottom, right, doesn't bode well for a lot of these folks.
And excuse me, 2011 when it comes to Occupy Wall Street. But think about this.
We need sweeping
State like-
prosecution to clean up this mess. Yeah, good luck.
States like Nevada, after the financial crisis, after the housing crisis, are still suffering.
I'm hopeful that something will come of this. I'm hopeful that we will see people go to jail. But I'm also realistic. The Epstein files are out. Nobody's in prison. We keep getting new information day by day. It doesn't crack through the news. Honestly, guys, I think we're cooked. I think we're all fucking cooked until we all collectively realize, hey, we've been cooked and we're fucked. But that's going to take a minute. I'm sorry, man. The way I see my average people in my life checking the fuck out.
When that
God damn, it's literally, I know I'm going to my grave and I'm not going to see any improvement.
Bubble burst, your state was hit one of the worst. So for people, when we say, oh, companies are going to
Oh,
pivot.
you mean perp walks.
I know that the
Yeah.
richest people in America are doing so well.
Sorry,
they'll pivot. Things will be fine.
I can't blow smoke up your ass. I can't be like, oh, everything's going to be great. It might not.
People who are suffering are
Yay.
angrier
Yeah. We
than
did
I
this.
think we've ever seen, at least in my lifetime.
The saddest part is it's not even our failure. We have to live with our fucking parents' generation, all of their failures.
Don't we think this would
Sucks.
be a time when the people on top would start to read the room and say, we got to
Frickin' Seth Meyers. Hope the laughs were worth it.
address this? This K-shaped
Freaking
economy
Seth Meyers.
is going to
Hope the laughs were worth it.
end very badly.
Thanks, Bannon. I appreciate
think
that.
Peter, what's saying is absolutely right, is they always find a way to adjust to new circumstances and continue to make money. So they don't worry.
Okay, they can always adjust to new circumstances when we're in polite company.
Right.
And people are saying please and thank you and holding doors for one another. Ain't nobody holding a door when they don't have a house.
But if
You run. So I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I just want to say real quickly to go back on what I said about primaries.
Stephanie gets it, but all these fucking suit-wearing motherfuckers are sitting here going, well, maybe people will be a little more forgiving if we give them like housing vouchers. What are we going to do? They're going to get mad at us. We're not going to be able to live in the suburbs anymore.
In general elections, one thing that does translate is the populist uprising that's occurring. What you're talking about, people being very, very angry. That is the reason that some of these candidates won, and that is going to
And that is
carry
the
over.
reason Donald Trump won the first time. So this
She is actually, like, this is what I love, is how she shuts down political consultant class assholes. This is why I still trust Stephanie Ruhle, is because she is willing to do this and just say it. Just be like, the people voted for MAGA and Trump because they weren't Republicans and they were done with the GOP. This is the exact same thing happening in real time, but you guys are so up your own ass that you don't see it. Continue, please. Bury yourself even higher. Can you reach that little nugget at the top? Because we need you to be distracted until November 10th. We'll go a few days after the election, because why not?
populist uprising transcends
It's a boomerang. It's a boomerang.
Look, I hear you, but if you're looking at why the executive class is continuing to go along,
They got to play ball.
I mean, look, if you're going to run an economy over decades where it's about profit maximization and it's quarter by quarter, don't be surprised when the CEOs only look toward the next quarter. And any CEO who today says,
It's
well,
almost
I'm
like we
going to
should
take a
not
stand
do that.
against the attack
They're
on
dead.
It's
They're
almost like
killed.
our entire economy wasn't based on quarterly profits of fucking big corporations for a long time there, where we went based off things like GDP and actually like going based off of whether people were happy and making money. And if that was, that used to be a barometer. You guys remember that? That was fun. When we actually had a place in our own economy, but these motherfuckers take everything from us. They tax us out the ass, state and federal, and they constantly treat us like we're the children. Oh, you plebeians don't understand. How could you? You guys are just little children. Why don't you go back to playing with in your sandbox? Oh, wait, you guys are parents? Oh, well, have a juice box with your kid. We'll just take care of everything for you. And then you can wonder why your kid isn't going to be able to really do it. Oh, wait, also, don't get cancer before 45.
The Bureau of Labor Statistics chief or whatever, yeah, they're gone. So they're not wrong. They're cynical. They're opportunistic. We can call them out for being cowards.
Hey, Vote-Weiser.
But
How's it
they're
going?
not wrong to say these are the incentives. And you know what? If I take on Donald Trump
seem
and I
to
say,
overlap
well,
with
you know,
politics
the
and games.
tariff war is bad for America, and you're making...
One of my, actually, if you want to check out my channel on YouTube, you should check out me playing the Operation fucking...
And the price of eggs go up,
whatever,
not down in Nevada and everywhere
Epic
else.
Fury.
I'm out of a job.
Oh,
Somebody
Epic
else
Furious,
has got my
that's what it
job,
was.
and they're playing ball at Mar-a-Lago.
Hate the game, not the player.
And there's never been a president they know this, the CEOs, who's willing to use the power of the federal government to be vindictive, to demand.
Yeah, because they can get theirs. This is the problem with having a president that can be a patsy for the fucking CEO class of America. This is what happens when you allow a president to create oligarchs. Good job. We became Russia in 2 years.
And the piece of your company to do whatever it
I'm
takes
so happy.
to punish you.
Does
for your
Vidania, comrade, except we don't get to use comrade in proper context as far as talking about comrades. And I've never understood that, by the way. Like, why did we take comrade just because it was like Russia, but comrade, like, I've never understood that.
They've also never had a
I
president.
mean, I'm pretty sure they're using comrade in Russian before Karl Marx, so whatever.
That they could basically write a direct
Sure.
check to and get what they want.
All right, friend. Not even 2 years? Yep, not even 2 years. And here we are, 40 trillion in debt. 40 trillion.
40 trillion, yes, with a T, dollars. The number
Oh,
staggering.
hey, look at that. The Dow closed at 700 points under...
arrived sooner than predicted. The debt
its last
roughly
fucking
doubling
gain,
in less than 10 years. So
it's
what
still over
does all
50K.
this mean to you?
That's
Seeing
the
as
new
Matt Egan
barometer.
is here to break it all down for us, I guess the big question is how is this
You're
going
not
to
Harry
impact
Enton.
Americans, and not just now, but potentially for the long run?
Yeah, Sarah, I mean, $40 trillion. This is another grim milestone. This number, it's so hard to even wrap your head around. It's just such a big number. Let's look at the live tracker of the national debt. You see just over $40 trillion. Now, if you broke that down per person, per every single person in the United States, it's almost a...
Oh, Tavarosh is comrade in Russian? Oh, see, I'm dumb.
$120,000, just staggering. And when you look at this is a look at how fast it's growing. Almost $5 million per minute, Sarah. So just since we started talking, we've added about $5 million to the national debt, $285 million per hour, and almost $7 billion a day. And again, when you look at what this means per person, talk about $117,000 per person in the United States. We look at the trend for the national debt. Going back to the start of the century, it was around $6 trillion in the year 2000. But look at this. It has just skyrocketed since then. Why? Because of government spending, because of tax cuts, because of war after war.
You mean those tax cuts that Donald Trump instituted weren't a good idea?
After war, because in 2008, right around here, you had a once-in-a-century financial crisis. And then in 2020, we had a once-in-a-century pandemic. You put it all together, and yes, you get $40 trillion. Now, it's also true that the U.S. economy is a lot bigger today than it was back in 2000. That's why we like to look at debt to GDP. Now, even on that metric, though, things are moving in the wrong direction. Back in 1966, the debt was about 40% of the economy.
Numbers don't make sense.
64%. But look at
you
this.
got here.
More
Can
than-
we apply these percentages to our daily budget? Can we go 123% into debt and still live our lives uninterrupted? No. Hey, maybe it's time that we fucking talk to our government officials about that.
The entire size of the economy, and it's projected to go higher and higher.
Weird.
Now,
Weird how they expect us to just be okay with that.
One of the reasons,
you know, for every time that they've told us it's not the same as household debt. It ain't that much different. Are you fucking serious? How much you gonna gaslight us? Numbers be numbers, motherfuckers.
the debt has gone up, is because the United States has these aging demographics, right? Every
God,
single
we are
day-
so dumb. We let these billionaire fucks just take everything from us. I'm so proud of my country. I'm so proud of this world.
10,000 baby boomers retire.
What were we doing? Oh yeah, watching Marvel movies.
And that has forced the government to spend
I
more
was,
on
at
what?
least.
Social Security, right?
Playing
So far
some
this
Xbox.
fiscal year alone, $1.4
PlayStation
trillion
guy.
in Social Security, another $955 billion on Medicare. But this is not just about aging demographics. Look at this net interest. This is essentially how much the government has to spend just to finance the mountain of debt.
I'll be honest, your game sounds interesting, but I don't think I'm necessarily interested in playing it unless I do it on stream, because I don't do politics off stream anymore. I'm fucking getting over this shit, dude.
$131 billion just this fiscal year, on track to surpass $1 trillion. And what's really notable is, look at this. We're spending more
No,
to
Katana
finance.
Ranja, how are you not outraged at this? How are you not angry at this? This is something that you should be angry at, because I don't care where you live on this planet. You could live in Canada, you can live in any other country. This is going to affect you.
It's the debt. Then on the national defense, right? More money going to the creditors than on stealth bombers, on the
Unfortunately,
war, on military.
This is one of my favorite parts about like the world economy is if one of us goes down, you all go down. Isn't that kind of fun?
Paychecks. Why does this matter? Look, this is important because investors, they're starting to get a little bit more concerned about the national debt. We've seen bond prices sell off, and that has driven up treasury rates. And that's critical because treasuries.
If you got nothing, if you literally got nothing, and you're just like, you're living your day to day, just you not even just paycheck to paycheck. Hey, good on you. You actually, like, this is the kind of shit that if you want to be nihilistic, that's the time to do it, where it's just like, fuck it, just give it. Like, at that point, who gives a shit?
They are the benchmark.
Because right now, if you are honestly trying to get yours, oh, fuck, I feel bad for you.
For the cost of borrowing across
really
the economy. So the higher treasury rates go, the more expensive it is to get a mortgage. And mortgages are already really expensive.
It's only going to
The more
get taken
expensive
from
it
you,
is to
too.
get small business loans,
Then you're
car
going to blame
loans
the
as well.
liberals.
And of course, the more expensive it is for the government itself to borrow. So look, bottom line, this
That's the world
is
we live in.
clearly a mess. There's a lot of finger pointing going on. I think the truth is there's a lot of blame to go around, right? This has gone up under Republicans, under Democrats, during good times, during bad times. This is a look at $40 trillion. What does it equal? This is the economy of China, Germany, Japan, the UK, and India combined. But look, this is such a big mess that it's not something that any one party is going to be able to solve. They're going to have to come together. It's going to need bipartisan compromise.
As
That's hilarious.
That said, there, everyone is to blame.
That's hilarious. We're never getting out of this. Guys, it's going to skyrocket to $50 trillion. Then we're going to default on debt. Then it's in the final game of America.
Aim for the side.
Fucking Christ. I hope you understand how bad this is for our country. 123%.
Of the debt right now. I will say this, though. Republicans.
Wonder why the stock market's not crashing. It did crash a little bit today.
In particular,
but not
they
fully.
seem to hate deficits and the national debt, except when they control
Can't have that,
the
so we gotta
government
prop it up
here. So
somehow.
how much of a problem is it for them right now?
Yeah, I mean, we see this storyline play out over and over again, where when Republicans are in the minority, they talk about needing to make serious cuts and take real action to lower the national debt. And then when they're in power, we see the debt continue to grow, if not by an even faster pace. And, you know, of course, there are the handful of conservatives in the House and the Senate who have continued to push for cuts to spending, to government spending, but of course they are always overruled by the rest of the Republicans and by President Trump in the White House, who clearly does not care so much about the national debt when he is in the White House. And I do think it's interesting when we
They will when the Democrats are involved.
look at the beginning
Just
of this
mark
term
my
of this
words.
administration, there was so much emphasis on DOGE, on limiting government spending, on taking serious actions to cut back on how much the federal government spends and wastes. And we have seen that conversation shift away, and we don't hear a lot of that same fervor from Republicans these days.
And Margaret, in the communications business, we would say there's something of an optics problem here too, because as the national debt crossed the $40 trillion threshold, President Trump was outside talking about spending on home improvements. Listen.
I'm fixing the country, we're fixing the White House too. We got rid of the asphalt here, and this is granite. It's called the flawless granite. We get the best stuff. This was all black asphalt that was in terrible shape. The grass was in terrible shape. This has all been redone. It's all been topsoiled.
Now, President Trump has shown that he has remarkable political instincts over the last 10, 12 years on some things. But this, Margaret...
Jesus Christ. And you still find a way to fucking make this friendly towards them? You fucking hacks, dude. This is why, dude.
What do you think about...
Whatever, man. When are they going to figure, like, because remember what I said about Crystal and Sagar, like, when they figure it out, it's going to be noticeable? When are they going to figure it out?
His continued emphasis on this sort of...
I can't wait for this fucking dweeb to just be like, oh, well, Donald Trump really needs to get off of his butt because America's not very happy.
Spending in home improvement and beautification around D.C.
If you're going to do the granite, it should definitely be the flawless granite. You know, look, John, there are so many different ways to look at this, but one is that since President Trump first ran a decade ago for office for the first term, the national debt has actually doubled. And bringing the debt under control was one of
God, knowing that the Trump store is closing and he's still out here doing this performative bullshit while the economy's collapsing is hilarious. Fuck it. I'm going to love this.
Commitments.
I might as well.
Way back when. And we're
The only
starting to
joy I
hear the
get.
term debt spiral more and more. And like, I'm not trying to totally alarm anyone at 7:30 in the morning, but the idea with the debt spiral is that at a certain point, your borrowing cost becomes so much that you're spending more and more taxpayer money to pay the borrowing costs. It does increase things like, it does increase not just the government's tab, but how much consumers pay when they have to borrow money, and many Americans borrow money. So something like 9 in 10 Americans, the Peterson Foundation
I need to
told us,
get
earlier
a
this year,
banger
about 9 in
because
10
I'm not watching
Americans
this sober.
think debt is a real serious problem for the country and is really going to hurt them. Most Americans think that cutting spending is the only answer, like that's the way to get it done. And the reality is, at this track, because of bipartisan spending, and you may actually have to cut spending and raise taxes. At the same time, we're looking at polling and focus groups about how Americans are feeling about the president's various construction projects, the fights over signs and that sort of thing. About 2/3 of Americans in that recent Washington Post Ipsos poll disagree with his focus on construction projects. So there is a mismatch right now politically.
Yeah, I'm sure Congress will make those tough political decisions. If there's one thing they're known for, it's difficult political decisions.
Joining me right now is Democratic Congressman Stephen Lynch
CNN
of
got
Massachusetts.
jokes.
He is a senior member of the House Financial Services Committee, of course. It's good to see you, Congressman. The national debt now stands at $40 trillion. When you first entered Congress in 2001, the national debt was at $5.81 trillion. I make that comparison to highlight how Congress debates the national debt a lot, but rarely does anything to tackle it. Why?
Well, not only don't we tackle it, we actually exacerbate the problem, Kate. So back in 2008, if you look at our national debt, we had a spike then. We bailed out the financial services industry. We bailed out the banks. That was a big spike. President Trump's first term, we added $1.7 trillion to the national debt because of his tax cut. I voted against that as well. And then recently, his one big beautiful bill also spikes adds at least another $1 trillion.
You know what my favorite thing in the future is? Having the talk with one of my fucking family members about, oh yeah, so how about the national debt? Because they talked about that with the Democrats, and they're just be like, "Well, that's not going to matter." Holy shit, Sean, what's up, bud?
To the
How
national
are
debt.
you?
And it's
Welcome
not
back,
just
bro.
Republicans. Democrats have done it too.
Yeah,
at
I was going to
times,
say,
but
to be intellectually
we haven't
honest,
had
we
the-
do need to add that Democratic presidents have, and Congresses have added to the national debt just as well.
Sitting here crashing out about the economy, and here comes Legend of Sean, the legend himself. If you guys don't know, he is a OG listener.
Absolutely, especially during difficult times during COVID.
Seriously, man, how you been?
We
Chilling?
had services were extended that also added to the national debt. No doubt
Congrats,
about
you're doing
that.
better
But we
than
just
me.
don't seem to have the willpower to do those
Ain't no chill
necessary
here.
cuts. And then we make choices like this war in Iran. That's ramping up the national debt each and every day. Some would declare that it's unnecessary, that it was a war of choice. So that decision, which did not involve Congress, is costing us a barrel of money as well.
The tax and spend Democrats. Yep. All right, let's watch the fun stuff.
You guys have it in the back? Okay, beautiful.
This is hilarious. Yeah, so Candace gave her thoughts on the entire thing. I'm glad that she played this.
You need the Jeopardy. Your team told me they had it, so
That's what I heard. Okay, there we go.
come on, guys.
Now, regarding the debates, I do want to say this. By the time Andrew Wilson whipped out his phone and read that opening statement, it was clear to me that he was going to lose. As soon as he said the much trafficked quotation of, "You're going off vibes and dreams and no evidence," I knew that he was completely unfamiliar with my content. Like, he just decided to go to Turning Point and say, "I'll do this and I'll be macho," and had done no research. And I also had this micro win because earlier, you remember, I had said that one of the terms that I wanted, that I ended up conceding, was I wanted Turning Point to claim their horse. I wanted them to say that this is our guy. And he said he didn't want that done. We all knew that he was being sent by Erica and company, but he refused that term. And
it's crazy that, like, legitimately, he
said he had nothing to do with them.
He thought this was a
And
good
then the
idea. Queen Andrew dethroned. Yep.
First 3
Queen Andrew fucking out there getting
minutes of the debate,
cooked.
he makes it perfectly clear that Turning Point USA is
Stepdaddy.
backing him with this totally awkward, I
shit,
have
you just
a
reminded me.
never before seen message
gotta set up for this
wherein
debate
he
show.
just
Oh, boy.
kind of makes Erica Kirk look like a big fat liar. Take a listen.
I hold in my possession never before seen messages from Charlie Kirk to his security team on September 9th, 2025. I'm going to share the message with you today, which is the first time this information's ever been publicly revealed.
Ooh.
On September 9th, Charlie's security team wrote to him, yes, law enforcement has been fully supportive and agreed to a security plan and posture. Tomorrow's event will be covered by both my team and the campus PD. If additional support is required, patrol units will be available. I have 11 on site. Charlie responded with this, okay, great. Remind them that they are there for one person's security only. Because I'm somewhat worried the left.
How in the fuck did the Daily Beast get this letter? Breaking. Daily Beast gets personal letter. I mean, the Daily Beast is claiming this is real, and I don't think that they'd be inviting a lawsuit. This is from Natalie Hart, Trump's alleged side piece. I'm sorry, I thought I was the only one left behind last night. I had no idea Margot's car was also pulled over and sent back to the airport since I was alone in the van outside, blah, blah, blah. Customs. I panicked. Should I call the Secret Service? First day I was told that there were no cards, so I walked away. Oh my God. She's just admitting that she fucking... This is her admitting that she was staying in the locker room.
Is
What the
trying
fuck?
to kill me.
All right, here.
That was a message sent September 9th.
We
I'm gonna pull
knew
up
that
this
there was
tweet.
always
We're
going
gonna
to
cover
be a
this after
threat,
this.
but Charlie and I we promised each other we would never live in fear.
Holy shit.
And he would say, if they're going to get me, they're going to get me. But he was not messaging people the day before saying, I'm going to be murdered. They're coming after me. Someone's going to kill me. He didn't say that. and I have his cell phone.
So for those of you who watch this show, that was the original Turning Point USA sin. That was the first episode that I did going after Erica, and I explained to people that she was lying.
Excuse me.
I said she's lying. There's no way.
You got to go,
that
Pat?
I know that this text message
gotta walk
exists,
these two rescue dogs.
and that this text
Awesome.
message was
Well,
sent from
card
Dan
collector,
Flood.
I will catch you later.
And she doesn't. This is in December. This is in December that she's joining Glenn Beck, mid-December, that she is joining Glenn Beck and asserting that she has his phone. And then Turning Point tried to claim, which we met days after, because that's when I went, this is weird. Days after that is when Erica then came to Nashville and we had this summit. And what she told me, which how Andrew is making a very, very bad mistake here, she said, well, it was on Signal and the team's messages auto-delete on Signal. And she didn't know. So
I'm just going to call this. I think that Natalie's probably, like, if anything, if she ever gets, like, fired from the White House, I would not be surprised to hear the headline that, breaking, Natalie Hart.
I guess Dan Flood didn't tell her.
Found.
I guess Andrew Colvat, who was giving messages that he thought was relevant to the police, didn't think to give them a message that said
I
the
wouldn't
left
think
is
it was
going
a
to kill me.
conspiracy. I would be like,
particularly when we sat down,
that
she was like,
her
have you seen the message?
not being able to
And I
deal
said-
with the fact that the president didn't want her.
No. And she said, oh, it said the left, and it was on Signal. And I told you guys that was a double lie. She lied again.
Crap, dude.
The message was
This is gross.
actually sent on iMessage. Well, Andrew says he's going to be dropping this message because he actually didn't want to show the message for some reason. He wanted this big sort of weird opening where people are going to go, oh, and everyone just thought it was really strange for Turning Point USA to not have presented
What
that
happened to her?
message, which
Nothing happened to her. They released a private message or a private letter. Yeah, because apparently, like, this bitch is putting out fucking, old style fucking type. Like, she types it and, like, notates it and then signs it. Proper style. Like,
actually,
trust me, guys, it's bad. Just stick around for the end of the show. I will be covering that. That's what we call a teaser in the industry.
if they really had a message that said this, their entire narrative has been the left killed Charlie Kirk. Why wouldn't you share that? That seems weird. Why didn't you share that with authorities when you were sharing messages? And Andrew, we're supposed to believe you didn't tell her for 4 months, but you told me in September. And Erica went on Glenn Beck to debunk me and say I was a liar. And now it's just
Is Erica Kirk MIA now? Surprisingly, yeah. Actually, now that you say it.
Feel bad for Turning Point
Yeah.
USA. So fingers crossed, guys, because
Let's
I
see,
always
when
have a
was the last
surprise.
time that
Fingers
Erica Kirk
crossed
showed
that
up?
Andrew, who has promised that he's going to release this on his show because he's got evidence, actually does release that message, which is supposed to be on Signal, but I know for a fact is on iMessage. So, yeah. Anyway, moving on, as soon as the actual debate begins, I sort of declined to do an opening statement because it was just weird that he did that. It had nothing to do with the debate claims, of course. It was just taking cheap shots at Candace. The first thing he does is he concedes that there's reasonable doubt that Tyler Robinson did this. PBD asks us explicitly, what percentage do you put this at? And here is what Andrew Wilson says.
Just out of curiosity, are you between 0 to 100? What is the likelihood that you think Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk and killed him?
Based on the evidence right now,
Natalie Harp sentiment. Hold on. Natalie Harp sentiment letters to Donald Trump are being fully revealed for the first time, showing her spilling her heart and saying that she's unworthy of him. You're all that matters to me. I don't want to ever let you down. That's just one line from this extraordinary letters written in 2023, either during or after Harp accommodated Trump on a trip to Scotland and Ireland. 31, Trump 76. Well,
I'd say 75, 85.
Now if we're trying to do that thing where it's just like, okay,
percent.
Yeah, it makes sense, guys. Looks just like his daughter. Like, guys, are you surprised that he found somebody that's obsessed with him that looks like his daughter and now he's going to keep her around?
Okay, I win the debate.
Hey, Republicans, wake up. Your turn. Your turn to actually be mad. I don't give a shit. Like, that's actually funny enough. One of the least bits of, like, corruption in the Trump land that I give a shit about. He's cheating on Melania? Oh, really? No way! Allegedly.
Debate. So I guess the evidence is not so overwhelming. We went from overwhelming to 75%. That's reasonable doubt. Let this man off. What? What are we even talking about? Who has ever been like, yes, 75% was overwhelming? Hey, how would you rank that restaurant? Like 75%. I was overwhelmed with how delicious the food was, and I put it at 75%. Like, what are we talking about? Why are we here? And I realized that he didn't really know why he was here. He didn't have any sort of a debate strategy other than to lie with confidence. It was just amazing to me how many times this man thought that he could just lie, not only about things that were happening in the case, but also about what was happening currently in the room during the debate. Like, we're sitting here and he just was like, I'm a wizard. I'm a wizard. I have magic. I have a magic wand, and I can just convince audiences if they didn't or did just hear something that happened 5 seconds ago. It was bonkers. I mean, the amount of people that were like, this is a strong sign of somebody with narcissistic
fucking planet
personality disorder to confidently lie and try to gaslight you. Take a listen to just 2 times he did this.
He's a wizard.
The car pulling in, that's a totally blurry.
He's a wizard, Harry.
Robinson getting out of it.
You're a wizard, Andrew.
You have no idea if that's Tyler Robinson. The fact that he is seen 4 other times on
God.
camera, the fact being just a standard white boy with brown hair was seen walking up staircase. The DNA on the roof, we should discuss that. And on the screwdriver that he left behind, it's overwhelming, man.
Yeah, but that's not an exhaustive list.
Well, just so we're clear, you did tweet it.
But it's not an exhaustive.
Yeah,
well,
but just
you
5
said
seconds ago, you should
You
concede.
said I only said this one thing and said that was overwhelming, actually.
That's not what I said.
It is. You can even pull
Patrick,
your
did
own
I say
clip.
that?
Can you fact check if that was said or not? I did not hear her say
So the
this.
thing.
You listed on your own Twitter that what you found to be convincing was something that looked like his car pulled into the driveway, a blurry image.
No, I didn't.
The standard white guy coming up the steps that could literally be anyone.
This never happened. For you, though, to say that anybody's a girl boss, right? That's like the pot calling the kettle.
Yeah, I forgot that the audio went really bad here. Jeff, what's up, dude? Jeff and
came out of your
fucking Sean.
That was
Damn.
You brought up girl boss.
Welcome back, guys. Thank you for checking in. It's always good to see some people that have been here in a minute.
Position than you.
Jeff, how's the kid? How's the band?
Girl boss positions. Like, you don't have to do this. You just do this. You could definitely not do it at all and be fine.
It literally came out of his mouth. I never said girl boss. I was just answering and asking him to explain away how he shifted his position on now he suddenly supports Erica being a CEO. And then he started bringing up a girl boss. And he did this so many times. It was stunning. And people were just going, why? Maybe he has amnesia. Maybe it's not a strategy and he has amnesia. But to just assert something with such confidence and to keep lying over and over again was just shocking to me. We were probably less than an hour into it when I realized, by the way, that he was not okay, because I wanted to address that, this bizarre strategy of public gaslighting. And he, again, wrongly, but ever confidently, filled in the wrong blank when I said, are you? And this actually ended up being one of my favorite moments. Take a listen.
You didn't mention that I mentioned the screwdriver, DNA, all of these other
Vote
things.
wiser.
You never mentioned
Here,
any
how
of
about
that.
this, dude?
So, no, you're actually incorrect there. But on top of that, moving over to the actual evidence itself.
Invite you to my Discord.
Yes, I'm okay. Anyway, back to the
Wasn't
evidence
if you're
itself.
okay.
Yes,
Actually,
I'm fine.
I'm glad you're
I'm
asserting that
interested
you're
in
okay.
checking
I wasn't
out what
worried about your
you're
health.
doing.
I really
but,
don't think by
right
that
now,
time he was
I just
okay.
can't think
It was
about this
already
right now.
apparent to
In
me
the
that he
middle
was
of
kind of coming
stuff.
apart and he didn't really have an argument. And it was very obvious that he did not watch the preliminary hearing or
Show at
any
Indy
hearing
Sunday.
for
You're
that
going.
matter.
Show in Chicago
This
Saturday.
is why he could not comprehend
Really? Where at?
the contradiction of him claiming
It's okay. Just say what bar or whatever.
and calling people
Chances are I
conspiracy
know it.
theorists. You're a conspiracy theorist, and it's because of the way that you're looking at evidence. You're making inferences off of that evidence. That's his whole thing. He couldn't comprehend the
Oh, don't apologize. It's all good.
hypocrisy of that. When in fact
I
he was
just-
doing the
yeah,
exact
for the
same
most
thing.
part.
If all of his evidence was being derived, which he felt was overwhelming, was being derived from a hearing wherein the prosecution was doing just that, looking at evidence and interpreting it however they wanted, a blurry image of a white man with brown hair. I think that's Tyler Robinson. Okay, I think that's not Tyler Robinson. He calls one a fact and the other one a conspiracy theory. This was the whole point of a hearsay.
It's going to be
the,
interesting when she starts actually saying, maybe I am left.
Hearsay Utah 1102. And if he had watched
She's
how
getting
many
closer
times they
and closer,
discussed
man.
this
I'm
1102
telling
rule,
you.
it was basically like, yeah, we allow this at this stage. It's probative.
Not that that's what I want. I'm just saying I can see the pivot coming.
He would have understood why I was pointing out this hypocrisy.
Jeff,
but he quite literally
where's that
could
show?
not grasp that concept in a way that was frustrating for me, and so much that I had to tell him, I can explain it to you, but I cannot understand it for you. Right? We all have our professional limitations. This is one of mine. I cannot. It's like being in a class and you just have that one student that's not grasping something that seems to the rest of us to be a really easy concept, and he's going, I don't understand. Why do you keep saying it's here? What is 1102? What is this? What does it matter? Because this grants us all the ability, whether inside or out of the courtroom, to look at evidence and then to infer upon that evidence. In fact, that's what people are doing in any court case, actually. Both sides are doing that.
Oh, shit.
They're in dispute.
No way.
One side is saying, I infer
All right.
this. One
Yeah,
side
let's
is
see
saying,
what time
I
is it.
infer the opposite. And here is the evidence. And the
Can I
jury makes a
go?
decision. Anyway, it was very clear to me that because he was weak on the case and didn't know anything, he wanted out of debating the evidence altogether. He didn't want to talk about the degraded prince who says, so what? So what? What do you mean, so what? I'm trying to tell you why there is just as much evidence here, the evidence that you say is enough to say that he did it, to say that he was set up as a patsy. I'm trying to prove my claim, but he said, nope, let's go to a new phase. And the next phase was very reminiscent to me of when you learn a new vocab word and you just want to
What time's the show? I'm not seeing it.
use it. It was like a term he had just learned yesterday or something.
There's no way. This is a show. They're not just playing like a bar show, right? Unless this has like a...
That term was positive evidence. He just thought that if I keep saying it,
Oh,
people
there
at
it is.
home will think I'm
Never
really
mind.
smart
Never
and
mind.
intellectual. And
Found it.
frankly,
Never
it
mind.
just came across as bizarre. Like this is just a little bit of him saying positive evidence.
And nope.
Let's talk about the Foreign Legion.
sucks.
Sure.
Was the Foreign Legion, do you believe, trying to kill you?
What time is that at?
Yes, that's why I reported it to the correct officials in government. That's what I was told, and I handed over that information to Tulsi Gabbard's office.
What's your best piece of
Well, he paid $300K to debate this. You'd think he would actually know something about it.
evidence for that?
Well, it was told-
Positive evidence.
this would be at a professional limitation for me to then go and probe that information that I handed over. I can't do that. I'm not
But
the
you
United
don't have
States
any
government.
positive evidence of
Okay,
that,
okay.
right?
Liz, I don't. Can you just stop? It's actually just like annoying to hear you keep saying positive evidence
Do you have any positive evidence whatsoever that Israel killed Charlie Kirk?
that he stopped and ate at Chick-fil-A, which if you are into LGBTQ issues, wouldn't be your lunch before you go kill Charlie Kirk for LGBTQ issues, because
Yeah, but do you have positive evidence?
we cannot say for certainty that Israel called the shots and this is how it happened. But it is
Jeff, I can't find
definitively,
anything
I
on the
think, a
show.
thread that a lot of us would like
Do
to
you
see.
say there's
I'm
no
looking at their
positive
site,
evidence?
too.
Don't you think that like tens of
Yeah, if they're at
thousands or
Cobra,
hundreds
fuck.
of thousands of people
check
would
'em out.
want to know what Candace Owens' positive
got time.
evidence for why it is
No, I
that
don't.
Israel and France were involved
So you know what
in
time
the
it's
most
at.
traumatic public assassination of Gen Z's lifetime is? She had no positive evidence Israel's involved in anything.
Hey,
No
Tokas.
positive evidence that France is involved in anything. No positive evidence TPUSA is involved in anything. No positive evidence that Erica Kirk
Not even
is
sure where
involved
you're
in
at politically, but welcome to the show.
anything.
Genuinely, like it was maddening. I just like, could you just stop saying that term? You do not sound smart. You don't need positive evidence for your opinion.
Thank you. Thank you. For fuck's sake, dude. He was doing this during the debate with me.
You just don't. You're like, hey.
He started bringing up shit about some fucking Christian orthodoxy where I'm just like, I was never an Orthodox Christian, motherfucker. Like, what? Oh, so, well, what does that mean in the context of Orthodox? It's like, oh, God.
I think chicken
always
sandwiches
plays
are
that game.
better than cheeseburgers. But what's your
Lots of
positive
gay people that
evidence?
eat Chick-fil-A. A
But,
lot of
like,
them
I
don't
just-
care. Yeah.
I just think that. Well, what's your you have
Look, I
to have
still-
positive evidence. How
I
would
ain't gay, but I eat Chick-fil-A because, yeah, fuck it.
have to have-
Like, I'm sorry, dude. I get it. BDS this, BDS that. I'm living one life, and I got a chicken place that's near me that's kind of affordable as opposed to some of the other chicken places. So, you know what? Fuck it. Eating some chicken. Plus, those waffle fries are fire.
positive evidence
And that sauce. God damn it.
for me receiving a threat
Christians are so hateful, but they make some delicious fucking chicken.
and me taking it to the authorities? Could you imagine if the world worked like that? Like you receive a threat.
I still drink Coca-Cola. I still go to Starbucks. I don't listen. If you want to boycott, you do you. You do you. I'm just saying it, guys. I am going to hold to my convictions, my political convictions. I will still vote for what I want to see happen. But this is the shit where I'm like, I just don't care. I don't care. Like I said, life's too fucking short to put that much thought into just like being politically correct. And I hate bringing that phrase back, but it's true.
And someone's like, hey, you
just
should know
don't
if this
care.
person's plotting to kill you. And you go to the police station and you're like, here's the person who told me
You
this.
like Cane's? Cane's is different, though. They don't have, like, chicken sandwiches. They just do, like, the chicken fingers. And their chicken fingers are fucking... I don't know, man. You got to go at the right time. I've only been to Cane's one time where I didn't get some soggy-ass chicken fingers.
He's going to kill me. And the police are like, well, what's your
Now,
positive evidence?
Dave's Hot Chicken is where it's at if you're going for a chain restaurant.
My positive evidence, I'm reporting the threat, officer. I don't know how. I
being
want you
real.
to do your job now.
Dave's all
and
day.
go figure out if this is viable. They're telling me this. Well, what's your positive evidence? My positive evidence is me coming to you.
Is Chick-fil-A on the BDS list? I already don't really eat there, so I guess that's not a problem for me. I don't fucking know. I'm literally I'm speaking out of my ass. I don't know. I know they're on the, anti-gay chicken list.
With the evidence that I have and expecting you to investigate it because that's your duty. I mean, that limitation.
Bojangles rules.
It was really funny. I saw a meme. I think we're going to actually show it later of people just being like, "Does he think that people
Wait, Cane's ask for extra done? Oh, really? That's the trick?
if you think the FBI is involved and you
thank you,
think
Jeff.
that they planned this assassination, that the government's going to help you
You got
find
Popeyes
the
last year. It's garbage. Yeah, Popeyes went downhill.
positive evidence for this stuff?" Like, well, JFK, I guess it was all above board because you have to have positive evidence. And only the CIA can give you that positive evidence, and they've blacked out the documents, so you just can't speculate about it. I mean, it's just bonkers. I'm allowed to think what I think about Erica Kirk. I think she's suspicious, and then I remind
they
him.
use meat glued chicken giblets. Well, just like the pink slime from dude. I had some chicken nuggets yesterday from McDonald's, and they were fucking fresh as shit and fire. You know why? Because I'm trash. I can barely afford to eat, and you know what? That was affordable. So fuck off.
I flip the script
At some point, this is going to go from funny to being depressing.
and I say, well, what's your positive evidence for you having asserted, as he did before he went to Turning Point USA headquarters in May, he tweeted that he thinks that Erica Kirk is too retarded.
I'm going to just say it, man. This is the shit that drove me crazy about the left before I became a leftist was this. Just like the policing of fucking like, oh, you still drink Starbucks? Oh, you still listen to so-and-so? Oh, you still do... Who the fuck cares?
To kill her husband. And so I'm like, well,
my God, if they vote for the better of the things, then that's what you want. Okay? You don't need people to be perfect all the fucking time. And honestly, I'm kind of tired of pretending that any of you were ever fucking perfect to begin with.
What's your positive evidence for that?
Because that's the number one thing is if you guys are holding other people to certain standards, make sure that you, with fucking certainty, can say that you hold yourself to that fucking standard consistently every single fucking time.
Are you allowed to just have opinions? And then he's like, oh.
And if you can, congratulations, pats on the back, high five. Guess what? No one gives a fuck.
Oh, I'm allowed to have opinions. And he says he thinks that all women
that felt
are
great to
retards.
say.
And sure, if you're sitting across from a woman that you're paying $100,000
that honestly, I have been waiting to say some shit like that.
an hour to speak to. I don't think anyone's walking away thinking that women are dumb in this situation. That's my opinion. I have no positive evidence, but I think most people walked away and
You're
thought
mean.
you were the idiot.
Yep.
Anyway, next
Apparently.
he did what he was obviously sent here to do, and you could just see his whole posture is changing. He's not feeling confident. He realizes he just said the words positive evidence too many times. Nobody cares. No one thinks you're brilliant, and it's quite annoying. And then it moves to this phase where it's very obvious to me that he is trying to entrap me in a lawsuit by getting me to complete sentences in a way that would fall into legal defamation, right? He's asking me and he's surprising me. And this is very Steven Crowder coded, like to have clips, just so you guys in the background. We told them, if you want to send us clips ahead of time. And
Okay, this is hilarious.
as you saw, we had no
The
clips
fact that
planned.
they, like, that
we just
she
said, we just
was
want
like,
fact checkers
yeah,
in there
I mean,
because we may arrive at
like,
certain
she
points
offered
where we
a way
dispute what
for
we're
this to
saying. And
not
rather
be
than going back and
awkward.
forth with like, yes, they did say this, or yes, she did, or Kathy Nesser did, we can just ask them to do a quick fact check.
Yeah.
And because a lot
then in the earpiece, they were supposed to go to PBD, and PBD was going to
interrupt and just be like, okay, so we just got a fact check here, and it turns out that Candace was right, and we're sorry, Andrew, but we have found that you're so full of shit that it's coming out of your ears, as one Pep Talk's father used to say.
Of information going on in this case, and sometimes you just
I met his father once at one of my pyramid schemes. I mean, when I say pyramid scheme, I mean just a business plan shaped like a triangle.
genuinely forget things. As I did, genuinely, I didn't accuse him of lying. I said, I don't remember the text about the surveillance thing. Can we get a fact check on that? And we did. That was the purpose of having fact checkers. Never did I imagine, of course, because he didn't
Allegedly. Hope not too much time went past.
share who his
on
team
that
was,
one.
or I maybe would have considered it that he was what he really spent his time doing while I was prepping for the debate. He was prepping to try to do some gotcha clips and to come in as Erica
Is that
Kirk's
supposed
lawyer.
to be if Bernie Sanders was Patrick Bet David? You're mean.
Yeah, I'm.
Wait, okay. Patrick Bet David sounds like. Wait a minute. Patrick Bet David sounds just like Gene Simmons. My name is Gene Simmons. Did you know that before KISS, the letter K had not existed, so technically KISS owns the letter K. My name is Gene Simmons. Patrick Bet David, did you know that before the pyramid schemes, I did the triangle schemes? It was much more simple, two-dimensional, brought the two biggest idiots I've ever met in my entire life, Andrew and Vinny. And I'm very happy to. Wait, is it Andrew?
Not with Turning Point USA, but if I got to get you on record.
Adam. No, I'm sorry. His name is Adam.
With defaming Turning Point USA, and he did this in a way
Candace
that
Owens is a stupid person. You ain't gonna find any disagreement on that with me.
could not have been more obvious of trying.
Oh yeah, dude. Fucking, she can be stupid all day. Watching stupid people's fun.
To sort of trick me
Sounds
into
like a
a
hobby for me.
lawsuit. Take a listen.
Do you have any evidence that Erica Kirk or TPUSA participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk?
I've never said they participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk, so how could I say that I have evidence they participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk?
Okay. So
Oh, by the way, that was my impression of Vinny. Adam.
And you don't believe that they did?
I never
Have I seen
said
her
that
time
statement.
traveling vids? I've watched the one. Yeah, those are the ones where, well, not time traveling. It's like mental time traveling, and then Charlie talks to her, right?
And so I'm not going to get you to ask me personal questions about things that I've never said on record.
Okay. That officer, the first officer that was up on the roof,
Mhm.
do you remember his name?
Officer
Oh
Badger.
shit, Bandit! Thank you. I really appreciate that, man. Thank you for the $5.
At Bandit and 11 $5. Wondering if by next presidential debate season, if AI will be advanced enough to do real-time fact-checking while the debate is going on.
That's legitimately a really good question. Yeah, because I mean, in theory, it should already be there, right?
Christopher?
Christopher. When Christopher got up
How
on-
bad do you think that Andrew wanted to say a racial slur? Badly.
you talk a
Fucking
lot about how
badly.
his camera died.
Well, he talked a lot about that during
Yeah,
the
about his
preliminary
camera
hearing.
died.
Yeah.
Do you think that he planted that screwdriver up there?
No.
No. Who do you think planted it?
We're just going on my
I
my
just
lack
thought
of
of a joke
opinion.
I can't even
Of
say
course.
here.
At this stage, I would say that I don't buy his assertion on the stand that he
Oh,
didn't
man.
check to see if anybody went onto the rooftop.
All that time he
before,
couldn't. That's
he
why
got
he's
up.
doing this shit. You see his fucking foot where he's like, I can't even like really do it. Like he
There-
was twitching out the whole time.
Do you think that it's possible? It's at least plausible that the screwdriver was planted. I don't believe him. What I can say strongly is that his cam died at just the right time. His body cam died at just the right time. I think that, as you were just grilling me about whether or not I had got the merchant receipt for a debit,
Oh, I mean, at that point, why wouldn't you just have a snus or something
Hard.
like that?
that kind of makes difficult that we just have to sort of trust that a screwdriver was found and we don't have any should be evidence of a police body cam.
That right there is why it is impossible for me to think that Erica Kirk is not complicit somehow. Because what?
Those two thoughts actually don't
Well, this is
even follow.
weird as
How
fuck
would
to
it be
watch
the case
Candace
that
watching
even if
Candace
Eric
watching
Kirk
Candace?
did believe
That
that
was
Tyler Robinson was 100%
meta.
responsible
I think I've
for the
done that
death
one
of
time.
Charlie Kirk? Let's just say she believed it with every fiber of her being, believed all the evidence, because she did. She just actually did.
Pep
Would it
watching
then
Pep
follow
watching
that
Pep?
somehow she's complicit in his death?
Oh, guys, you remember when I screwed up my screen and I almost made myself sick?
I didn't say implicit in death. You added those two words.
That was
Okay,
wild,
so what is she
man.
complicit in?
Yes.
My brain caught like
Look
the
at his
third one and all of a
face.
sudden just went.
You could just see it. You could just see the dishonesty there, right? So what she complicit, it's like that sentence was so planned. That was so planned. Complicit in his death. That's not what we were discussing. We were talking about the fact, Erica, I forgive him, implies that Tyler Robinson is guilty. Tyler Robinson is up for the death sentence. And when you are someone who is going around signaling to the public that this person did it, and we assume that you have more evidence, you've seen something, which was the broad
That
assumption as I explained.
sweet chewy
and it comes
forever.
to find out that you had nothing different than the public had. People are going to go, this feels wrong. This feels like wrongdoing. Like you're potentially, getting a jury, what could be a jury, to believe that this is the person who committed murder, and the consequence he will face is death. So I could just see that move there. If that was so Daily Wire coded, I would say. They love lawsuits. They love legal entrapments. That's what that felt like to me. And I could sense it from a mile away. And then I could sense that he was growing frustrated that I would not take the bait. I'm smarter than that. And I then called him out for having played 3 Erica clips like in a row. You're sitting here saying you're not here on behalf of Turning Point USA, but you start with an opening text that only Turning Point USA could have given you, that they have not given to the public, and now you're playing 3 clips in defense of her. Yeah, that then led to, because he started getting agitated, that I didn't take the bait. So he's like failed on 1, he's failed on 2. That then led to the internet's most awkward silence, where he just says that I'm not allowed to speak. And by the way, because he lies with confidence, people who were watching this thought that there must have been something contractually that prevented me from speaking or allowed him to pepper questions at me. Both are false. That's what makes this especially funny. There's absolutely no contract clause that I allowed him to sit me for a deposition, because I refused it immediately. I was like, that just sounds crazy. And there was no contract clause that suggested that I couldn't ask him questions at any point in our discussion, not even kind of, sort of. He was just genuinely coming apart and growing really antsy. And he lies with so much confidence that the internet just assumes, like, no, there must be something. No, there was nothing. What? Here's that painful internet silence. Yeah, I mean, can I ask a question? I know it's been, or like, can I ask a question? Or are we
Not
just
really. I'm just gonna.
Okay.
We're gonna hold to the actual contract itself.
Hold on.
The contract does not say that you are allowed to just question me without me being able to respond to you.
I've never said you
or
can't
have
respond.
a conversation.
You've been able to respond to every question I've asked you. And by the way, the other thing is like,
Let's have it your way. I want it to look like
Still happy
we've
to have
done
the
everything
debate.
Andrew wanted to, so that people can fairly assess.
Apparently, Bill O'Reilly almost broke out into tears in a debate against Chris Cuomo. We'll check that out after this.
That's the situation. So you
Something
have it your
else
way. I
really
will not
fun.
ask a
Check out,
question.
too.
Totally fair with me.
No.
So are you good with her asking a question or
He
no?
said no.
Waiting for the clip.
Okay. So you want to wait for the clip first. Okay.
This
You
is
guys
so
have it in the
painful.
back. Okay, beautiful.
I'm so glad that she didn't edit this.
You need the Jeopardy.
You told me they had it, so
Copyright
that's what I heard.
specific
Okay, yeah, come
music
on, guys.
playing. Do ba ba do boop ba do ba 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 do ba do.
It was so painful. So what I think happened was, because I called him out, I said, like, you have 4 Erica Kirks, and he was like, I wasn't 4, and PBD's like, it was 3. I think what happened was they had another Erica Kirk in queue, and then they just abandoned it. They just were like, we can't run this, and so then they ran this totally irrelevant, what was supposed to be a Lance bomb, but I naturally corrected myself very early on in our discussion, and I didn't realize that he was plotting this as some like big explosion. Like, Candace got it wrong. They never officially said that Lance's DNA was on the
PBD is
rifle.
mansplayed.
And so they just kind of played that, and it was weird.
Can't always fucking squeeze them nuts.
I allowed it. I totally allowed the silence because never get in the way of your opponent when they're making.
Okay, can I just say, for some of y'all that have a problem with mansplaining, some of y'all don't have some big ass balls in between your fucking legs that you gotta fucking make sure that you don't squeeze like a fucking nutcracker over here.
A mistake. It was such a completely nutty thing to say and to do. No, I'm just going to wait for the clip. You can't say anything. And it was a lie. And I thought, let him do this because it's just going to demonstrate his emotional instability, that he is trying to assert control because he knows that he's lost it. Also,
actually, that's what I should do next time that I'm debating Andrew. I should just make shit up the entire debate. And then when he's just like, you made that up, it's like, yeah, just like you do.
I was not
Like,
going
here you
to
go.
argue with him about a non-existent contract
How's
clause
that
and
feel,
waste energy.
bitch?
I mean, or just debate about the
Wait, that
contract
wasn't the win I
seemed
thought it was.
ridiculous.
Oh.
And lastly, if you consider it, I made $418.63 during that 16-second silence. What is there to complain about? You want me to be quiet? What do you? Okay. I gotcha. I'll be silent. It's a lot of money to make to be quiet. Then came the most viral moment after he permitted me to speak again.
Yeah, it's not like Soup Pants breathe either.
After the clip was a nothing burger. And it happened accidentally, okay? So I felt bad that viewers had to listen through him simping for Erica for so long. We had agreed to discuss this case. I, as you know, had said to him, we should discuss the screwdriver, we should discuss the towel. And I tried to then change the topic back to the case. And I made the wrong assumption that Andrew Wilson
Still
had read
alive?
the
Yes,
last
sir.
filing, the
Yes,
filing
sir.
for dismissal, which dropped 2 days before our
Although
debate.
technically, I mean, I'm going in like my 4th hour.
And my pop.
Hey, wait a minute. Where were you? No, seriously, man. I hope everything's good with you. I know that you've been on vacation and shit, but yeah, what's going on? Yeah, I hope that you left me to do the panel. I had to take over. By the way, like not even blowing smoke up your ass. You're a fucking fine producer, my friend. After taking over today, that made me really appreciate what you do.
Positive evidence for that assumption was that Andrew Wilson himself.
Although I did figure out how we can do this from now on, since I do have the premium account and good internet. If you want to set up things, just make sure that you have the YouTube videos and just send them over in the private chat, and then we can do it that way.
Had tweeted about the filing as
First
though
stream
it was
back
helpful
will be
to
on
his
Tuesday. Sweet. Dude, you know what? Leave it to my wife to have your back, dude. Like, she literally was just like, yeah, he's on vacation. Chill.
case. He tweeted about the filing, and they were all lying about what the filing
You knew you
was.
were
And
right.
here he retweeted somebody else who said, skimmed it.
Yeah,
but
we
Tyler
kind of figured
Robinson
that out today. We ran into a problem with Hank, and like we had doubling up on audio and shit, and we were just like, oh wait, we could just do this like where you send me the link and I could put it. Oh, dude, we figured it out in real time. It's fire.
defense is on absolute life support.
Yeah, you heard Letterhack. Oh, he quit. No, he already quit. He nuked his channel. He's done doing content. Yeah, but you know what? I get it. I kind of get where he's coming from. Where's Uni? She is probably watching upstairs.
And then he wrote back, picked a hell of a week. So I was like, obviously, he
She was doing a
must have
diamond
read this
painting
filing.
last time I
And
checked.
I read through the filing, and just to show you,
What was the final straw?
as I do with everything for those
I
of you
don't
guys who've
want
been
to speak
following me
for
since
him.
the
I'll just say, like in the thing that he said, just negativity and streaming and realizing he didn't necessarily need to be doing this.
they marked it up, took
But-
notes, and
Yeah.
thought there were some really compelling
His
arguments
legacy
here. So
lives
I
on.
came prepared
Hell,
that
me and
we
Alex
were going
right
to
here,
discuss
we're
the
proof
most
of
recent
that.
filing as one of his wrong talking
What's
points.
Uni's
that
username?
Tyler
Uni
Robinson
Moogle.
admitted to the text messages being real.
Uni like unicorn, Moogle like Moogle from Final Fantasy.
Or one thing or another. So I also just sort of thought that even if he didn't read the book, he would have at least read the last chapter before taking the exam. You know what I mean? Every person knows that if you're going to try to BS and pretend that you read the book, you better read the last chapter in case a character dies before you try to write an essay, right? And I was wrong. I was
I'm about to
floored
run
when I
upstairs and
saw
tell
him
her to
again
get on
do that
chat.
obvious tell
Yeah, fuck it.
of
You
his
know what?
false
I'll be
bravado,
right
of just
back.
lies. of course. I mean, the manner that this man lies, it should be taught in a psych course. I've never seen anything like it, and I just recognized it. Now I was familiar with his style. When I asked him which charge specifically he thought Tyler Robinson was guilty of, it was because I wanted to make sure I didn't make an assumption that he was more flexible in other areas as we dove into this recent filing. And when he did the false, of course, bring it up, I went, oh, he doesn't know
she's stopping
any
on.
of them. And so this obviously became
she's
the
playing a
most
game.
discussed moment. This man came in to debate Tyler Robinson's guilt and did not know guilty of what. Take a listen.
There she is.
Which one of the charges against, or all of them, do you think Tyler Robinson is guilty of?
The specific charge?
Yeah.
Yeah. So what I think is that Tyler
Gamescom
Robinson
Tuesday, 2 p.m.
shot Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, but of the 7 charges that he's being charged.
Yeah. Can we list them real quick? I'll tell you exactly which ones.
2
We'll
for
pull them
me.
up.
Well, do you know any
One?
of the charges that he's up for right now?
Shit.
Yeah, of course. But
Can
I
you-
want to
can you
make sure
name
that we
one?
have them listed.
Yeah, but like can you name one? Because my general perspective is that you don't actually care about this case. You're not following
Is that
the
it?
case.
That's the
Yeah.
question.
Tuesday. So if it's at 1 my time, I'm not off till 2 from my This Space show.
You're just not following it enough.
It seems pretty like if you're going to engage and you're going to say the evidence is overwhelming that Tyler Robinson is guilty, I just think that you should. Like,
All right.
Can you tell me one?
Then let's do the
charge that
counter.
he's-
You can really hang on. This is a great gotcha.
No. You just got to ask me, play
Yeah.
clips out of context,
Yeah,
put me
yeah.
in the
Say
hot
hello
seat.
to
So
everybody.
please just answer the
This
question.
is fair.
Can
Name
you
all
name-
7 since
can-
you've been following the case.
Okay, sure.
Go ahead.
You name one.
Yeah, you named all 7.
I'm happy to do that, but can you name one?
I think he's been charged with murder.
That's actually incorrect.
Okay, great. Now name all 7.
He doesn't even. This is like.
Name all 7.
And I.
Can
I
you
think
name all 7?
I can.
Then do it.
Sure. You don't have to
Do
put
it. No, do it. I'll count them. Go ahead.
You don't
Name
have to
'em.
put your fingers up. I
Okay,
can do
hang on.
that.
Name them.
Yeah, sure.
Name them.
You
The
knew where you're
first
playing
charge
your
is
block
aggravated murder,
game?
because that's what carries
Okay.
a death sentence
So
in the
murder.
state of No,
Next.
that's not. That is literally not murder.
Okay.
And so
Next.
just for people, no, don't. I don't have to do it in a time limit. There's nothing going on.
God.
Just
Okay, so right there, that was the most fire moment of the entire debate, and I got to give her all the credit in the world. Shutting him down, saying, "No, we don't have a time limit. Don't try to bully me into giving you an answer on your timetable. That's not how this works."
Explain to people the difference of why that really matters and shows that he doesn't actually care about this at all is because aggravated murder, it's narrowly defined
Just
and because
avoiding
it
the
carries
question.
a death sentence. I'm going to answer the question.
Okay,
You're
I'm
just going to
waiting.
recognize that your strategy of thinking that people are intimidated when you try to put a time constraint doesn't work,
Yeah.
and you'll be better the next time you debate
I got
someone.
it. I got it. Give me the other ones.
yeah, the more you cut me
Brick
off, the longer I'll
breakers.
take.
Yes, she's. I think. Is that what it's called? Brick breakers.
Do you want to just wait for me to finish of why that's a big difference so that
No, I
people
just
don't walk
want you
away?
to list.
It's this cool game where, like, yeah, she you gotta go to the certain bricks you can see through them, and you gotta like figure out where the configuration is as far as like where the screw ends up.
The charges.
Yeah,
It's cool as
I'm
shit.
going to do that. You just don't get to pretend that there's a time constraint for me to do that.
Well, how long
Watch
does
her
it take
play
you
it
to list
for,
7
like-
charges?
Because I'm speaking.
Longer
you just
than was
got,
comfortable
like
because
you're
she
just
doesn't like when
delaying
people
it 'cause
watch
you don't know.
over
I
her shoulder.
know all 7 of them,
Then
and I'm
tell
going to
me
say
them.
again because you're going to get embarrassed. You're don't have to rush this. I'm also showing an example of a very flawed debate strategy. I
Okay,
actually
well, I
am under
got
no
one.
time constraint.
I got one.
Great. The second charge is the felony discharge of a weapon. The next 2 charges are for obstruction of justice.
Okay.
The next 2 charges are for witness tampering. And the
And what's
final
the specific charges, though?
that is them. Obstruction of justice,
Both of
obstruction
those-
of justice, witness tampering, witness tampering.
Okay, and there's no other specifics to them.
Well, I can tell you why he's being
No,
charged
no,
with
no.
it.
Just the charges, and then 7.
Yeah, see, the bad thing is when you try to be an a-hole and it doesn't work.
What's the 7th?
The last charge is violence in front of a minor.
Okay, got it. So then he's being charged with murder.
Shook, shaken. I'm like, it's just, I can't even imagine what it must be like. I mean, I know his wife is equally as bad, but it's just such a liar. Like, why say, of course, why not just say, I actually don't know the specific charges, which would have been crazy, but it's this false bravado. This is how he debates. He just lies confidently and just lies. And then when you recognize it and you call him out on the lie, he falls apart and he starts sinking more and more and more into the chair, sweating, developed some things in his teeth, and that entire personality of a man just could never jive with me. Like I would never for a single second be intimidated by that because it's, like I said, false provocation.
What's it called, Uni? This is the one time I'll just be like,
There's nothing here that's remotely intimidating.
targeted ads. Yeah. Well, trust me, if they're giving her puzzle games in her ads, yes, those are targeted.
Idiot dressed up as some like
She loves her some
blood
puzzle
sport
games.
debater, bro. There's nothing weaker than not just saying,
Screwed
"Oh, I
'em,
don't know
that's
that." I
what
would
it
like
was
to
called,
know what
yeah.
the answer to that is, and I was hoping we would actually be
Although
able to have that
Brickbreaker, I think
constructive
you would
dialogue.
like
I was
Uni.
upset that we could not spend more time discussing this case. And once that happened, he was completely
that's
deflated.
enough,
and
dude.
Andrew
Why do you do this?
Wilson was very lost, and
Every
it was
single
almost
time
like he
you
had to
come down,
remember
now
things
it's
they
the
wanted
same
him to
thing.
bring up. It was very obvious that his foot just wanted out. I think his foot wanted to tell the truth. The foot was just, it wanted out. They were like, oh, the foot holds the truth, you know? Andrew lies, but the foot just doesn't want to be there. His boot, he was literally shaking in his boots. I don't know what was going on there. And he couldn't kind of regain any sort of composure.
No, you just, nope.
I didn't understand
Good arm, Joe.
anything he was getting at beyond that. He started that bizarre inquisition about my show's timeline, demanding to know why it was my show's official timeline and why I had included Tyler Robinson and
Give me
Penwood
those
eating a
slow
steak.
blinks.
I don't know if he's
you
just averse
do
to
that.
organization. Like I love organizing. Timelines make sense to me. I love highlighting them. I love putting timestamps. I'm very proud of that. I don't know what he was getting at. He just wanted to know. I'm like, I spoke to the owner. The owner told me that he pulled the receipts, that it was Tyler Robinson's receipt. And so I included this on my timeline. And then the receipt that was shared was the real receipt. And then he's like, well, why didn't you ask the merchant? Like, he's like, this is still not evidence. You gotta call Visa and MasterCard. I mean, take a listen to what he said. It was so absurd.
You're stuck.
Well, the reason I'm asking you is because you always include it in your timeline that he traveled to the steakhouse.
Yeah, we've been building a timeline with things that we feel are
But is there any actual
Utah 1102
evidence?
approved. I think speaking to the owner, knowing that there's a receipt, seeing the receipt is good enough to put on our timeline.
But the receipt itself, the question I always had about it is, couldn't you just call the merchant? Like if I've ever had a merchant account, I just call the merchant account processor and say, what's the name on this?
Yeah, I would stay tuned. I feel that having spoken to the owner, that the evidence is compelling enough to put onto my personal timeline of what took place on that day. That's where it's going to stay. And if it gets debunked, I'm happy to take it off. If that's what you mean, that's how an investigation works. Like I said, I did more than enough. It would definitely pass the test by the Utah 1102 rule, for sure, for certain.
To be submitted as hearsay.
Well, yeah, beyond that, because they didn't even have receipts. They were like, Bob told me this.
But the question is, the receipt itself, it has not been verified to have been Tyler
Yeah, I just want to
Robinson's,
say you're
right?
holding me to a higher standard than you are.
I'm not even holding it.
in
I'm
the
just
prosecution.
asking specifically.
Yeah, I've been very forthcoming. I've told exactly what happened. I spoke to the owner. I got the tip, and
So should that be
chased
added
it down.
in an official timeline that
It's
you
in
give?
my timeline. It's my show, and we can add and subtract what we want, and we do. If
You
we
can
get
do
something
what you
wrong,
want, sure, but
Well,
I'm
I just wanted to
asking,
make sure.
should you include a thing that you know hasn't actually been verified to be Tyler Robinson's?
Yes, you should. If we're trying to build a timeline, you should. Yeah.
You don't think that falls
And then
under...
you should remove it if someone somehow debunks it. But I think that there is very strong evidence that is where he was, and that
What's
is,
the strong evidence? Just the two people who said that they saw him?
You know, I'm actually all good with being. I feel like
Okay.
I've sufficiently answered your question about how I got
All
the
right, fair enough.
information.
By the
what
way,
happened
Alex,
next,
fire
with the
comic
next
from this
stage of
week.
this investigation being
called The
somebody
Last Driver
accessing
by Sean
his,
Murphy.
knowing what his debit card was and confirming it. Yes, and I do
Definitely
believe
check
that
it
will
out.
happen. If it does not happen and it gets debunked, I'll remove it from my personal timeline that I share on my show. He's like the first person account of the server saying that he served him. They contacted the FBI. He shared his experience. He recognized Tyler Robinson on the news. He gave an interview. The owner, I spoke to him. He said, he's like, none of that is positive evidence. I'm legitimately held to a higher standard than the FBI. Meanwhile, we got the lead investigator on the case.
Yeah,
up
that
there,
actually
and
kinda
they're
makes sense,
asking
though.
him during the preliminary hearing,
Like the way
how
that
did you
they're doing
know
this shit,
that the maroon
it makes a
person
lot of
walking up
sense.
the
Where they're trying to
stairs
discredit
was the
content
same
creators, so
person
it's yeah.
as the individual who was wearing the black shirt later that day, and he says they were both wearing Converse sneakers. Andrew says that's compelling.
Yeah, that's
Tweets that
circumstantial
that's
at
part of the
best.
overwhelming evidence. Okay, they're both me. Did you call Visa and MasterCard beyond speaking to all of these people beyond the receipt? Did you call to confirm a Visa but the merchant, that this was in fact the Tyler Robinson who was up. No, actually, I haven't done that. But you know what? My timeline is going to stay my timeline. I'm proud of my timeline. I'm a very organized person. My pantry is very clean. I love the Container Store.
I know him from Chrononauts, but yeah.
I use label makers for everything, even my seasonings in my cabinet. I have label makers in my refrigerator.
No, it's really good.
So I will not allow you to tell me about how my timeline should be organized. That's what I want to say. I almost lost it there. Suburban moms who have organized
He even
pantries,
admitted that was
stand
pretty
up.
much based off, like, if he could write the driver games. I was like, oh, sweet.
At the end of the
Love those
day,
games.
I am so embarrassed for Turning Point USA. I cannot imagine Erica hugging this person. I've got to show you guys more clips of him. He is literally disgusting. Right?
Yeah, it's really
and
good.
they thought this guy was going to be
It
able to
reads
take me
upside down.
I was
It's
trained
cool.
by Charlie Kirk, and they sent
like
me
a-
Andrew
reads like a banner.
Wilson. But I will say on a positive note, it was bittersweet because it was just amazing to remember all of those things that Charlie told me not to do, not to fall for. Don't start attacking him personally. I did not engage in that. He opened with that ad hominem attacks against me. Remembering to always overstudy. Like I took it very seriously. Obviously,
Twitch just crashed.
I was not planning gotcha clips, but I was marking up filings, reminding myself, rewatching the preliminary hearing, going back to the timeline to remind myself because so much has transpired, obviously, in 11 months. And Charlie used to always tell me that you see people get crushed in these sorts of debates who are overconfident, and then there's just like the one kid who asks a question that throws them off and it goes viral. So never underestimate your opponent. I didn't know what to expect, and I obviously not expect that he was just going to be one of these weird middle-aged men with gotcha clips. I thought he was genuinely going to read at least one of the case filings or know one of the charges, but it was like I said, good to go through that again, and to be studying and to do the thing that he said with the note cards. I did every single thing that Charlie told me to do, and to stay calm when they're trying to poke you.
Yeah, Twitch just
Be
went
aware
down.
of people that are trying to put you into these sorts of legal traps. And it genuinely,
At
when
least for
it
me.
concluded, we were just
You guys are
like,
still watching
cheering.
on
We
Twitch.
were so happy.
I'm sorry, I have no
bittersweet,
way
obviously,
of
because
seeing
I
what's
never
going
thought
on.
in any of that. Learning with Charlie that it would one day be me debating someone that his organization clearly sent. But such is life. And I'm happy that it is me that is exposing what his organization has become in the wake of his assassination.
Ah, no, don't do that because that's Kanye. I forgot that she uses Kanye. Oh, okay, we're back. Okay, we're back. I'm still live on Twitch. So the problem was I got a black screen of death and then nothing but the circle. So that was weird. All right, here we go. And then this one's on Hassan. Here's your homework, Hassan.
But I want you to remember this because this is not the first time, as what Hassan is describing, we had an event that could potentially, I'll say allegedly, be coordinated by the feds, which was meant to cause a left-right war. Here is your homework, Hassan Piker. I also see
I was not prepared for this.
that they are now pushing
I'm just
this
gonna say it.
idea
I wasn't
that
prepared for her to
I am
directly.
united with Hassan Piker. He is a streamer on the left, and I learned in this clip that I'm about to show you that Blake Neff tweeted because it's their new line of attack against me. Here's what Blake Neff wrote. He wrote, Hassan Piker is openly celebrating Candace Owens, calling her a queen because she single-handedly undermined the effort.
Do they not know satire at all? Like, God
Martyrize
damn,
Charlie to
every
go after
time.
the violent radical left. Hassan says that Tyler Robinson
Hassan's
probably did
out there
it. My heart
saying
says
that
go
he-
Candace go because she's helping the left so much. The radical pro-violence left knows exactly what a gift
Who's this
Candace
guy?
and her ilk
Blake
are
Neff?
to
Neff?
them. Okay,
Like
so
Neff.
I would like to actually hear
name.
or have you guys hear what Hassan Piker said, and I would like to
Hassan
respond
already
to this since
responded
they're
to
all
this.
pushing this
Well, I didn't watch Hassan today, so I'm watching this raw.
round because we're supposed to accept the Fed slop of left versus
care what
right.
he
And
has to say
again,
about
you're
it.
gonna
I
hear
care
him
about
say
what
that
I
had
have
him
to say
blocked
about
for
it.
years. So it's even
Damn.
more ridiculous that they're trying to pretend or allude to the idea of this partnership between
Strap
me
in,
and
folks.
Hassan Piker. But take a listen to what he says.
I can't speak out against this queen because this is a queen that successfully and single-handedly
So did she unfollow him? or wait, did she unblock him, I should say.
Undermined the Republican initiative to martyrize Charlie Kirk and use that example to crack down on political dissent. She dropped a grenade on the discourse. You understand? So I'm with her. It's hard. It's hard for me. My brain says, no, it's probably Tyler Robinson. But my heart says, go, Candace, go. Keep cooking. You know? Does that make sense? I can't like her tweets because she blocked me many, many years ago. This is before she became our hero. Okay? Many, many years ago, Candace Owens blocked me. I've not been a fan of Candace Owens. I am a fan now.
What?
I'm not exactly sure what I am supposed to have a problem with.
Hey, this kind of sucks. So you know how I said that I was going to go to one of those data center meetings? It just got canceled because someone issued a violent threat.
And this is
now the chances of this being somebody that are part of the community, that are part of the actual, board, that
kind of the running themes
damn,
of what we are seeing in Brandy Zajazny's article is that essentially they are saying Candace ruined an opportunity to pin this on the left, however wrongly, to
Miss
unite
Golden Girls
the
tonight?
Republican, to create this sort of
Miss Golden
Republican
Girls
initiative.
Isn't there just
to
a
start
channel that just plays
attacking the
that,
left,
like,
however wrongly,
24/7?
doesn't really matter. After Republicans were kind of
excuse me.
fractured because people actually care about pedophilia on the right. The Epstein file.
Are you sure?
Files mattered. And we weren't accepting this idea of get focused, get midterm.
Did you not see the story about of Ron DeSantis's best friend that was like a major campaign contributor, and that he also was part of the state house and he voted for death penalty for people that commit sexual infractions against minors, and then he got caught committing just that, and now he's on the possibility of having death.
Are around the corner. Ignore the Epstein files. You said no. We are not going to ignore children being harmed. We're not going to see
It seems you do a lot.
ourselves as just Trump supporters
going out on
who
a
should be
limb.
supporting him no matter what.
Ooh.
Even when he effectively ran, you could certainly say Vance, everyone around him constantly said, as soon as we get in there, here's what we're going to do with the Epstein files. Kash Patel, his administration was running on something that we cared about. This is what they're essentially saying. They're saying you ruined an opportunity to, however wrongly, have us unite around Charlie's death and stomp out the left for something that they didn't actually do. Now, here's what I'm going to say and offer back to the left. All I did here was pursue truth. I didn't do this for the left. I didn't do this for the right. I did this for my friend Charlie Kirk because I want to know who actually killed him, and I am not convinced this had anything to do with LGBTQ rights. If I was convinced of that, I would certainly be the biggest voice against it. I think you guys probably know that. But I want you to remember this, because this is not the first time, as what Hassan is describing, we had an event that could potentially, I'll say allegedly, be coordinated by the feds, which was meant to cause a left-right war. Here is your homework, Hassan Piker. Look into what actually happened on January 6th. You took the bait. The left took the bait. Okay, this was a different world. Yeah, I would say in 2020, I think that's when that happened, January 6th, 2020. It was a different world. We were all more divided. I count myself among that as well. But none of us were willing to take a look at the facts. And we were going, oh, I'm team left or I'm team right. And as more and more has come out about what transpired on that day, it was without question an opportunity for us to look up and see who rules over us and who benefits from that. And people were wrongly arrested. People who were encouraged to go into the Capitol on that day. If we're all seeing now for the first time that there is an effort by a minority, a very powerful minority who doesn't actually care about left or right, to seize power from citizens, full stop, by allowing
Damn, Jan 6 was 6 years ago? Yeah, I know.
allowing something terrible to take place and then saying, here's what we must get done and here's what we must pass,
It's
a la 9/11,
wild.
then we both sides, so to speak, needs to do its job and be realistic about it. So I'm not anybody's hero or anybody's queen. I am somebody who cares deeply about what happened on September 10th.
Damn, she's taking this a lot more serious
because
than
my
I
friend
thought.
was killed, and I have the sense that we are being lied to about it,
5?
particularly by the federal
Well,
government.
it's 5 years. I mean,
In
it's almost
particular,
6
I feel
years.
the federal government is lying
Hey, we're
to
at
us.
that halfway point, man.
And I refuse to
Fucking August.
accept that it is my duty.
This
to
was like the whole like penny thing. It's like, no, technically this is over. So no, you owe me 10 cents.
blame it on the
Or
left.
wait, 5 cents.
If the left didn't do it, left does plenty of things that they've been caught doing, and
that
I use my
wild?
platform to go after them.
Oh, it's like,
I have
no,
no issue doing
technically
that.
this
I'll do
is
that
like
tomorrow.
if you owe 3 cents, you owe 5 cents. Isn't that fucked up?
If that is the circumstance, if they're doing something radical and wrong, I'll do that. But I'm not
You should
just
always
going to
owe
become
2
a
cents.
cheerleader
Or just tell them to fuck off and walk out.
for the right and know that they are engaged in something very wrong and say, well, it's okay because at least they vote Republican at the end of the day. That's enough.
Candace, honey, you've been more than okay with doing that up until this point.
Nonsense. All of us need.
Like, are you kidding me?
To raise
Now all of a sudden you want to act all high and mighty?
Ourselves above that sort of discourse in the future. And yeah, I think it's actually happening. So there is something that I would say
Newsflash,
is,
feds lie. That's the craziest part is they'll go out of their way to call people feds, but then when a fed actually talks to them, they're just like, well, this is a member of law enforcement we must respect. The cognitive dissonance is just fucking astounding.
the positive that has come out of this. I mean, I don't think anybody would have thought that Charlie Kirk would be a uniter. Certainly not me. Me and him, and we're both staunchly just conservative, staunchly just Republican. I am still conservative. I have issues with calling myself Republican. I just don't care about politics because watching
Oh, really now?
Republicans get behind this absolutely sloppy narrative and trying to force feed it upon us makes me sick. I just think
To
there's
be
so
fair, I
much
guess she has
corruption
actually kind of
and
dipped.
There's Satanism on both sides, Democrats and Republican, a minor few who rule over us and just constantly feed us slop and go, oh, look, this is so violent. They've never been more violent. Oh, look, they've never been more violent. Yeah, that's what I wanted to basically say about that.
Ah, shit. I might get hit with that one. Doom. Ah, shit. That was 5 seconds. Yeah, I might get hit with that one. It's all right.
Everyone look at it. Tim Pool met secretly with Benjamin Netanyahu. When he got caught, declared Chatham House rules. That means, well, I agreed it would be secret. Of course he did. Or sue me, Tim, if it's not true. Have your bots come out. Have Netanyahu's little body bots come out and say I'm a liar.
Yeah, fuck you, Alex. Wow. I gotta say, I'm not exactly thrilled with you, man.
That makes it better. Because tomorrow on my show, I'm going to show it all.
Why would Alex Jones, who was my friend, instead of calling me, just randomly start tweeting things going on his show and making these false claims about me? Right. I had a phone call with a mutual friend, and I said, this doesn't seem organic. And they said, it
You talking about things not being organic? Tim, my guy.
seems like someone's telling Alex what to say.
Wow.
He's back on the sauce. So what would make Alex Jones become a different person overnight? His whole life, Alex was the same person until just now.
I did nothing. Oh, the clear blue here.
I love how they probably didn't even pay for those chairs, and yet here I am. I'm like, oh yeah, my chair's about to fall apart. I got a new one. Got a new chair. Oh yeah, I forgot to tell you guys. I got a new chair today.
Plus your audience because you're anti-Trump. So the gloves are off. Not just
Finally.
people, but anybody that I've sat there and I've
Yeah, this thing kind of
friends
fucking
with that stabs me in the
shit the
back.
bed. It's
and
okay.
then does this crap claiming you don't know why I'm pissed off at you.
And
You think
Alex
we're
Pepper
fucking
sitting on the
stupid?
TV.
So
Yep.
I'm just telling you right now. You don't want problems? Just take my name out of your mouth, okay? But if you want to fight, you fucking got one.
All
Nice
right, so we
copier.
have Alex Jones clashing with Tim Pool. These people are just imploding. Every week there's a new feud that breaks out. Like
How
all these
could
people
he
that used
afford a new
to be
chair?
pretty friendly with each other now just spend all
Well,
day on
that's the thing. You save a bit of money, and then you find yourself a good old deal, and you buy yourself a new chair.
Twitter calling each other grifters. So
It's a-
these people must have
It's a lazy boy chair. It cost me $120. Costco.
been barely holding it together because once they start disagreeing,
Honestly, that one
they go
hurt
all
a
out
little
trying
bit,
to expose
but
each other. You know, when
Expenses
things are
are
going well and they're doing
expenses.
each other's podcasts, they'll ignore any suspicious behavior. But then once they start arguing, it's like they have all this ammo ready to use, and it seems like they've been preying
It's
on
gonna
each
be
other's
awesome
downfall.
though. Finally, I can do this comfortably.
Like Alex was
Not that
complaining
this chair
on
was
Twitter
not
about
comfortable.
how
It's
his
just
views
once
have dropped.
so like I'm not sure if you guys know this, but here, check it out. So you see this? You see this part right here? You see how it moves? Yeah, so it's broken. So the back support has been sliding every time that I sit down. That's why you see me adjusting all the time.
And he's being censored for covering the Charlie Kirk
Trying to get my
conspiracy
back
theories. But
nice and
then
comfy.
People in his comments just started
Now?
roasting him for his coverage of stuff like the Charlie Kirk conspiracy theories. And some right-wing influencers were saying it's not the algorithm, it's the fact that you started criticizing Trump. And they're making jokes about how the Pakistani bot farms were shut off, and that's why his views
Dude,
dropped.
I can't
So
wait. I
Alex
gotta
started
build that thing
crashing
tomorrow.
out in the comments and arguing with everyone. Then Tim Pool chimed in and just set him off. Tim said, "My honest opinion is that you can't go pro-Trump for 10 years, then Trump critical, and be surprised if your
Yeah, I saw that, right?
audience
Yep.
drops off." So then Alex spent all night in his car recording himself ranting about how Tim is an Israeli operative
What is he in an In-N-Out parking lot? Like what the fuck?
because he had a secret meeting with
Yeah, he really
Benjamin
is not
Netanyahu
looking
last
good.
April, and now he's getting talking points from Israel and is being propped up by an Israeli bot farm.
And then he seizes on it and says, "Oh, you criticized Trump, your audience is gone, along with tens of thousands of others, so it trended to the top of X." They didn't all just magically come up with that instantly when I posted the video last night. So maybe Tim's just dumb and copied what the Israeli bots were putting out, but he does meet with the guy that gives the orders. So that's why I'm irritated. That's why I'm sick and tired of this garbage. And I've just been too nice to these little swarmy, people that sit there and act like they're patriots, but they're not. If you support Israel controlling our government, you support Israel
He's as red as a hot dog. He really is.
taking over our military with the NDAA. If you support all this garbage, you're not an American. You're a traitor and it's treason. It's been clear these guys all follow talking points and are in lockstep, and they all deny they're taking money from Israel. But on record, Israel spent $1.3 billion in the last 18 months. If you go back about 14 months ago, Tim Pool got caught meeting secretly.
He's not even 50, is he? Wait, how old is
Bunch of
Alex Jones?
influencers
I remember he
with
was like
Netanyahu
super
reportedly
fucking
getting
young
marching
last
orders.
time I checked, where I was like,
sources, he
what?
said, "Yeah, I met with him and I'm proud of it, but I won't say
There's
what
no
we're talking
way that
about.
he's that age.
Chatham House rules. And all I know is Tim Pool
74,
follows
52. Okay, yeah, still, yeah, he looks
Even if he's
62.
not taking money. He is following their talking points. I want to just say this.
That's really unfortunate. Like that hate. Not unfortunate for him, but man, hate does a number on you. Oh, sweet Chewy forever. Thank you for the tier 1 sub. I really appreciate
Tim
that.
Pool putting on Israeli talking
Glad
points
you're
against
enjoying
me.
yourself. Oh, holy crap! We are a minute away from 420.
And it's shameful what he has become. And I'm going to show Netanyahu launching the Eighth Front, the Eighth Front War, a year and a half ago, right before you met with him. And we're going to expose it all. We're going to
not
show
paying
how at the exact same time last night when I posted the video,
Literally
of the
30
algorithm sits
20
in all
seconds.
our
Here we go.
streams. Within minutes, hundreds
He's
of people said
50,
the exact
only
same thing.
52. Yeah,
Came
no,
out.
right?
On the payroll?
You don't look great.
Not, probably not. But
Looks like he's edging 70,
you can't
bro.
hide from the truth. You can't
Meanwhile.
hide from the truth. And so we're going to expose it tomorrow, 11 a.m. Central.
So then Tim accused Alex of getting a call, to
I'm
attack
not
him.
looking a
and
day
he
over
claims a bot
38
farm
and
with the same
one
talking
quarter.
points as Alex is attacking him as well. So
420.
then Alex accused him of getting a call from Benjamin Netanyahu. I guess it's battle of the sellout grifter bot armies that none of these people seem to care about until shit hits the fan and they start arguing. Alex was on Tim's podcast earlier this year after Tim already met with Benjamin Netanyahu and had that tenant media deal that was funded through Russia. So it was already pretty clear Tim's a shill, but now Alex is just starting to realize it, or just starting to admit it. Like now he claims Tim is taking marching orders from Israel and he's a smarmy, backstabbing grifter.
Steve Bannon has to be in his 70s.
And Tim's all surprised that Alex would say something like that about him. But he did kind of start it here by kicking Alex while he's down. Alex is complaining about how he's not getting any views anymore and he's going broke. And Tim's like, that's what you get for turning on
72.
Trump. So I don't know why he's
Nailed
shocked
it.
by this and acting like Alex has to be getting paid to say something like this. I mean, he's also always looking to fight people. So Tim was kind of asking.
The benefit of knowing that Trump is 80 and I'm only fucking just about to turn 40. He's fucking 40 years older than me. At some point, that motherfucker is going to be gone and I'm still going to be here. And that's when I can just fucking high five myself and maybe let a balloon go.
Looking for it here.
Oh, you lost your audience. Nanny, nanny, boo boo. Stick your head in doo doo. You can't come to the cool kid table in 5th grade. We don't want you at our Howard Lutnick, Jeffrey Epstein table. And I'm just like, when did you guys become.
When did he invade fucking Christina's house and start broadcasting in front of her giant map?
10-year-olds.
Right on, Ryan. Holy crap, Ryan. How you doing, man?
I mean,
Good to
seriously.
see you, brother.
I said, this
You've been doing good? I hope you've been doing good.
is probably a bug. It needs to be fixed. This absolutely sucks.
Good news?
And I'm drawing attention to it, and you're like, no, everyone just stopped listening to you because you're anti-Iran war and you question Charlie Kirk. Look at the quartering. Let's
I said Christina's house.
scroll up. Maybe the
That client
Pakistani
house.
bots are asleep. Alex, as a daily viewer, I personally
Oh, that was a client's house? Wait, she was streaming at a client's house?
tuned out since you've been on this the Jews killed Charlie Kirk nonsense.
Sorry.
I'll tune back in when you come back to your senses. What did my post have to do with Jews?
Oh, that's a lot.
I didn't say the Jews
I'm
killed
just,
Charlie Kirk.
I'm done. Just, oh, she was dog sitting. Okay. I was like, what?
Kirk, that's what most of the internet thinks, and I've looked at all the angles. Tim Pool cries
Listen to her
foul
thinking
after
she's cleaning
attacking
houses and just fucking, hey, you know what? I got to knock on a stream halfway through the day.
Alex Jones, InfoWars
I was like,
calls
fuck,
on Tim
that's
Cass host
wild,
to come clean
but
on secret meetings with Netanyahu and
I
Israeli
guess I can't
officials.
judge.
And then all the bots, the same known bots came in, and influencers, that's what they are, shills, and said,
I mean, I guess it's no different than really like just going to like a McDonald's and streaming and shit. So,
oh, he announced the meeting. It was
Seen
public.
plenty
It
of
was on
people do
TV.
that.
He had Netanyahu on the podcast. None of that happened because I've
not
known Tim a
McDonald's
long
necessarily,
time.
but
I've
IRL
nothing but
streamers.
nice to Tim.
Dude, there's so many
He's
IRL
done
streamers
some
in Chicago.
swarmy
It's
kinda
fucking nuts.
backhanded things here and there. He's kind of known for that. But that's the reality. So I got to tell you, Tim, you got big old huevos rancheros there.
Huevos rancheros.
So saying, I got to call.
Hey, man. The weird part is, it's just like ranch eggs.
Who'd I get a call from, pal? Because I didn't meet in secret.
Why does he have so many printouts? What a waste of ink.
With Netanyahu. Alex got.
Yo, this is what
the
what
call.
is going
That's
on?
the simple
What is going on here? Does he not know how to use a screen?
explanation. Really? Did I get a call from Benjamin Netanyahu to come meet with him secretly like you did?
This motherfucker is printing out tweets.
Is that what happened?
Yeah, and he's got a dude. He literally hired a dude to like, hey, he has a cameraman that is going over his shoulder to read this and then fucking fucks off before they cut to cam.
Is that what went on?
Oh my god,
So this is like watching middle
weird,
schoolers
dude.
fight. It's ridiculous. And Tim started threatening to release a message Alex sent him about Candace Owens, where he's calling her a demon. Then Candace came out and said Alex apologized to her for it, which
He printed the subscribe button. I found that funny.
that is weird. Alex did a total 180 with Candace. He flip-flops so much, it must give his fans whiplash. And that's what people are saying in his comments with the Charlie Kirk
Well,
stuff.
yeah, that's what a
Because I think
grifter
within
is,
only
though.
a few months, Alex went from being Candace's number one
Surprise.
critic and saying she's a globalist CIA deep state operative, to then apologizing to Candace and promoting theories.
You're not a
even
conspiracy
crazier than
theorist.
hers.
I'm a
Alex
conspiracy
thinks
theorist.
The only theory that makes sense now is that Charlie faked his own death and is still alive. He went from trying to debunk Candace's theories and crashing out on her for promoting insane theories to then saying Charlie staged his death. So I don't know what the hell is going on anymore. And it's disappointing because watching Alex crash out over Candace was so entertaining. That was some of his best work.
Candace Owens is really a man. Candace, also known as Big Mike Jr., got Erica Kirk.
I don't know who this is, but he sounds like J. Jonah. Oh, this is Alex Jones. This is the conspiracy guy that we've always talked about. But now that you say that, you're not necessarily wrong. He does kind of get me pictures of Spider-Man.
Pregnant. Charlie found out about it, and that's why the two of them got together and conspired to assassinate Charlie to cover this up. Candace has a little lantern that has Charlie Kirk in it, and she can rub it, and then it goes, like she said, the dreams. And then when she has the dreams, we got to listen. Okay? Oh my God. Oh my God. Candace is the Messiah. Only.
Can somebody edit my head exploding right there, and then we have ourselves a short?
Candace is investigating. Only Candace
What the hell was that?
talks about the Charlie Kirk thing. Only Candace. And you're
Spider-Man's making the frogs gay. Yep.
attacking her. A better word for Candace is a megalomaniac who has no concern for the truth and on a power trip who thinks she can just keep doubling
What is
down. And we're just
happening?
going to buy whatever incredible horse shit she puts out. What are the fucking lies, lady? I mean, how stupid. Here's my problem. Stop insulting my intelligence. Now I have to watch all the
Alex Jones is fun to play the pause game with.
the sewage pipeline that's your mouth. Just that I have to like examine all the turds that come out of it and sit there and explain to people, and then you keep doubling down. I want.
Oh, Huevos Rancheros would be rancher's eggs, not ranch eggs. Oh, I'm sitting here thinking that we're putting some Hidden Valley in some eggs, and I'm just like, I don't know, buddy, but that seems like it's a little bit of a test, but I might like it. I might not. Let's go. Like me some ranch dressing, like me some eggs. Seems like a test that I'm willing to take. But now that I'm like rancher's eggs, those are some big eggs, right? Like the ranchers, they get the bigger chickens, they get the bigger eggs, and they make the brown eggs, right? Yeah, they make the brown eggs.
Look at this. I want you to stop the lying. Stop the horse shit. Dredging up horrible, bizarre con men with huge pedigrees of scams and bashing women's heads in on record. And they're like, well, big deal. He bashes all these women's heads in and everything, lies about everything. But he was there. He's got proof. He was acting so weird they detained
It's way
him
better.
and asked him, what was going on.
So he was losing his shit over her, and it was hilarious. And he thought Tyler Robinson was the one that killed Charlie Kirk. But now apparently he doesn't even think Charlie's dead. He thinks he staged his own death. He said that's the only thing that makes sense to him, and he apologized to Candace Owens. So maybe he was just jealous that Candace stole his thunder when it comes to conspiracy theories or something. So he had to come out with
Huevos
the most-
Rancheros includes lightly fried corn tortillas topped with fried eggs, a warm tomato chili sauce, and salsa ranchera.
ridiculous one you could think of. I don't think
Okay.
Candace has even claimed
Okay.
something
Okay.
like this.
Okay.
I mean, to watch
Okay.
the video of Charlie get assassinated and think that was fake blood and it was staged.
Forgive my my whiteness, but goddamn, I got something to go order at my fucking local Mexican spot.
Is total insanity.
It was a consensus. Sean was getting him on the phone and stuff. They were like, oh, no, we all know it's fake. He's alive. I mean, and these are experts. They're like, that's fake. They're smiling. They don't look upset. Where's all the blood? And it looks like a squib coming out. And I'm not, folks, I'm just saying.
Hey, wait, you guys know Spanish? Am I saying this right? Asina piscina? Is that in the pool, or is it Asina piscina? Like
A week into it, there was a consensus
I could Google this. It's more fun with you guys.
with Sean Johnson's military buddies who were like, we think that's fake. We think he's alive. And I said, well, I'm not going to go there yet. And now it's just the only thing that makes sense.
So at this point, I think mental patients sound more grounded to reality than
Oh
these
yeah,
people.
no, I'm gonna try the shit out of that. That was
And it's
delicious.
so funny. They act all friendly with each other, but as soon as they start fighting, they have all this stuff ready to throw at each other.
And I know
all
for a
this
fact I
dirt
got
to
a
bring up.
local
Like, they've been
place that
waiting to go
serves
after
just
each
that.
other.
So.
Everyone is so passive.
Ooh, it's got beans.
Aggressive too.
Ooh,
Like the
yeah.
shot Tim
Hell
took at
yeah.
Alex. You know, he's even acting all
Beans
surprised.
and hot sauce,
Alex
too?
is upset about that. He's like, "Why me?" Overnight, Alex just turned into someone completely different. He must have been paid to attack me.
What?
But I think most of these people, even the ones that
This got
associate
hungry
with
as fuck.
each other, really just can't stand each other and are waiting for the moment.
Wait, nobody answered my fucking. Is it? Because I know it's supposed to be in the pool. Asina piscina. In the pool, right?
To attack. I mean, as soon as Alex complained about his views, all these
Swear to
people were
God,
ready
nobody
be
has
like,
my
"What do
back
you
on this one. I'm
expect?
gonna be
This is what you
mad."
deserve." Then Alex, he was ready to bring up that Netanyahu meeting Tim had, and he made a ton of videos about it. Then Tim threatened to bring up Alex's messages about Candace. And he
Say it
also
for
said, "My
years,
tolerance and
and
grace
I
for these
swear if
people
I'm
is
wrong, I'm
zero."
gonna be
Alex
like,
has
just
shown
like,
up blackout
"Aw."
drunk to my studio several times, and
This is why I
never
had a B+ in fucking high school Spanish.
tagged him for it. So Tim is always so passive aggressive, and he always
En la piscina. Son of a bitch. En la piscina.
tries to act like
So, El Gato en la piscina.
he's above all the drama and doesn't want to be involved in it. But then he gets on his show and says Alex is going broke and he's probably accepting money from nefarious sources to attack him and the right.
Fuck,
It
I've been
sounds
saying
like
it wrong for years.
he's even trying to put pressure on Alex's employees to quit because they know Alex
Poor cat
isn't doing the right thing anymore.
You know, I'll say this. I see it as one of two worlds.
Mis pantalones en la piscina.
My personal opinion is that the simple solution actually is that Alex is working with a political action committee.
Mi madre en la piscina. Oh!
That is also coordinating with other individuals for the purpose of
Wait, how do you say wait?
This new political paradigm.
Wait,
you
no,
don't
this one I got.
change who you are. I mean, it's been 30 plus years he's been in the industry, and all of a sudden his character is totally different. Let me tell you, I tweeted at Alex,
Mi mama no sabe nadar.
"Can I publish the voice memo you sent me about Candace? I won't do it unless you give me permission." And he just stopped responding to me. He won't respond now.
Or sabe.
For him,
Mi mama no sabe nadar.
7 months later, to completely have inverted all of his
My white ass Spanish.
positions, I find to be suspect.
But wouldn't it make more sense for him to come to you as a friend and be like, "Hey, I'm struggling with my business.
I can't give him money."
But to come on the show or promote each other, wouldn't that make more sense than to just completely turn on you? I mean,
Not if he's being offered money.
yeah.
I can't give him money. What am I going to do? Here, Alex, let me write you a check. It's not going to do anything. But imagine there's a political action committee, and they said, "Listen, as we go after the midterms, we're gonna this is going to be the play. You can see that Tucker
El gato puede nadar.
and Anna Kasparian are completely aligned in their worldview at this point. For someone like Alex,
Hey, I know that one.
friend of ours for years,
I worked in a kitchen.
to abruptly and seemingly for no reason be like, F Tim Pool, he works for Benjamin Netanyahu. It's just like, okay.
That makes zero sense.
What just happened?
It's irrational.
Yeah, it's like, Alex Jones was my friend. He literally would just text me stuff. We would talk. We had a conversation once about what private jets to buy. Just like, that's what rich people talk
Tim
about. He's like,
casually saying that he's broke.
Yep.
Yep.
About $1 million, and I was like, Alex, I'm not buying a private jet. And now all of a sudden he's just like, Tim Pool is secretly meeting with Netanyahu and works for him. And I'm just like, out of nowhere, I got people texting me, and they're like, what is happening? What happened? Like, what did you do? And I was like,
Wait, is it Israel or is it Israel or Israel?
I tweeted that if you build up a channel,
I've heard it those three here.
for 10 years supporting Trump, but then stop supporting him, you're going to lose viewers.
Israel. Like, you guys do that.
And everyone's like, yeah, that's not a
Which always makes me, like, literally have to spit afterwards. I'm not trying to be mean. It's actually, like, it's a truth.
reason for him to make up fake things.
I don't understand how I really do not understand how, like, you guys, like, using that, you guys don't constantly just hawk loogies. You guys, like, wait, do you? Wait, real question. Do y'all spit on each other, like, a lot, like, unintentionally? And I'm not trying to be weird about this.
You know what I will say
But
is,
it's just the real
obviously we know
question.
a lot of people who work at his company, and there's a lot of fervor right now over what he's doing, and there's a lot of, we'll see what happens. But I do think that for most people, money talks and BS walks. So I would not be surprised if there are people who just duck and keep their heads down and sacrifice their morals for the paycheck.
There's a lot of money sloshing around right now.
Yeah.
From a lot of different.
I'm just saying, do you expect anybody who works with Alex to stop working with him because they think he's a bad guy?
No.
How much you want to bet? None of them will. They'll just say, leave me out of it.
Not at all?
Yeah.
All right.
I mean,
Which is fair to some degree. I mean, people got to get food on the table.
Then Tim started saying the people that are attacking him are just
Literally just doing that right now just made me kind of go,
talentless and jealous of
I really try not to. I'm being dead serious. I'm just an idiot. Like, I hope you understand, right? It's like I'm making a fucking
his success. He did a lot of coping this episode because
it's from all that dick sucking.
it was also after that Jubilee debate where Tim, of course, embarrassed
Right there,
himself.
actually, just did it.
So he was getting a ton of shit for that. Then the Alex Jones stuff. I think that's why he kept bringing up how rich he is and how much money he makes to make himself feel better. Even
Don't do that, either of you.
though he also always
You
complained
do understand that eventually this is just going to, like, backfire on both of you. Like, your audience is going to hate both of you.
about how he doesn't make enough and his views are down. It seems like usually at least twice a year he crashes out and threatens to quit and is like, it's
That's
not
crazy how he puts on the same beanie day in, day out.
even worth it for me anymore. I'm just going to go live in a van down by the river. He even said that this episode. It's like
Wait,
he
what?
wants people to be like, no, Tim, please.
Wait, he pulled a me? Except I actually mean it.
Please don't. We need you. But people are just like, dude, do whatever you want. I'm just sick
Like,
of the bitching all
yeah,
the time.
but
you know, now everyone's just complaining about each other complaining.
I wouldn't be
like
quitting
with Alex and
this.
his views dropping.
the
Nobody
other
wanted to
st-
hear it.
be the other
so it's
stuff.
every man for himself out there. You know, I
that's
think
smart.
the days of everyone getting along and doing each other's shows are over. And now it's just a battle to stay relevant, which Tim claims people are attacking him for the views and clicks because, according to him, they're lower tier personalities and they need to
His music's awful. No, his music is objectively awful.
attack someone more successful than them.
Clint Russell has been just making.
What do you mean? He's better than both Nickelback and Creed. I love them both, but you know what? This guy's out there, he's doing skater rock right. Kickflip.
Things up about me because he gets retweets for it. You know, because these people are, I don't know, like there's probably a reason why they're lower tier personalities. And I'm not saying lower tier is a disrespectful thing. I'm like, obviously my show is bigger than their shows. You know, maybe there's a reason why Tim
Good for you.
Cast is so big, and
Good for you, but your personality still sucks.
we've got this massive multi-million-dollar compound and with a skate park in it. You know, like we make stupid amounts of money. It's not a humble brag. It's just maybe when you actually have like a consistent through line of what motivates you, you will do better in business. And that was kind of the point that I was making with Alex. And maybe this is what really changed with Alex is, you know, he just doesn't have the backing anymore. He doesn't have enough critical mass of allies.
Also, now I think it's more profitable for these people to attack each other rather than work together and do each other's shows. You know, like going on each other's podcasts isn't what it used to be.
Wait, is Skater Rock just rock with like 20? Oh no, because that's not nice. It's not nice. I shouldn't know because then I'm shitting on like music that I like. No, insinuating that he does music like that I like is no. Wait, I need to walk this one back, folks. Okay, so he doesn't do Skater Rock. He does bad music. I don't know. I have nothing, dude. Like his music sucks, and it's like it's fucking whiny as shit.
And you get more exposure now from trashing Tim Pool rather than doing his podcast.
Well, no, because he was a skater boy. She said, "See you later, boy."
So that's another reason why I think people don't care to be friendly with each other anymore. And it seems like Alex
He wasn't good enough for her.
is backed into a corner. You know, he lost InfoWars. He said his views are down. He doesn't have much money
I
left.
hate
Joe
everything
Rogan
about
never
what
has
I
him on
just
his
did.
podcast anymore. Him and Trump hate each other. And it just seems like he's getting kind of desperate.
Oh,
so I think
God.
he's just ready to go off on whoever. He doesn't care anymore.
Alex, you don't have viewers because you're not pro-war. You're not pro-Netanyahu. And then I'm like, dude, that's really cool. I'm like, oh my God, you hurt my boo-boo. You're being mean to my poopy. I mean, dude, you're unbelievable.
Skate Rock is back and is being made by hip hop artists and rappers nowadays. I'm alright.
challenge you to a live debate.
I got a text message from friends. They're like, bro, do the
Whenever I
debate.
saw Red Jumpsuit Apparatus was touring again, I was just like, "We're back, baby."
It's going to be huge. And I'm like, what are you talking about? Alex tweeted, invite
Next, we're gonna have Owl City.
to debate
Oh
coming
fuck!
soon, Tim.
Gonna go into that
And I'm just sitting
fucking
here being
like
like,
range. Dude, I
debate
miss
what?
Owl City. What happened to Owl City?
Like, what are we debating? We agree. It's
Hello, Seattle.
It's fake. And these people are scumbags, okay? I told Kyla, lose my number. You want to make fake beef for internet points? I don't fucking do that. And Alex Jones wants to play stupid games? I don't do that, okay? They can all screw off and go to hell, and I will go live in a van down by the river. And you think I'm joking?
So I think Tim's scared. Once Alex challenged him to an in-person debate, he's like, what are we going to debate about? You know, we agree on everything. Even though he was just calling Alex out for turning on Trump. And Tim is always defending Trump and acting like everything's a 4D chess move from him. They also obviously disagree on Israel. But now Tim's pretending like
It's
he's
crazy how much they work
So him
his
and Alex
ass.
agree on everything. You know, it sounds like he just doesn't want that smoke from Alex Jones. And he's trying to defuse the situation. He also said he would do a debate for $300,000, but Alex doesn't have the money, which Alex took offense to and challenged him to a bare-knuckle boxing match.
Well, I mean, if he wants to debate, he'd have to take the pro-Israel position. So I say yes, absolutely.
Adam Young's Owl City is a composer that helps other people. Yeah, he's like Ben Folds.
$300,000.
Wow.
Ben Folds barely makes any music anymore, and he's just helping other people make music, which is cool as fuck.
You know, he doesn't have 300. Maybe you can do a
It's
GoFundMe
cool.
for it or something.
That
So
really
what a
is cool,
cowardly
dude.
move.
Like I think
Jones
that
doesn't
like
have
any
enough
musician
money.
that
He's
like
not
took
in
the
my
time to do that.
class to even debate me. I'm a god up here above him. Even though since it came out that he met with Netanyahu in secret, his audience, which was not even that big before, has gone like this. That's the type of chicken shit arithmetic that we're dealing with here. Let me make it simpler for you, Tim. You pick the spot. You get a ring in a state that allows it. I'm an older man than you. Let's have a boxing match, bare knuckles.
Ah, the fuck! It always turns to this. You and me, mano y mano, knuckles up.
I'll even let you
Come on,
have a baseball bat. How about that, Tim?
fucking
Tim,
assholes.
we can do it in Thailand where Mortal Kombat's legal. You can get in a ring with me in Thailand.
This motherfucker could go full Goro on.
It'll be worse for you that way. Let's give you a sword. Let's give you an axe. I'll get in the
Hadouken!
ring
You
with in
can't do that.
Thailand.
Mortal
You can have a
Kombat,
sword
bitch.
and an
Wrong
axe. Oh, I guarantee you
franchise.
lose that way.
Get
'Cause
over
I don't
here.
even turn on my juice.
No, you got
till
it.
I'm facing a real threat. How about we get in the ring in Thailand? You can have a 9mm handgun, huh? Because you're going to need it.
What the actual fuck, Alex? What the fuck?
You and your beanie. I want in the ring with you, Pool. Because if you want to bang heads with me, I can show you what it's like till you're bleeding. I want in the ring with you right now. Because you symbolize.
We need to make a wait. I'm not GoFundMe-ing there. No, I'm GoFundMe-ing my life or well, my medical bills. I technically am.
everything this country is
You guys
under
can't contribute to that. I have it in the Discord.
attack by. And all the smarmy little double dealing rat.
Sorry, joke petered out when I realized how existential that shit is. Where I'm like, oh right,
I want Tim Pool to be the champion of Netanyahu. You can wear your trunks, the Star of David right there. You can have rabbis there doing chants because you've got that magical beanie. The mothership yarmulke that gives the orders all out.
Dude! Oh my god, it's so racist, but I hate to say it. The fact that he's saying that it's a UFO spaceship yarmulke.
The other yarmulkes.
So shit's getting out of control. I'm sure this will just lead to more rifts.
Oh my god! We live in the dumbest time ever, and you know what? I'm not sure if it fuck it. Like at this point, just let him go.
People
Let
having
these
falling
guys
outs with
go,
each other.
please.
It
Just
seems
take
like this
guys seriously. Thailand Mortal Kombat match. Let's go.
stuff is reaching
Let's
a boiling point.
fucking do
especially
this.
with the Charlie Kirk theories and Tyler Robinson's trial coming up. That just keeps getting more intense. And there's that debate between Candace Owens and Andrew Wilson, which I covered on.
Yeah. You put that one behind a paywall. I was like, oh shit, why'd you do that, man? Why'd you do that, man?
A lot of stand-up comics happened.
All right, this one's deeply personal to me, so I hope you enjoy this.
The last couple years to have some of the
I totally feel everything that Stavi's saying here. Oh, where's Ravi? I really wish she was here for this.
dumbest opinions on earth, and they are my friends. I also, to be honest,
How many hot dogs can I eat in a minute? I don't know. Is this full bun? Like, if there's a bun on the hot dogs, I don't know. Like, if it's just like hot dogs, like just the hot dogs, I don't know. In a minute, like 3. I ain't no competitive hot dog eater. I don't know what you're doing at your night times or your wait. That was mean and borderline homophobic because I kind of see where you're going with that. I was trying to beat you to the punch and also like not like make it less mean, but I realized I kind of made the joke for you. Oops. No, I'm gonna just answer this like literally. I think that I could probably eat 2 or 3 hot dogs, no fixins, just steamed buns, fucking boiled hot dog. Yeah, 3.
with you, love stand-up comedy so much. I mean,
but also, why do that to yourself? No, Thing is, I get halfway through the first one, I'd be like, yo, can I get some relish? What's going on?
Truly.
Just the relish alone I'd be okay with, but, come on, relish, some mustard.
I love it more than anything in a sometimes
I'll be okay with
pathetic
those.
way. And I don't like that the thought process of a lot of people is,
can I get some onions?
That this is a right-wing art form.
Yeah.
That does piss me off, right? So I do think
That's new, right?
that's really
Like,
new. The whole point was like, I mean,
Fucking grab people with his hair like Sindel.
Like Star
I forgot she used her hair, not just her voice.
Rose Halkias has officially doubled down on his stance that a lot of his friends and peers in the comedy world have completely ruined what it means to be a comedian nowadays.
No, I'd be like Smoke. Smoke was actually always one of my favorite characters, even before I started smoking herbs.
As he just appeared on a podcast for the New York Times, where he seemingly took shots at guys like Matt Rife, Joe Rogan, Tony Hinchcliffe, Tom Segura, and even Dave Chappelle.
Thank fucking God. Stavi's the best, dude.
And the best part about Stavros doing this is, of course, the timing of it all. Because he's currently on a comedy podcast press tour promoting his upcoming comedy special, Uncle Stav. So let's all pray that he appears on some of these Rogan Sphere podcasts and confronts these guys with the exact criticisms he's making here. Like, it would just be so funny to see him say what he says in this next clip here to someone like Rogan, Hinchcliffe, or even Andrew Schultz.
I think, especially for comedians, the main thing that they were responding to, and you tell me if you think I'm wrong, is that people were trying to silence them.
yes, and that's so. I mean,
it's lame.
It's so clear they were fucking wrong. Like that's the hardest part. Is like, guys, even if that was true, like you can't think of a different word. Like that's another thing that pisses me off. We were just talking about it.
Yep.
It's good to have restrictions.
Right.
Like if a lot of the people complaining were shitty at stand-up. That's the thing that was tough. It's like, dude, I know you haven't tried hard to make this joke work. Try to make it work without it. Just for fucking 3 months, try to make it work without a slur, right? And it's like, oh, who cares if you couldn't say, like, you're not martyrs. Lenny Bruce actually went to fucking jail for this shit. You know what I mean? Like we want to pretend we have victim. Like, it's so funny because these are, a lot of times it was so hypocritical because these are people who are like, oh, that guy's being a victim or whatever. It's like, that's the biggest victim mentality of all time. I can't say a couple slurs, and now it's like that's the thing that always.
I love how he's making it just be like, this was our Holocaust.
And I didn't get is like, as a comic,
we couldn't say the R word or the F slur.
Right?
Don't you want to be good enough?
They even told us we couldn't use the N word with the A. What's with that?
You can
get away. Like
because that is how I saw it.
No crash.
God, I'm not too far off.
If you're good enough, you can get away with it.
Totally.
And so Stavros obviously doesn't mention
Lenny Bruce wasn't punching down. No, but it was a case mostly in free speech.
Anyone?
Listen, Mifune, one thing I will say is I do actually prescribe to like the whole sign of the times. I don't put my modern sensibilities on something from the 60s, okay? Plain and simple. You can recognize that they're wrong now, but you cannot like retroactively just go back, like do this thing where you're judging them like in wanting to cancel back in time where it's like, no, what Lenny did, like, I hope you understand this. If Lenny didn't do that, I wouldn't be able to do what I'm doing right now. Plain and simple.
By name here,
because we were very close to going towards that Canadian fucking way of freedom of speech, which I think that if you've never been to a country that does not have freedom of speech, you might want to look into trying to go to one to and I'm not trying to be a dick, but it's true. You need to go to other countries that don't have the same types of freedoms as America to appreciate the certain ones that we do have. Like, this is why I am a free speech guy. Like, I really am. Like, and this is specifically when it comes to comedy, parody, any of that shit. This is why I get so fucking mad when Trump pulls his bullshit to try and go after the media, where it's like, nah, dude, like, I was defending Lenny. I was saying he was punching up. My bad.
Come on. There's only like 4 or 5 comics that really fit the
sorry. I read that as was punching down.
bill here.
God damn it. I hate having dyslexia. I really fucking do.
Like some of Stavros's friends spent years acting
It's
like
not
their
always an
speech was
excuse,
being
but god damn it,
oppressed
that's
just
exactly
because
what happened.
platforms told them that they couldn't say the F slur.
Okay, sorry. That was a moot point, but at the same time, all right, moot point against like anybody talking shit because nobody was talking shit.
basically the entire identity of
But
the Rogan
still good
sphere for a while there. Like, how many times have we heard them on podcasts
Ugh,
ranting about how
that's the one thing I would change.
cancel culture?
Like if I could fucking like do the whole genie thing and just be like, "What would you change about you?" I don't know what that accent was. I'd be like, "Can I not have dyslexia? Because dyslexia really sucks."
It was destroying comedy, and how that they were all being treated as victims of the woke
It
mind
exists for
virus.
comedic effect. Wait, it's funny to you guys? If it's funny to you guys, then I'm all right with it.
Like, that whole mentality probably made a lot of these guys
Thing is, it just
even
makes
worse
everything
at
that much harder for
comedy
me.
than they already were. Because instead of figuring out how to make a joke funnier, they simply just started performing inside of an echo
Takes
chamber
me a
of
lot
yes
longer
men
to
that
read
would
things
worship them for
than it does for
whatever
you.
they
Well,
said
not
on
a lot
stage.
longer,
Like,
but-
they've surrounded themselves with
Long enough to
audiences
be
that
annoying.
already
Oh my god, is that their actual height difference?
of everything that they say. And that's something that Stavros is actually afraid of happening to himself. Like, he doesn't want thousands of people hooting and hollering at every joke just because they're already fans of his. Because eventually, as a comedian, you stop finding out which jokes actually suck.
That's what I want.
Yeah.
I really want adversity
Yeah.
because
Yeah.
I think going in front of your cheering fans, you get shit. There's no way not to. Nobody gets funnier on a private jet. You don't get fucking better at it when your life is
No,
better.
not a single person, dude. Sam Kinison proved this way back in the day. The more famous he got, and the fucking like more stuff that he did, the less he cared about the comedy and more about the fame. And the problem was, for some reason, the audience was just like, "We don't care. He's doing the thing. Ow, ow!" Like it just, but it wasn't good. You go back to all those specials, and they're borderline unlistenable.
Better if you work really hard, you can stay funny.
Yeah,
it's like,
100% with Stav on this.
The longer your life is good, and I'm worried about this by myself, right? Like, and you see it with I think older comics. You just kind of rest on your laurels a little bit, and the idea that stand-up's not like sports. You don't lose your fastball.
Sure you do.
You know, like you don't your knees don't go. You can we can still dunk, right?
Crafty knuckleball pick.
Right, yeah, exactly. But it's like the reality is this is an underdog.
And just remember, guys, that these are only the problems Stavros has with his friends' actual comedy. Like, he hasn't even gotten to his biggest issue with this entire group yet, which is, as you probably guessed, their completely unprepared transition into right-wing politics. And
Yep.
Stavros really doesn't beat around the bush when it comes to this stuff. He's clearly on the left.
This is where I say I'm 10,000% with Stavros. Obviously, our politics align, but goddamn, his takes on the way that they handle this in comedy are perfect.
And he seems to think that a lot of his
I think it's
friends
because we're
sitting
about
on
the same age, and like we honestly like can't, like he knows these guys. If I know any of them, it's literally from meeting them one time at a fucking club while they were,
fence playing
doing a
both
few,
sides and pretending that everything is equally
a few
bad
shows
is just a
locally here.
load
Well,
of
locally,
baloney.
for
So
me.
it'd just be great to hear him say what he says next here to someone as clueless as Joe Rogan, who on one day will be having a private one-on-one meeting with Donald Trump in the White House.
My God, the ice cream.
And the very next day will swear that he is politically homeless.
I mean, again, I don't want to do the both sides bullshit because that's just not true. One side is worse than the other, objectively
Getting out of your
speaking, and
comfort
that-
zone is how you get funnier
That's
stories.
a big problem that we have culturally.
Oh, I mean, yes. Like if you're a story comedian, though, like most people, like a lot of comedians, man, they ain't story comedians. Like, listen, I'm not going to name names, but I'm going to say this much: you guys would be very uncomfortable with the amount of comedians that pay other comedians to write their material.
Too is thinking like,
and I'm
oh,
talking like material that you guys know.
These are both crazy people. It's like
Written
I don't,
by
I really
somebody
don't
else,
believe that, especially not
performed
in
by
this
somebody
moment.
that. I'm
one-
just saying, guys, that's just how it
One
is.
side's disappearing people, and one side wants
Stavi,
children
not so
to go
much.
to could have health.
Let's put it this way: the more that a comic does crowd work, the more likely they have somebody not helping them write their material.
Care, you know what I mean? Like I don't think that's equivalent. And maybe at different times, even the first Trump administration, I could maybe humor that argument, but we're past that.
It's actually pretty satisfying to hear one of these big-named comics just take a side.
No, this is more than
instead
inspirational.
of acting as if he's
I mean,
somehow
for me,
unattached from it all, like
I'm
a
like,
lot of his.
fuck, dude, this is the stuff that makes me want to go back and perform. Where I'm like, all right, there's at least somebody. But the thing is, knowing that the comedians in like this new comedy sphere are more likely to want to go and suck Rogan's dick than try to be like a Stavi, That's the problem I have, which like the problem is that does like permeate into like the club scene. So like God forbid you're trying to go see a semi-famous comedian in like Lincoln, Nebraska, like right now. Fuck, dude. Especially if you're like a lefty, well, you are likely to get more of like a Tony Hinchcliffe, like fucking, hanger on, or who's that guy with the glasses that plays the like Andrew Dice Clay character, like that guy.
Colleagues do. Like, he's clearly passionate about this subject, but at the same time, he's admitted that he still wants to be friends with all these guys, but only if they allow him to have.
I've seen Jim Brewer lose his mind on camera, but I don't see how it translates to a stand-up stage. He's actually pretty, like, the thing is, Jim Brewer is one of those guys that like went down the like COVID rabbit hole and like became a totally different person, and like it sucked. And then he got political during the Trump stuff, and it sucked. Now that he's turning on Trump, I'm happy for that, but realistically, I've written him off as far as like watching anything that he does. But I will always go back to his 2003 stand-up special where he talks specifically about, pizza guy and fucking just like this random shit. It might not be 2003. I forgot what fucking year it is, but either way, it was one of the last stand-up specials he did where like he was normal. It was just Jim Brewer, and honestly, it was good. It was good shit.
Discussion with them about everything that they've done recently, which would
I'm
hopefully.
not one of these guys that like once somebody turns into a piece of shit that I can just go back and be like, well, that all fucking sucks. Like I remember the first time I had that as a kid, when Chris Benoit did what he did. I wrestled. I wrestled, but I did. I actually like had a hard time with it where I was like, fuck. Because like I was no longer a fan of him and he was a horrific monster. But there were some like moments that in my head I was just like, yeah, but I can't fucking not admit that like without this moment, wrestling would have been different. And I was like, fuck.
Hopefully, fingers crossed, be on a public podcast, because there is no
Am I the same person that I was yesterday?
Into a heated conversation.
Actually, just talked about that with my therapist. Yeah, for the first time in a long time, I had a stagnant week where like I felt like I didn't grow at all. Dude, I said I wasn't going to talk about that, but yeah, that was something we covered today.
Especially if it were with someone like Joe Rogan. And the reason I say this is because during this next clip here,
told me to
the
stop
topic
doing
of
that.
conversation shifts towards his thoughts on his comedy pals interviewing politicians. Stavros begins to go on one of the most damning call-outs
Doug
of
Benson?
the comedy.
Doug Benson turned into like someone's Meemaw. I don't know. I just saw a picture of him recently. I was like, what happened to Doug Benson?
Podcast bros that I've heard in a really long time. Like, he straight up just admits that he resents his peers for accepting interviews with the president and the vice president and a bunch of these vile tech billionaires. Because during these interviews, none of them acted like comedians while interviewing them. Instead,
The nice part is guys like Shane, he's doing like, he literally just broke a Guinness Book of World Records for doing comedy. But no matter what, it's not gonna peter out the same way that like a Tom Segura, Joe Rogan, any of these guys. If anything, he's going to always maintain his like passion for doing the comedy, and he'll like be happy if he's doing like sets when he's 60 years old in a fucking like dimly lit fucking 30-person room.
as you likely know by now, they just brown-nosed them to no end.
Unlike Andrew Schultz, who's never really done comedy in a room to begin with. Like, Schultz is one of those guys, like, damn, dude, making an entire comedy career online, I'm like, wow. And then going and working clubs? Pretty much unheard of.
At 2024 and the run-up to that election, you saw how the right was activating or maybe in some cases weaponizing comedy in the podcast space.
Yeah.
Were you having behind-the-scenes conversations with those folks about what was happening?
Colbert?
And did you at all feel like you have to issue some kind of corrective in what you're doing?
I do kind of resent it because I do feel like they forced, a lot of my contemporaries have forced me to be explicitly political in a way that I'm not interested in doing.
Right,
Even some of the shit I've said today, it's like, I don't want people to know I know who Mohammed Mossadegh was.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
That's not good for the brand.
Yeah, no. I don't want them to know I had a poli-sci degree, right? Like, being friends
Night
with
Etch.
authority sucks. Like you want to?
Yeah, I'll be here for
the
a
president
little
on
bit
your
longer.
podcast. The fucking president? No president's good. You can't be the president and be a good person. It's impossible.
The thing
I
about
don't
starting
fucking want
late.
the president on my podcast.
You don't want to hang out.
Mayor,
Yeah.
maybe like mayor, you're a little evil, sure,
Yeah.
but you haven't gotten
And luckily,
fully.
he can't be president.
And he can't be president, so we're good.
Ceremonial job, man.
Yeah.
Damn,
And as for
dude,
why
he
they
nailed
did
that.
these interviews with these politicians and elites, no one really knows, but Stavros hopes that some were naive and just thought they were providing a good podcast to their audience. The worst reason as to why they did them, though, is perhaps that they genuinely thought they were qualified to interview a presidential candidate, which is the more likely reason for all of them besides maybe Theo Vaughn. Either way, Stavros thinks it was a huge mistake.
Yes, Stavi doesn't really seem like the type to have poli-sci. That's pretty cool. Yeah.
But and so yes, I do resent that because I
No,
think
he's a
what
smart.
happened is
He's a really fucking smart guy.
it's a mix of things.
Thing is, he's like me. Like, dude, no, Stavi, he really wants to turn it off. Like, that's the problem. Is like, he's also got like that. Like, this is what sucks to admit. Like, as a comedian, where it's like, yeah, we have high functioning depression, man. Like, being funny and performing and doing this shit is like literally our medication. So, you know, for us to do political content and like what he's talking about, like he like more so got thrown into it. At least I did this more so like because I have that other side where I'm like, I do long form content. I've always had a passion for politics. I'd rather get mad with people than be mad alone. But realistically, it comes from the same fucking place where it's just like we have this like just outrage where we're like, oh, Jesus fucking Christ, everything sucks. And you wish you could be dumber. Like, that's how I feel every day. I wish I could just be a dumb motherfucker like some of my friends, like, and with all due respect, some of my friends that don't think politically. You know, I'm trying to be as respectful as possible.
At the most charitable reading is
I still love you. I'm just saying you're dumb as shit when it comes to politics.
some people
Satan.
thought their platform was important enough to host either the president of the United States, the vice president, whatever, and they want to do a public service. And I think that was naive. It's you're either naive, which some people I think were, or you're so arrogant that you think that's true. Yeah. And I do think, again, I haven't done an arena tour. I bet you arena tour psychosis is real.
Yep.
Right?
You're out of touch.
So out of touch. Like if 15,000 people for 2 months straight are like, you think you're fucking Caesar? You think you're Julius Caesar?
Yeah.
Who the fuck else got 20,000 people to cheer for them?
Yeah.
And I do think some guys made a
Crushing
shrewd
this.
Calculation.
Here's the thing.
They saw where the wind was blowing.
Whatever it is, whatever the answer is, I think it was a mistake.
You don't
Whether you're
respect-
naive, which is the one I respect the most, or whether you're calculating, cynical, or whether you think you are actually smart enough to, because journalists should be having these fucking conversations. That's the thing. It's like, and look, I do think some comedians could maybe rise to the occasion of being capable of that, but you would have to do a lot more fucking research.
What's funny about what Stav is saying here is that it's not really that much of a hot take to anyone besides the guys who did the interviews. And the fact that Stavros Halkias has to be the one to say it out loud kind of just shows you how fake a lot of these comics are to each other. I mean, at the end of the day, I bet most comics share this opinion with Stavros. But being that their careers depend on making relationships with the people who own the largest comedy platforms in the world, a lot of them aren't willing to risk that in order to say the truth.
I will say this about American Redacted. He respects Bobby Lee way too much.
But the fact that Joe Rogan labels himself as a
Bobby Lee's a fucking sex pest, and I'm not gonna fucking say anything different. It's not even alleged. It's out there.
Professional comedian and turns around and slobbers on the Epstein class without even poking fun of them in the slightest is completely absurd. And it's super surprising that more comedians don't call him out for that.
It sucks.
Of course,
I
you
was a
have
fan
the
of Bobby Lee.
Jeselniks, the Mark Marons, and even Zach Galifianakis. But it just seems like there should be way more comedians doing that.
There's a hierarchy to authority that, like, you shouldn't want to be around.
Sure.
Like, these people are bad.
You're taking stand-up comedy back to its roots.
Yeah.
Don't hang out with the president.
No,
Like,
the president is a fucking piece of shit, no matter who it is. Like, that's almost always true.
I like that. That's the red line. Is if you have if you're a comedian, you have a podcast, you cannot have the president on.
I just think you can, but you have to treat it like a fucking real.
Right.
Like, no, you can do. Like, you can do whatever the fuck you want, but like, if you have somebody on there and it's like
very rare for people to
someone with
have
that
both.
much power, right?
Yeah.
And not just a president, like fucking,
That's why I'm not sure if I could actually do that like in a stand-up set. I can do that here, but
titans of industry, right?
doing 6 to 8 hours is a lot different than doing a fucking
AI kids, right? Like
type 15 to
you
30.
can't have these people on and suck their for 2 hours and not challenge them. The whole point of stand-up is you challenge that it's again, I hate this because it's the corniest bullshit on earth. It's the stuff I wanted to get away from stand-up, right? You think I like doing political jokes? They fucking suck. That's just not
You're
funny.
like, you made me
I'm
do this.
trying my hardest to make this sort of okay. I don't want to, like some people are good at it, but I don't want to be Lewis Black.
Yeah.
So I think it's
Damn,
pretty
dude.
clear now that this
I love that he's so real about that too. Where it's just like,
is
fuck,
really the
man.
main reason that Stavros has decided to distance himself from this group. So who knows if that potential JRE episode with him would even take place? Because if that did end up happening, there's just no way that Stavros would be able to refrain from scolding Rogan.
All right,
about
someone
all
just
this
got mad at
stuff.
me for posting about fucking Trump store lady and her store closing. Oh, the hypocrisy of one side claiming to advocate for mental health while also seemingly using someone's mental health struggles for their social media entertainment. We truly live in a clown world. We all lose in a two-party system.
Knowing Joe, though, I don't think he'd even let that podcast take place. Like the guy is
What,
just
you want to bet that she's gonna have America First fucking merch at her next place?
capable of learning anything from the other side, or even looking at stuff from another perspective these days. As
You really
he's
like
59
Lewis Black?
years old,
I love Lewis Black.
and has most likely been compromised for at least 2 years now. So don't get your hopes up for that episode to ever happen.
One of my best friends got drunk at a Lewis Black show and ended up fucking puking before he could get like to the bathroom. Like he was navigating the aisle, and he said once he turned the corner, he puked right in the aisle.
But if it does, it would certainly make for a great
He'd puke
video.
on anybody,
but
though.
anyways, besides calling the
Still.
enlightened meatheads out for their politics, another area that Stavros criticized them and comedians in general for is that it seems like the main goal in comedy these days is to become the next arena touring comedian
Yep,
like Dave
I hate it.
Chappelle, Shane Gillis, and even Matt Rife.
See, the thing is, even when I started doing comedy, I never went into it with ever being an arena guy. A theater guy, maybe. 1,200 seats, okay. Arenas? Like, I get it. The payday's great. But the actual show's gonna suck. Like, it's hard to put on a show for that amount of people and also get the feedback that you need to maintain that. Like, oh my God, that's that's one of those ones where you have to have, because you can't do crowd work, so you have to just have your fucking like everything like beat for beat. Man,
so somewhere
I could not.
Or along
I
the
couldn't do
lines
it.
of trying to become a literal billionaire, these comedians
I'd rather
have
just do
fallen
it
out
like a
with the
theater.
truth of what actually makes them funny, which just drives someone like Halkias
What actually made Tom Segura funny was the fact that he was a fat dude that was, married to one of his best friends, and they started a podcast together. What made him awful was the fact that he turned into every fucking lame rich guy, wants to F porn stars, and just, whatever. Like, he divorces his wife when she hits her 50s. He's got 2 young kids. He's every lame fucking Hollywood fucking wannabe. And then on top of it, he does the Andrew Tate stuff that unironically, and then is just like, I'm doing it to be fun. Yeah, fuck you. Fucking creep.
Absolutely insane.
I don't know. Isn't that the whole thing with stand-up? Isn't she speaking
The
truth to
problem
power?
is, like, there's too many comics out there that are just like, yeah, I can't wait. Like, Mark Norman says, or, yeah, I can't wait to meet the first piece of ass that she's, like, can I just also say, Mark Norman, stop trying to be like Norm Macdonald. We get it, dude. We get it. I used to love Mark Norman's comedy, but goddamn, lately I have just, it's literally, he's just trying to be trying to be Norm. It's gross. And honestly, just be yourself, for fuck's sake. But for real, man.
Which I found corny.
A personal
Like, isn't that
Sorry, now I'm just getting critical of our
theoretically be
comments.
part of it? It's like
You never
we're
heard of Matt
like,
Rife? You never heard of Matt Rife? Ugh.
The same way I'm like worried about the
good for you
younger generation of stand-ups not caring about the art form. I do think there's an element that troubles me where
I haven't thought about it like that, but he's definitely copying off Norm. Yeah, no, he is.
this has become like people just want to be as successful as possible. They want to play arenas.
I grew up listening to Norm. He started not just using vernacular, he started using his jokes. That's not okay. That's like me turning into Mitch Hedberg. Like literally. Because I'm a stoner comic. You know, he's dead. He ain't using it. That's how they think about that shit.
Arena's sake. They just want to be the kind of
There is being inspired, but then there's that fine line where you're like, dude, you're stealing his act.
like they want to be on a private jet. That sucks. You know what I mean? Like that's first of all, that's destroying the world, but it's like
But don't get me wrong here. It's great that these comedians can get away with a subpar act.
God, totally. Tony Hinchcliffe is the fucking personification of getting away with fucking subpar fucking material. Oh my god, he used the F word for gays. Whoa! He's bringing it back, folks, and that's what did it. Dude, seriously, that's literally what brought Kill Tony back. Was a bunch of fucking dudes that just be like, I want to use the R word again. Look, this guy's he makes me feel straight because he talks like a gay.
On stage.
But then he makes funny observations that are racist like mine.
And sell out Madison Square Garden simply because they're funny on podcasts.
So much.
Like, all power to them. But if you're a true fan of comedy, then the fact that Matt Rife can go on a worldwide arena tour by just flirting and making fun of his fans in the audience should be pretty disappointing to you. Like, just think about how great comedy was, and then compare that to what it is now, and you would probably understand where people are coming from.
Well, this isn't what comedy is now. It's what people apparently like now. But I also watched Dane Cook sell out stadiums
And while we're on the topic of Matt Rife, it seems like Stavros may have actually thrown a little
I don't know, folks.
shot at him during this podcast as well. Because if you don't know by now, all Matt Rife's comedy really consists of is a little thing called crowd work, which is when a comedian interacts with the people in the audience. All comedians do it, but most of them just sprinkle it on the side of their main material. Like most comedians see this as kind of a warm-up to their main bits. But Matt Rife, on the other hand, bases his entire act on stage on this. He's even gone as far as to label his official comedy specials as quote-unquote crowd work specials.
Big J shit. Oh, no wonder he's been pissed off at Matt Rife. Watching Big J fucking freak out about like a bigger it was Matt Rife all
want
along.
people to engage with my stand-up and think it's like, because I do think there's a hierarchy of types of stand-up. And
a well-constructed joke is more valuable
100%.
than
It's
a riff.
It's
an
so
insult
much harder
riff.
to do, and and crowd work to me, it's like if
He
instead
acts
of
like he
watching,
invented it. That's the problem.
You know, Jalen Brunson in the fourth quarter. If that doesn't go viral, it's him at the layup line.
Right.
Like, because to me, crowd work is
Him dribbling through his legs in
Exactly.
warm-ups
It's a
or
warm-up.
something.
To me, it's like
It's a warm-up,
Because
yeah.
what's special about stand-up is every relationship with each crowd is different, right?
Yeah.
In the room is the real magic.
No, but if you spend enough time in a place where you're just like, this place sucks. Like Stavi, he's really good at doing that. I remember he did one in Nashville where he's just like, yeah, I always love, performing in a fucking Holiday, like a broken down Holiday Inn with a BP across the street. Those are the lines that like you guys may miss those, but that shit's hilarious.
And I sort of looked at crowd work as
I fucking love those and that's how you like. Occasionally you will run into that where you'll just have a comic in the room where nobody else laughs and you hear somebody going like cackling in the back. That's usually the comedian.
It's like opening for myself, or I'm getting acclimated with these people, and we're feeling like a unit.
You're softening them up and also softening yourself
Just
up.
connecting,
to kinda,
right? Like it's an
This
individual
is weird to hear them like talk analytically about like comedy like this.
art form, and you want to craft.
But he's also doing a really good job.
Craft that connection, and you want people to feel like this is special.
Yeah,
you want
no,
them
he's
to
not
feel like
wrong.
they're not just going into a canned hour that doesn't
Yeah,
change.
yeah.
At least for
Oh
me,
my
right?
God,
People do their material different.
Yep.
So I think the main
Yeah,
takeaway.
yeah. Okay, so like even as a comedy fan, I used to like I've seen a few of those things where like I've done double shows, obviously, where I would see like somebody performing their material and I would like once you see somebody just do a double set where it's joke for joke for joke, but if they spice it up, there's something inspiring about that where like it gets you to watch the entire show again, even if you know the punchlines, but then you're looking for like how they're kind of changing it. Like, my favorite thing to see was a famous comedian that didn't have like a bug up their ass, or like just they didn't think too highly of themselves. You know, they were so like they would always humanize themselves to other comedians, and then they would go work, and you would just see them, like I was saying, go from like show to show, and you see like the finer nuances of like how they would change a bit, and you're like, oh man, that's fucking awesome.
From this entire
That Gojira poster is awesome. Thank you.
podcast is that
Fire.
Stavros clearly
Fritz,
still loves
appreciate that.
stand-up comedy, but
It
he
is
just
fire.
absolutely hates the direction that a lot of his peers have taken it. Whether it's comedians acting like
Ryan, take care, dude. Thank you for stopping by. Missed you, dude. Seriously, I have. This is a crazy stream. I've had a few returning few returning viewers where I haven't seen you guys in a while. So thanks for stopping by, guys.
victims because they can't say whatever they want, or replacing their
I'm not
actual
going anywhere, by
material
the way.
on stage with crowd work, or suddenly thinking that they're qualified to sit down with presidential candidates. Stavros just seems completely fed up with all of it. And what makes this so much more interesting is that these aren't just some random comedians that he's criticizing. Like, a lot of these guys are legitimately his friends. And
Yeah.
he still seems to want relationships with them. So hopefully this press tour eventually takes him
And the
back
thing
into
is,
the
if they're
Rogan
good
sphere.
comedians,
Because
they won't
hearing
care.
Stavros
They'll
explain
just be
all
like,
this
yeah, you know
on a New
what?
York
That's
Times
Stavi, though.
podcast
Like, he
is
does
one
his-
thing.
he
But
does his
hearing
own
him say
thing.
it directly to the people he's clearly talking about here would be infinitely more entertaining. But until then, thanks so much for watching.
All right. Music time. Let's chill. We're gonna go into finding something. Oh wait. Yes, please join the Discord. That's this space Discord. Also, guys, I'm a little inebriated.
All right, y'all. So YouTube made.
All right, hold on. YouTube made a fatal error. Kyle Kalinski's covering it. It's not political. Fuck it. This has to do with me. Let's go.
A pretty disastrous change here that on its face, like, people wouldn't know why it's disastrous. Even I, honestly, when I first heard the change, I didn't like immediately connect the dots as to why it's so terrible. I got a video here for you from Penguin Zero, aka Charlie, aka Moist Critical, and he breaks down why this new YouTube change is actually catastrophic. So let's listen and we'll break it down. Here we go.
I mean, like, I don't even know what to say. Like, this new YouTube change is my
Well, he sped it up, so I guess I gotta unspeed
second
it
least
up.
favorite change they've ever made, second only to dislikes being removed, and this is only slightly behind it because I think this one is on the almost the same level of baffling stupidity to even have the idea, and even more befuddling to pull the trigger on actually implementing this idea.
I knew it.
Yeah, YouTube has made a habit out of just going hog wild on changes that not a single soul on the planet has ever asked for. And there's a chance that these ideas are thoughts that not a single sentient organism has ever thought of until YouTube
it's
farted them
AI.
out. Because these ideas are just so silly and wacky. It's like when you take a shit, you're probably not thinking about eating the poop, but YouTube, they get in there like a pinworm and they say, hey, the hell with it.
Asmongold wanted to be Charlie.
Send it, launch. And they do, like
That's
removing
just how
dislikes
it
because
is.
their feelings got hurt over
But Asmongold has absolutely no class. Like, Asmongold could have a nice, just as nice as a place as Charlie here. He's a lazy piece of shit, and I guess he had his dad's house that has roaches in it, and it's nostalgic or whatever. But he finally started fucking some chick, and she's just like, yeah, no, I'm not doing this. And he's like, I'm just gonna buy a new house. But if he does that, he's gonna lose his entire audience because watch. It's happening to Vosh. Vosh is moving out of the country, and I just watched his sub count go fucking down drastically, and I'm not even trying to start drama. It just happened.
Now, today, they announced that they're completely changing the way that YouTube views on long-form content are calculated publicly. Starting August 24th, views will count the moment a video begins to play with no minimum watch time. The first frame of a video will count as a view now across all formats, VOD, Shorts, and Live. We're standardizing views to reflect creators' true
Yeah, nobody
exposure
asked
across
for
YouTube,
that.
making it easier to show their value to brand partners. This update won't impact creator earnings or YouTube partnership program eligibility.
Now, by the way, right off the rip, though, like, if it's not going to affect earnings, then, like, why would you even make the change, right? Like,
It's literally to keep you as the creator like going more because you're like, oh, look at all these views I got. I got to keep going.
Yeah,
it's my worst nightmare.
I guess you're kind of like devaluing of you a little bit by doing this, right? But
really
it's
is.
actually
It's
a lot more nefarious
This is fucking me a lot more than them.
than that. Wait for it.
So if you have a video, even autoplay for a split second, like scroll to one autoplays, that counts as a view publicly. Now, they do mention
Why
that
did Vosh announcing his move repel his fans?
still have-
Because they felt like he was running from the country, and like I see it as the dude's in love. He's moving out of the country because they can't stay here. He can go there. Great. But I also see where his audience is just like, oh, okay, so you have to change your schedule, and on top of it, you don't have to deal with the repercussions of everything that we have to deal with. So everything that they listen to, like there is something about knowing that the person you're listening to is going to suffer the same way you are living through this. This is why I stopped listening to the Surfs as like a everyday program, I'll be honest. Same with Rational National. Nothing more than the fact that they're Canadian, and honestly, I'm like, you guys are lucky. Fuck you. You guys get like Lance, he doesn't have to pay for his pregnant girlfriend's fucking birth. Plain and simple. That's the reason that I'm just like, you know what? You really don't get it. Like, I'm glad that you're going to advocate for us, but it's just the fact that I'm like, you don't live this. It's why I'm also not watching Kyle and Crystal as much, like with the same like veracity that I used to.
have engaged.
Where it's just like, dude, you guys live on a totally like different plane of existence. You're millionaires.
viewer metrics, which is kind of the old way of calculating it, where you need a viewer to stick around for, it was about like 30 seconds on long form content, which is like an actual view and something that's been standard on the platform.
Someone with dual citizenship, I get it. Yep.
For ages. Now they're going the way of shorts calculation, which is even if you like fall asleep.
Meanwhile, here I am, you know, I used to think that I lived in the country everybody wanted to come to, and now I'm finding out that if I wanted to get the fuck out of here, I couldn't even get into Canada. Well, shit.
Sleep, and it just starts doom scrolling. Every single thing that it hits is going to count as a view there. Just ding is an impression,
least for a
which is
long-
completely
like, you
useless.
know,
This change is going
if I
to
overstay my
explode
visa,
YouTube
they're sending
views,
me back.
obviously, but it's not real. It's just a vapid fake number. It's just phony baloney nonsense, really.
On its face, that's a bad thing,
No,
right? Like
it's
you don't
bad for everybody on this platform.
want to juice the numbers to the point where it's just totally inaccurate. I mean, everybody correctly went after Rumble, for example, because their views appear to be juiced. Or, you know, Facebook back in the day, they really were like mega juicing their numbers. And when advertisers found out that the views were basically fake, they just like stopped giving money for Facebook video. And like a bunch of people who really bet hard on making a video career using Facebook got just
Mr. Kyle did
like nuked into oblivion and
Yeah.
lost everything. And so like there's
Kyle
serious
put some work- I
consequences
remember he
associated
put
with
some
it.
work into
And it's all
Facebook.
it's literally like a fake
So he was
change.
just like,
They're making stuff
"Ooh."
more fake now.
In the sentence there where they said it's going to help you stand out to brand partners, no, the fuck it's not.
No, it's not.
Brand partners are going
No, it's
to
not.
maybe do deals for like a month
Yeah.
under these new programs
Charlie's
with these
right about
channels
this.
that are getting millions of views, and they'll sell like 3 things because it's all fucking fake. Like,
That's actually a really devastating point.
Yeah,
I've never talked to an advertiser, so in this respect, I'm in the clear because I don't talk
Yeah,
to these
same.
motherfuckers anyway.
Same,
but all
same.
these people who have brand deals, you know, you go to a brand and say, hey, look at the views I'm getting. And then you go to a brand and, you know, you end up doing nothing for that brand. There's no sales. And then what happens? Eventually the advertisers go, well, why the fuck are we wasting money giving to these like influencers? There's no return on investment. And so then that'll lead to like an advertiser exodus, right? Seems like a bad idea.
so silly. And the only channels that stand to benefit from this are the channels that you don't want to thrive here, the ones that have already poisoned shorts, which is AI, clickbait, and just fucking endless amounts of slop, mainly AI slop.
I have to say, and I've seen it more and more start to take over the platform too, where it's just like complete AI channels. And I think that should be illegal. I don't think it should be allowed on YouTube. I think YouTube should try to ban 100% AI channels. I mean, it's insane that I even have to say these words out loud, but like we shouldn't be drowning in slop, right? Like, shouldn't that be obvious to people? We're drowning in fucking slop, and now their numbers are going to get juiced. The slop factories are going to get juiced numbers, and then attracting advertisers to them. over real people. I mean, this has got disaster written all over it.
This now incentivizes them to break containment, the SCP protocol here, and go on to long form now, because now they can thrive there too. And they already have been thriving in long form.
Oh, shit. I see what he's saying. So he's saying, like, there's a lot more AI slop in short form, but now this allows them to break through into long form, which will further drown out the real creators.
Even with the previous view metric calculation.
Yeah, but at some point, they're going to figure out that a lot of people don't watch the AI slop bullshit. Like, yes, it will catch the eyes of the short form content like people, but we've all done it. Like, I know that we have all done it. If you're in my audience right now and you guys are like long-termers, you have all done this where, oh shit, that was AI. Like, it does get a little disheartening when you're like, oh shit, like it's getting a little harder to discern it, but it's still discernible. And that's why, like, no matter what, the outcome to this will be, oh, what's AI going to do? Create a me? Like, eventually, yeah, sure, maybe 20 years, not 20 years, maybe 10 years down the line, they'll be able to do some shit like this, but nah. Like, there's always something where you're like, that's not right. And realistically, the problem, like, at heart is that AI, nobody wants that shit. They want authenticity. Nobody asked for this. No, like, the only people that really asked for, like, the cheat codes were the people that were already lazy as fuck, that just wanted to monetize everything. That will run its course. This isn't just hopium. This is art. And you know what? I'll say this. Art has proven that if you don't have somebody or like passion, you know, things like that behind it, people will be able to fucking tell. And if they can't, I don't really want to live in that world. So honestly, let it happen. Let AI figure out a way to just put me on a fucking feeding tube.
Incentivizes it more.
Because realistically, that's where I want to be if that's where this is going.
And
like, fuck everything.
And pushes normal creators to once again.
Yeah. Yeah, I can go from being very hopeful to very nihilistic in the same fucking breath.
And really heavily consider just clickbaiting, so that way they get you in the door right away.
That's how I am.
K-pop Demon Hunters did what? And it's them bending over fucking full goatsy or something. Just to get a click, because now that counts as a view, whereas before it didn't.
That's a good point. I mean, there's already enough.
Maybe we have to accept that we can never trust video 100% again. If it's short form, no.
Of like a.
Also, what needs to happen is there needs to be laws where it all needs to be labeled very clearly. We are getting dangerously close to the point where we're just going to let them, like, dude, could you imagine if Sora just did what it was doing and they didn't have to label it as Sora? Yeah, that's what they want to do.
Clickbait problem.
The problem is you have to be appropriately outraged at this. I don't care where you're from. You need to be outraged enough to actually go and contact your congressman, maybe stand in front of their office with a sign while also contacting them, you know, protest a little bit peacefully.
Just from human nature alone, and what they're doing is they're like putting that problem on steroids, right?
This is the thing. Most people would get out there and protest if they, like, honestly just heard, like, the way things are, just broken down the way things are. But unfortunately, they're fucking literally babied into just being like, it's not that bad. It's not that bad yet. You still have water. You still have food. It's a little more expensive, but you know what? You still got some stuff.
Right? Because now, like, oh, if you just get somebody in the door for a split second, you're good. And you could just bait and switch, hard body, you know?
You got clickbaited, you'd probably click off in a handful of seconds. That would never register as a view, so you could never capitalize on that. Now, with this new change, you can, and it is constantly going to be incentivizing that. And again, it does nothing for brand partners, because if they start working under these fake numbers instead of, like, requesting engaged viewer numbers, then those
dude, seriously, we really are.
Brands are fucking dumb, and they're going to feel a huge hit to their marketing spend when they see no return.
Logic and reason. Cheers to that.
All of these phony baloney views, these fucking horseradish views that aren't real, and you can easily get
Mercado and status quo. Best that you can do. That is true. Sweet Chewy, if you're not already subbed to my channel, I also am Mercado status quo.
Gamify this. Like I saw Spiffing Brick
status
give a little
quo?
infinite money glitch that is a little tongue in cheek,
status
but would
quo.
actually
Jesus
work. Where you
Christ.
just instruct your
Status
viewers to
quo.
just F5 over and over again while you have a sponsorship enabled with uncapped CPM.
Jordan
You could
rules.
farm an unbelievable amount of money through doing that if it's just the public views instead of engaged views. Like, and I don't think that's going to happen because I don't think brands are going to really care about the public view. I don't think anyone's going to care about the public view because everyone is going to know it's not real. And
Yeah,
it just
it's ruined
really
everything.
made
Yeah, it has.
botting services extremely happy. You know they just
This one
fucking
we
blew
had
a load
some
to those
fucking
britches
walls
right
on
there.
this
They got a
shit.
fucking fat wet spot in those trousers because now bots are going to be so pivotal to a lot of
fuck! This is going to increase bots.
these like AI
Great.
slop factory protocol. Like this is like, and not only that,
So it's
just
bots
also
supporting
normal
AI
YouTubers that are trying to
content.
like stand out might
Yep.
just start doing botting. That's going to be much more effective now that it doesn't have to like have a
Bots
certain amount of time that it sticks
supporting
around.
bots.
Just a single frame is all it takes. Bro, botting services are absolutely going to be popping off.
If dead internet theory wasn't real, it feels like it's becoming real now. Like I felt like YouTube was kind of a little bit of an oasis in a sea of like AI slop and bullshit and nonsense. And now it seems like maybe not. And there's always a giveaway with the botting. Like you guys know this. If you check, there'll be a massive discrepancy between the number of views and then the number of comments. Like there were allegations that the comedian Whitney Cummings was botting her stuff because her, you know, a podcast of hers would have like 500,000 views or something. She'd be getting like Joe Rogan level numbers. And then you'd look and there'd be like, you know, 38 comments. And it's like, that's obviously fake. But, you know, I would like it if they try to solve the problem as opposed to making it worse with the botting. But it seems like they're just like, fuck it, bot away.
No doubt. Like, yes, YouTube does have like anti-botting measures in place, but they're not perfect. No platform has perfect protection from bots. I mean, look at Shorts, for example. Like, and that's only going to be now even more prevalent because it's not just Shorts. Now it's long form too.
YouTube is moving to an exposure-based model for views across all formats, meaning a view will now be counted the moment a video begins to play from the very first frame. Hello Insiders, I'm Rene Ritchie, a longtime creator now working at YouTube, and here's what's up. Last year, YouTube moved to an exposure-based model for Shorts
Yeah,
views.
he's working at YouTube and he's gonna just
This year, starting August 24, YouTube will be expanding that model to long form.
Oh, excuse me, I'm wiggling in my seat. Oh, I can't help myself here. Please, I don't mean to interrupt.
Oh,
but
sweet Chewy, thank you for becoming a member. I really appreciate that, man. Thank you.
my hand is raised. Can I ask a quick question? How did that work for Shorts? Are Shorts in a really good spot?
No.
Is Shorts on YouTube synonymous with high quality content that's
no, not at all
being churned out? Or has it been degraded into a complete cesspool of AI slop that even YouTube themselves is trying their absolute best to combat night and day to no avail, fighting an endless battle of these slop factories that are churning out infinite amount of content all hours of the day, every single second, just to capitalize off of this kind of shit?
I mean, he's right. I'm also,
no,
I'll
he's
go a
right.
step further. I'm also just like kind of anti the really short videos anyway, because I keep seeing now articles and research and stuff where they say it absolutely nukes your ability to like have discipline and self.
Yeah. You know what's fucked up? I figured that out with Vine. So color me the elder on this one. I figured it out first, folks. Thank you. Thank you. Short form content, not for me. Thank you.
Control and restraint and your attention span, like it just gets obliterated by sitting there and just scrolling mindlessly through like whether it's TikTok videos or YouTube short videos. And like I do see a difference. Like I pretty much never watch them. Maybe once in a blue moon I'll watch like one or two, but I never like sit there and go through it. But there's like a generational thing where I see with the younger kids, they'll only do those. And you realize, like, hold on, do you not have the attention span to sit through like a 15-minute video? Because that's actually kind of devastating. Like, it's kind of like dumbing down the population on purpose, right? So I'm like against those, those things anyway. But what he's describing is they're botted to the high heavens. And that shit is fake as fuck. And now that's going to make the crossover into the long form as well.
I don't really think you should be taking lessons from the way Shorts is functioning right now for long form. Because while
it's all AI, it's like a lot of AI shit.
Long form obviously has its problems with the same thing, AI slop and those content farms. I've yapped about it quite a bit. It's not nearly to the level of degeneracy that's on Shorts, but this is making a push towards it. Why? Like what? How is there not a lesson being learned right now with what's going on with fucking YouTube Shorts? Are they just so blinded by the big number, like 200 billion views a day on Shorts or whatever? Now they want it to long form? Like, oh, we have 200 billion YouTube Sharks views. Now let's extend that to long form where we can just artificially inflate all these numbers for exposure. These fucking random impressions. If someone just happens to accidentally see a frame of your video, bang, that counts. And now we have big number time to celebrate.
Yeah, like the enshittification is now hitting YouTube.
But it's not real. It's not legitimate. It's useless. And you yourself on the website even talk about how this has no effect on monetization. So like, you're not paying creators more for these big views. It's imaginary. The creators aren't getting paid more. Brands certainly won't pay them more. And in fact, I would even see a world where they might start paying less because there's so little trust in what the views represent anymore. They would need like thorough analytics on the engaged views. But I think there's a chance that, you know, up and coming YouTubers probably get even worse deals from these brands because they just might not even trust what's being provided through the material anymore.
And maybe that's the point, right? Maybe that's the point. Shortchange people more. And you guys know that I think they made the standards harder to even monetize your YouTube channel in the first place now. When I got monetized, I think it was like you need to have like 1,000 subscribers or, you know, a certain number of watch hours, but they've since made it way stricter and like the standards way higher. And like that's fucked up. The whole point of YouTube was that it's YouTube. Like anybody can make one. And now it's like, well, the barrier to entry is just way higher. It's not good. It's not good.
There's no,
which is weird because they like also inform me that technically I'm not I'm not affected by this, but what really weirds me out is full disclosure. I don't necessarily meet those metrics based on my shorts feeds.
Winners here, except for AI slop, clickbait, just to get that first frame view, that first frame click, and botters. Outside of that, I don't see who this actually.
Yeah, but live content is also not getting that first frame click. Like, so the way that they're also doing is, so you know when like a video plays automatically when you hover over it, that was counting as a view. Now it's counting as a view for people that aren't live, which is fucked up.
Benefits, except for people that just like to see big number, but if it doesn't mean anything, what's the point of big number? I don't understand it. I really don't. It just opens the door to just exploitation and just a further degradation of the content that gets posted onto YouTube. Once again, trending more towards AI slop and that kind of filth.
And that's terrible, bro. Like, I really think they should ban the 100% AI stuff. I really think. I mean, is that even controversial to say? I feel like that shouldn't even be controversial.
And like I said, it's not doing anything to help.
If anything, why aren't they making a YouTube AI like category where you have all your normal YouTube videos, but anything that uses AI gets put in that category? Not that hard.
Normal people that are trying to like,
they got music. What? They got fucking
make it on
kids
YouTube because none of these new view calculations are going to matter to making it into the partnership program, which they just doubled the requirements for.
Doubled it.
So you still need to hit the engaged views.
Well, demonetize it and also like curate it so it's not getting mixed in with the, you know, real creators.
And like the qualified watch hours, which
they can fucking tell if we're a real creator or not. Trust me, man. When they make us fucking like get monetized, it ain't just like there ain't no computer that could just do it. I'm gonna say that much.
These do not count towards, so it's completely vapid useless.
He's right.
No, and this is also incentivizing creating AI slop, like they were saying earlier.
Totally right. And this video goes on. You guys can watch the rest of it if you want.
Dude, they really do want you. Like, this is them taking your bread and circus. Like, they're gonna fucking take the bread. The fucking food's running out. This is them taking your circus. Like, eventually, they're going to piss everybody off because they think that they're going to make this next generation of just vapid fucking AI trained idiots, which I'm sorry, but if that is actually what's going to happen, then you failed them as parents. Do not do what the boomers did to us. Here's what really pisses me off is how fucking up their own ass parents can be. And this is a life lesson for all of you. If you have children, if you have your own little, what I call crotch goblins, I get to say that. I don't have kids and I can be a dick about it. Here's the thing. You have to fucking care about their future. My parents used to say that they did. I remember back in 1992 when my parents used to talk about the ozone layer and, you know, like they pretended like they cared. Well, at least my dad did. Or my mom cared about the ozone layer, but my dad, like, he pretended to care. Well, here's the thing. Here we are. And honestly, I love my dad. I love my mom. Rest in peace, Mom. But realistically, they fucked up. They fucked us. They fucked all of us. The boomers fucked all of us. And this is why you have this generational divide, which really pisses me off when they're just like, oh, there's always a generational divide. There was a generational divide with the greatest generation. Yeah, except with the greatest generation, they actually left you, a world that was worth living in. Now you guys have taken that from us in every fucking way, shape, and form. And then anytime that we actually asked for just our what we thought we deserved, you told us that we were entitled. You call us, and then you said that we were we're the takers. Oh no, we can't do that. But simultaneously give your kids everything that they fucking want. Like, never understood that one. I will never understand boomers that will fucking literally, they have millennial kids, they'll pay for everything, but they'll simultaneously then talk about how every other millennial's a fucking taker. That's just wild to me. Anyway, I'm just ranting.
But then I also wanted to show you this. So Andrew Kaczynski says, all search has been ruined. Google date search hasn't worked in a decade.
Yep.
Facebook search doesn't work.
Yep.
YouTube removed sort by, updated, and search strings.
Yeah.
And,
I've
I noticed that too. YouTube, I noticed recently, they had a decent search thing until relatively recently. And now when I want to look for a specific video of mine, I type in secular talk and a word that's definitely in the title, and it just doesn't come up with the video. And I'm like, this is ridiculous. I have to go to the back end of my own YouTube channel, which obviously you guys don't have access to if you're looking for a specific video of mine, and type in the back end of my YouTube channel, the word that I know is in the title, and then it will come up. But you can't access a lot of the videos just publicly. They've made it worse. And then, as Austerity is Theft says here, they want a brick search to force dependency and increased adoption of their AI tools. So again, all for AI slop, all in shitification. So he also says, and in that sense, AI search bots have raised the floor for people who had no basic competency with searching for information, while it's also now crippling information gathering for those who are competent. It's just the enshittification of everything continues, man, and it's disturbing. It's upsetting. It's horrific. Terrible, terrible decisions. YouTube should definitely not do this. And they've also, by the way, while we're having the conversation, they should change back the standards to what they were before to get...
So what have I said about using any alternative platform to do anything that is a fucking platform that has maybe 200 people on it? I'm not doing it.
Any ad revenue on YouTube to get an AdSense account.
The greatest generation is dead, quite literally.
Bring back the dislike button. What the fuck? This is all... It should be pretty straightforward, but I don't know. It's they're intent on destroying everything that works and everything that's good.
Hey, y'all, do me a favor and like and subscribe. It helps out big time in the algorithm. Click the bell as well.
And this is not me fighting with you, by the way. This is me just saying, matter-of-factly, I'm not going to use an alternative platform. You know how many, I brought this up. Do you know how many times I've been told to, fucking use Threads and all this other bullshit? And I actually regret using Blue Sky. Blue Sky's fucking awful. It's awful.
We're not talking about Trump.
Seems that Bill O'Reilly's fucking getting a little emotional these days.
Go ahead. We're talking about a senator from Georgia and his. We're not talking about Trump and Trump's.
God, my mother-in-law's probably fucking really excited about this because she loves herself some Cuomo.
Go ahead. We're talking about a senator from Georgia and his insults. Yeah. You deflect into whataboutism. Cuomo?
Well, by the way, I'm not endorsing going after anybody.
Oh my God, his chin is quivering.
All right,
he's old as fuck, though.
Folks, this is going to be a lot of fun. Infamous former Fox News
he's old
host
as fuck.
Bill O'Reilly,
I'm not sure if he's
who has
crying
since
or
become
he's just
an
old as fuck.
independent MAGA creator, although he will assure you that he's not MAGA.
Is he stroking out? I don't know, dude.
He just calls balls and strikes.
Had something in my eye earlier. I was worried that I was stroking out.
He went viral yesterday because he went on a rant about Democratic Senator Jon Ossoff, who in turn has gone viral over a recent comment he made about Donald Trump. And
Bill O'Reilly looks like shit. He's old as fuck. He's 80-something. Dude, my mom died at 73. Can we stop being ageist for a fucking half minute? Listen, I don't like Bill O'Reilly. I don't like any of these old fucks. I don't like Joe Biden. But goddamn, dude. I'm going to just say it. As somebody who's got parents that are aging, my dad just turned 70. It's just kind of wild where we're just oh, they look awful. Yeah, they're old. That's what happens. God damn.
Assistant.
That's not cool. Ageism is not cool. I don't know why we got very comfortable with doing that. And honestly, like I was talking to one of my friends he's half Japanese, half Hawaiian. And he was talking to me about how much we disrespect our elders. And I was like, you know what? You are fucking dead on. I don't care. Take your politics aside. We treat our elders like shit in America. Now, what are we going to do about that? Are we going to fucking put our liberal values, you know what? Punch me in the nuts for that one. Are we going to take our leftist values and say that we need a better world? Part of a better world is having fucking, taking care of our elders, appreciating our elders. Do I think that they should be our president? No. Do I think they should be in positions of power? No. But do I think that we should treat them with dignity and fucking give them a good time on their way out? Yeah. Because you know what? I want that. I want to grow old and I don't want to work at Walmart. And I don't like the way that they're fucking making all of us very okay with the idea that once we get to that point, that's what we can expect. That's a psyop. We need better. We need to take care of our elders. Shut the fuck up otherwise.
Natalie Harp. It was just a passing comment that was factually true, which is that Donald Trump flies around a lot with Natalie.
No, I'm saying it. I'm just saying it.
Harp.
I don't care.
Objectively true statement. Now,
yes, they disrespected us. Our fucking parents disrespected us. Fucking funny enough, trying to create a world to better us. But the thing is, our parents were the first helicopter parents. They were the first ones to kind of hang around a little too much. They're the first ones to hang around, also give us the trophy parents. They realistically are those. But this is what pisses me off, bro. I'm not going to fucking mince words. We treat our old people like shit. And we have become way too accustomed with it. And I think this was part of it. It's not okay.
The implication for a lot of people was that there was some sort of affair going on. But Ossoff never said that, and then he just moved on with the rest of his speech. Well, Bill O'Reilly in particular was so exercised by Ossoff's statement, so outraged, that he insisted he would vote for Vladimir Putin over John Ossoff and demanded that everyone in the United States condemn
we need to put
Ossoff.
Pop in a home. No. Listen, am I the only one that thinks that we need to be Japanesey about this? That was borderline, but true. We should be. We should be taking care of our elders. We should put them into a position where they don't have to work, where we actually care about them. God forbid.
It's off. And then he went on to Chris Cuomo's show on News Nation, and Cuomo dog-walked him, humiliated O'Reilly into a full-blown meltdown by exposing O'Reilly's hypocrisy.
That's all I meant.
And
No, I
the
know.
moral affirmative action that he uses on Donald Trump. You're going to clutch your pearls
Retire
about John
comfortably.
Ossoff, but you...
Well, there's retiring comfortably, but there's also the part where we have to recognize that caretakers don't make sense. For living, I live it, listen, as somebody that's turning 40, I don't have kids. I have heard who's going to take care of you when you're older more than your average American. And I'll tell you what, it's going to be your kids. Your children will be taking care of me. Your tax dollars will be taking care of me. Thank you. That's just a fact. But I would love to have grown up in a country where I could have valued having a child and thinking that they would take care of me, but I don't. I watched my mom kind of just accept that might not ever be a thing, even though I would have put her up. No matter how hard it would have been. I wish she didn't feel that way, but she did actually, before she passed, let me know that she felt that way. My dad, he wanted to make as much money to make sure that he could not retire comfortably, but die comfortably. You know how fucked up that is? Because he watched his parents go the way that they did.
You have nothing
I'm just going to say, man, we live in a really fucked up country and we underestimate just how fucked up it is. And then what really pisses me off is the people that are brainwashed into going like, we fucking rule.
to say about
No, we really don't.
Donald Trump, who regularly
We
does
do some
infinite
genuinely fucked up stuff to everybody in our society, and the weirdest part is it's these rich fucks that are the ones like telling us this is how you should feel, and we're like,
worse things and says infinitely
These
worse
are people
things.
that literally don't know the name of half their fucking, like, do you think Trump knows his fucking grandchildren's name except for the one that he finds hot? Yeah, I said it.
I can't wait to share this with you. But before we unpack all that, if you end up liking this video and you want to support the channel, please be sure to hit the like, subscribe, and notification bells before you go. All right, folks, so here's what O'Reilly said in response to Ossoff. Then we'll get into the heated back and forth with Cuomo and O'Reilly.
They were laughing, the far left.
I'm waiting for my Wally chair.
There's a guy named Mehdi.
As long as the Wally chair's hit by the time I'm 60, I'm good. Give me the Wally chair with my fucking my Slurpee feed, and like my all day television and shit. I'm good.
It's on
Fuck it.
MS, I guess. He's laughing. Oh yeah. So I call it gutter sniping. All right, they're smear merchants. This Ossoff, I would not vote for. I'd vote for Putin over Ossoff.
That's what I think about that.
That's how bad this guy Ossoff is.
Not because of anything on policy, not because he's a foreign dictator like Putin, not because he's a murderer like Putin, not because he's an authoritarian like Putin, but because he said Donald likes to fly around with Natalie. That makes you worse than Putin as far as Bill O'Reilly's concerned. Well, the problem for O'Reilly is that he made the mistake of going on to Chris Cuomo's News Nation show and actually had to...
Josiah! Oh my God, he's gonna fucking bloviate fucking Cuomo here?
defend that statement to...
Did I use that term right? I think I did.
Somebody
bloviate,
with a functional
right?
brain,
Blow,
and it did not
V8,
go well.
Well, whatever.
Now you teased Ossoff. I want to get to that.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
So
You said you'd
Ossoff
rather
is
vote for
running-
Putin.
I would.
You'd vote for Vladimir
Ossoff
Putin,
goes out-
who is
goes
a
out.
murderer. You would vote for a murderer over a U.S. senator.
Well,
a Russian murderer dictator over. Yeah, it kind of sounds like you're anti-American, honestly. What's American about just being like, I hate the Democrats so much that I would vote for someone that's an enemy of the people and a proven enemy of the American people because you know what? The Democrats are that much of an enemy of the people. How far have you gone down the propaganda rabbit hole to just, I don't know. I mean, if that's what we're doing, if we're doing another civil war, I mean, it's not even going to, like, this is the weird part. It's going to be a cold civil war because we're, like, they're all, like, hiding the fact that they're just going to come after us and, like, lock up all our bank accounts and lock up everything and just lock us all up. Apparently. I mean, that's what they want us all to think. Be afraid. Be very afraid.
When you frame it that way, I might stay home.
Yeah, probably a good call, Bill.
I got my ass is gaping again. P. Williams, that's hilarious. Please subscribe to the channel.
Okay. Ossoff
I'll
goes
get one.
out there and number one says, Trump, this is Trump's war. He lied about it, but doesn't say what the lies are. I'd like to know what the lies are because I don't know what
That they were in
And then
imminent
he
threat of
attacks.
getting something, that it would be over in
All
a
right.
couple of weeks. That's all. Go ahead.
Okay. Maybe that's a miscalculation. It's not a lie. A lie is when you wake up in the morning saying,
Damn, he's like Bidening all over this fucking interview. You know that thing I said about it respecting our elders? Well, I'm going to just do the thing where I'm playing the character of the American fucking during the Biden campaign.
I'm going to deceive everybody from my own game. Okay.
Someone get this stuttering idiot off the screen because he's going to lose us the election.
Bill O'Reilly regularly accuses Democratic politicians and pundits.
I'm just going to say it, man. Biden, his Zionism was enough to lose it. But the fact that people kept bringing up how he stammered and how he was old, those are two things that I'm just like, yeah, that was genuinely fucked up that I saw a lot of people on the left bringing that one and using that one hard. Not like, oh, hey, you know, hey, he might be too old for this. No, they were going at it like pricks. Not cool. Because if you guys are genuinely like not expecting to get to this age, number one, I remember when I used to make fun of like my fellow hockey players, where I was just like, "Oh yeah, my knees will never be bad." I'm hitting 40 in December here, and I'll tell you what, I want to apologize to all of them
of lying without any
thank
evidence
you.
to support it, simply because, in his opinion, what they say is wrong. But he's willing to assume malintent, a deliberate deception, a lie. Then, when you fact check him, well, Donald Trump made a series of ridiculous claims about the war that have borne out to be untrue, O'Reilly clutches his pearls and says, well, no.
No, O'Reilly's always had that look on his face. It's the fact that he's just now at that point where it's like, oh, like O'Reilly's the classic case of where he always looked 80. Even when he was 60, he looked 80. Now that he's 80, you kind of got to go like, oh, that motherfucker's 80.
Oh, maybe they were miscalculations, but you can't assume malintent of Trump. That's only something we can assume of Democrats. So already on just this tangent, you see the hypocrisy in full effect.
That's what a lie is. And then also
I'm sitting here like, respect your elders, but fuck this old man.
Natalie Harp. Now, I know Natalie Harp. And there is nobody that I know
I like this segment. I'm having fun.
who works harder for this country. She's always on call.
Oh my God, dude. Just admit that you want her to give you. Well, you're too old.
Okay, she is a decent human being.
Someone's got a crush.
And I can attest to that. Why would you do that? Why would you impugn
got a
this
crush.
woman's character? In
Wait a minute. Now this is all about assaulting women's character. 2024 election. Let's go. Right now. Let's play the hits.
a cheap gutter snipe way. So Ossoff is a gutter snipe.
God damn.
Look
I
at the
love
look.
I love how much they play the victim in these cases. This is hilarious.
You're listening to O'Reilly, I want you to keep looking at Cuomo.
This is funny.
Because you can just see, I mean, already the responses like they're almost self-generating, like, and they're probably infinite in their volume.
That's who he is. And the people of Georgia
I just noticed Cuomo's face. Look at this motherfucker.
should know, because character counts. You know?
He couldn't even keep it in. It's just like, dude, you're just so full of shit. It's actually, this is hilarious.
Bill,
The man he said it about.
what?
And you're going to say, I don't do that. I know, but you only don't do comparison when it's to Donald Trump. The idea that you or Scott Jennings have your panties in a bunch over what Ossoff said about a woman connected to the president, when this man does nothing but denigrate women for sport on a regular basis.
What
It
about
matters,
isn't-
Bill? Yeah, because it matters.
It doesn't matter.
If you're going to say
That's-
you don't like
Yeah, it does, actually. Why wouldn't it? Why does it not matter when you're like, oh, well, this sweet, succulent little blonde girl, she couldn't be, you shouldn't be attacking her. But that brown woman with the darker hair and a little bit older, you could go after her any day. That's what it is.
Like Ossoff talking about Natalie Harp. Well, by the
What
way,
it
I'm not
is.
endorsing going after anybody.
Oh my God, his chin is quivering. Holy shit, did you see that? Look. O'Reilly is so...
Can we cringe at Josiah being cringeworthy? I'm okay with it.
Oh, this withered husk, this mummy of a man is so triggered right now. Look at his chin. Look.
Ossoff talking about Natalie Harp. Well, by the way, I'm not
You know
endorsing.
what he doesn't have the benefit of having the lights anymore, by the way. He always has to wear that yellow shirt to contrast his fucking his camera.
Going after anybody. I'm just saying it's a little rich.
This is
fifth grade stuff.
No, it's not fifth grade.
This is fifth grade
Bill,
stuff.
you can't
Yes,
pretend
No,
that's
it's
the
not.
standard of decency that you
No,
don't
no.
employ on the president. You can't do that. It's
Button
hypocritical.
it for a minute.
He's so mad, but Cuomo is
He's
so right. It's so,
genuinely mad.
you're going to hear the rest of this, but folks, I'm sorry, this matters, and this is the exact way to respond to it. You need to laugh at them, you need to mock them, and you need to fact check them every step of the way.
Yeah.
Bill O'Reilly doesn't say shit about the stuff that Donald Trump says on a regular basis. He says worse things than Ossoff said more frequently than Ossoff said his thing. So Trump is worse in terms of frequency and magnitude
like, yeah,
by
he's
orders
right,
of
you know.
magnitude. And O'Reilly does not and has never given a fuck. Because the entire
To be fair, Latino Mufune, I don't want to think about his wang.
right-wing apparatus has become an authoritarian cult of personality.
I get where you're going with that, but not where I would have gone.
And they know.
I would have gone, he likes split pea soup because his dentures are fucking, he has to wait 20 minutes to put his dentures in or something like that. I don't know.
That if they hold Trump to the same standard of competence, of lawfulness, of ethics, of morality, of honest.
This is the same reason that I'm not just going around being like, oh man, did you see Joy Behar? I bet her pussy sounds like a fucking bat cave. And also like anytime you just go, a bunch of dust comes out, like you're fucking cleaning a vacuum cleaner. That's kind of why.
They would hold any other Democratic politician to, because at this point it's
maybe a little bit more graphic than I would have gone.
Goes beyond Trump. O'Reilly
Or
grades
Joy
every
Behar
Republican
catching
on a curve. He
strays.
gives the biggest curve to Trump, obviously.
And then simultaneously being like, they are bat wings and they haven't seen a lot of action. You know what? Between the dust bites and the pubes and then the dust inside, I think that, yeah.
But he has an asymmetric set of standards. Piers Morgan does this. O'Reilly's just more blatant about it. But
that was way more graphic than what I said.
They know if they hold Trump to the same standards they hold
Mafune's just like, oh.
Obama to or a Biden to, Trump always loses. It's inconsistent. It's hypocritical.
This is why I love doing this show. Is shit like that. You're like, wait a minute. No. I don't need the visual.
It's a tacit concession that they will always lose the argument. It's also a tacit acknowledgement of Trump's inferiority.
This is going to help.
Oh, Anna Kasperi covered
We're
the
not
Tim
talking
Pool
about
thing?
Trump.
Oh, man.
We're talking about a senator from Georgia and his insult.
Dusting a nut.
Yeah.
You deflect into
Yes.
whataboutism.
Yes.
That's fifth grade.
No, it's not.
Fifth
If you're going to be
grade.
upset about what he said,
You bust the nut and all of a sudden it's like when you fucking close a piano too hard. It's been cleaned off for a while. Pong.
then you need to employ that standard against the President of the United States, because that is nothing compared to what the President says for sports, and you say nothing. You say, that's Trump being Trump. Well, this is Ossoff
That's
being
not
Ossoff.
true.
Love him or hate him.
That's, again,
Man, O'Reilly's got to be pissed that he fucking reached that age where he's the same age as Biden. And now he's just like, I don't know if my skin's gonna hang on or not.
You don't know what you're talking.
Man, I'm being fucking ageist as shit. You know what? Maybe I am like, hey, listen, I'm just saying this. I felt bad because I know some old people, but at the same time, I can admit when old is old.
We see you on News Nation all the time, buddy. You may occasionally criticize Trump, but you certainly don't condemn him with the level and frequency you do Democrats, despite the fact that Trump is worse. You pull your punches. And you can see, again, the chin quivering. He's furious about this. And I love that Cuomo flipped it around on him. You know what? You just say, it's just Trump. Well, this is just Ossoff. We win, you lose, because we're going to hold your standard against you. It's just Ossoff. None of your criticisms count. That's just Ossoff.
Yeah, I'm glad that you guys are figuring out how to use their same fucking energy against them.
Ossoff.
Rock
Wow, you have
on, but
ODS.
also-
You have Ossoff derangement syndrome.
Cool.
It's pretty pathetic.
you.
Triggered, concuck. What are we going to call it? A conservative cuck? Contard, right? Conservative, right? What are we going to... We could just do the same thing. We just hold up a mirror.
Republican?
And that might be the best thing to do. I'm quite frankly there and have been there for some time that this is the best way to deal with this shit is just match their energy.
I'm pretty sure I got the winning one right there, right? Anybody?
G?
Anybody?
use it against them and do it in the most snide, smug, imaginable way. See how they like it.
I mean, I agree with him, but also
When I see Tim Pool putting on his really talking points against me,
man, it's just like literally the exact same coverage I did earlier.
it's just absolutely disgusting. And it's shameful.
Didn't like that? Oh, come on.
What he has become. We're going to
Wait,
be
you didn't like mine?
exposing Tim Pool. He wants attention. He's going to get the attention that he and his co.
I just realized, sorry guys, that's from TY. Well, you guys
When
are
I
gonna
see
be
Tim
pissed,
Pool putting
whatever.
on his really talking points against me, it's just absolutely disgusting. And it's shameful what he has become.
Dude, Adam Friedland interviewed fucking Laura Ingraham.
We're going to be exposing Tim Pool.
I'll
He
watch
wants
that.
attention. He's going to get the attention that he and his cohort, people like Laura Loomer, deserve. Because I'm on any foreign payroll. I don't follow foreign talking points. I follow the Constitution, the Bill of Rights in 1776, 110%.
Look, Tim Pool is a sad.
What the fuck happened to Anna?
Sad fence sitter, and that annoys me. But can we keep the
Can you get like a new makeup person or something? Like, damn, dude.
heat on Laura Loomer, Alex? You got me a little bit excited with the Loomer talk. Anyway, so as you just saw from that video, Alex Jones has officially taken the gloves off and is ready
Funny,
to go.
This is the second time that I've watched a video of TYT and noticed this, but the first time my wife noticed it.
toe to toe with fellow conservative podcaster Tim Pool. I don't know where this came from. It just popped up on my feed, and of course, it drew my attention. So if you're wondering why this is going down, I'm about to walk you through it. Long story short, though, Alex Jones is accusing Tim Pool of being a cuck for Israel. Now, is there
She got a
any
nose job. It didn't do anything for her. It actually
evidence to the claim?
made the. I don't know, man. Like, listen, I'm gonna just say this. Like, obviously, I do some like Nutrafol kind of thing, but you're doing that fine. But hard surgery, all this, like, at some point, just give up.
I don't know. Let's walk through it.
I don't know. I hope I age gracefully, but you guys can look at this moment. What is it? August 21st, 2026. You know what? If I don't age gracefully and I'm doing a podcast in fucking 2031, not looking so hot, you guys could just be like, "Hey, you guys remember you remember when you were making it fun of Anna Kasparian? Like, you look a little rough there, Pep."
So this all started over the weekend when Alex Jones did a report that live shows on X allegedly were seeing a 90% reduction in viewership after there was some sort
Say
of
American
algorithm
flag
change.
new?
And by the way,
they've
welcome
had
to
that
our
for a few
world.
years now.
This is what platforms do. It is the bane, the literal bane of my existence, okay, as executive producer of this program. Because it's like, oh no, YouTube or whatever, they did an algorithm change. They don't tell you what the change is, obviously. And then you have to waste hours of your life trying to figure out what the algorithmic changes are. And
That is very, oh, god damn it, she's right. That's the reason I changed my fucking title like 4 times tonight. Guys, that just happened. Yeah, not sure if you
I
noticed.
hate it. But anyway, that's
Yeah,
just my
fucking
gripe.
sucks. It fucking sucks.
So,
and it makes us look like assholes because it's just like, oh, look at you trying to get the clickbait. It's like, yeah, because we have to figure out how to get eyes on us because they keep changing this shit. Yeah, it sucks.
he made it clear that he didn't know if this was like a effort to censor certain voices or if it was like a bug on X's part. But it did seem to be a bug, according to our producer Alyssa, who looked into this story, who produced this story. So I'm gonna go ahead and take her research for it. So Tim Pool did respond to the allegations. Here's what he said. My honest opinion is that you can't go pro-Trump for 10 years, then Trump critical and be surprised if your audience drops off. And honestly, that is a good point by Tim Pool. Because
Yeah. Whoa! Anna Kasparian. Kasparian is not Kasparian. She's Kasparian. Say her name with pride and dignity, people. Okay, flip.
if you do pivot away from what your audience expects you to say, people do get angry and you do lose a certain percentage of your viewership. That's true. But this whole debacle thickens, the plot thickens. So Alex Jones responds with more boomer slop. To which Tim Pool says, open an ice cream shop, and over the years, you have customers who love it. One day you announce you're going to be vegan ice cream and customers stop coming in. This isn't an insult, Alex. It's true. If you're not a vegan, you probably are not looking for the vegan ice cream. That's a great analogy, Tim. But Alex responds with, Tim, it was a glitch affecting all streamers on X. It's now been fixed. Tell Benjamin Netanyahu I say hi. Little quip at the end, I like that. Now, let's get to the Alex Jones videos because he did explain why he's attacking Tim Pool at length in the next video that we're about to watch. Take a look at this.
Look, the reason I'm pissed off at Tim Pool and everybody like him is very, very simple. Israel spent $1.3 billion officially out of their Knesset to pay for US influencers to attack anybody that's against the Iran war. And it's been clear these guys all follow talking points and are in lockstep. And they all deny they're taking money from Israel. But on record,
God damn it, just thinking of him sitting in like a parking spot in a drive, like just outside of a drive-through that he's about to hit. It's just like, sir, are you gonna order anything? No, I'm just making a video.
Israel spent $1.3 billion in the last 18 months. If you go back about...
Well, sir, can you please move over so other people can please order? Yeah, I got you.
14 months ago, Tim Pool got caught meeting secretly.
It'd be even funnier if he was just like, hey, Tim Pool, he's been planning this all along. Welcome to Arby's. Can I help you? Oh yeah, can I please get a number 6 and an extra curly fry? Also, can you get me the horsey sauce and the Arby's sauce? Really appreciate it. All right, that'll be $13.10. Thank you, sir. All right, that seems a little bit cheaper, but I guess I'll handle it when I get to the window.
With a bunch of influencers with Netanyahu reportedly getting marching orders, according to sources. He said, "Yeah, I met with him, and I'm
sorry, sir. That was $23.91. My bad.
Proud of it, but I want.
That's what I thought.
I'll tell you what we talked about. Chatham House rules. So then I post a video about that where he's celebrating because it was a glitch on X. They admit was a glitch that affected all live streams. I thought it was a glitch. I said it's open. So I said,
Tinkerbell's just like, I know exactly which Arby's he's at.
And knocked our viewers down in one day, 90%. They're back up. He said, well, that's because, you're anti-Trump. Nobody likes you. And they had all these other influencers, clearly a talking point, saying the same thing.
Oh, man.
It's clear that a bunch of them have gone public. They get sent the messages every day, what to say, what to do. They put it out. I've just been too nice to these little swarmy, people.
Oh, yeah. I remember when Anna called Alex fat ass live on set and Alex crashed out at the DNC.
Sit there and act like they're patriots, but they're not. If you support Israel controlling our government, you support Israel taking
over. Jimmy Dore is fucking funny as fuck.
Over our military with the NDAA. If you support all this garbage.
Talked a lot of DJX. If you didn't see the space station show, excuse me, check it out, man. You're gonna appreciate it.
You're not an American.
I mean, I certainly agree with a lot of what Alex Jones said there.
It's kind of ironic that I'm like about to end the night-ish. Watching this, we might have one
Israel's
more clip after
undue
this.
influence over our country, the efforts at propagandizing Americans with all this money coming in from the Israeli government. Obviously we've talked at length about the whole Brad Parscale foreign operative issue. And so he's pointing to something very real here. And to be clear, and I want to also put like my weakness out in front so you guys are aware of it. I don't watch Tim Pool's show regularly, and I'm basing this based off certain clips that go viral on social media of what Tim Pool has to say about certain things.
That's how we all work. There isn't a single one of us that does this that can watch a full show of anybody else's. I'm sorry, that's not how it works. I can barely do that with the Majority Report.
Related to the Iran war or our relationship with Israel or Israel's behavior abroad, all of that stuff. He's a fence sitter. He definitely is a fence sitter, and it's annoying. PBD does the same thing. PBD's take after the debate with Candace Owens and Andrew Wilson, he's like, oh, who won the debate? I think they both won the debate. Come on, Patrick. Come on. Pick a side. Be a man. Same to you, Tim. Like it doesn't even make me upset.
Disgusting.
We have a masculinity crisis.
Well, no, it's not a masculinity crisis as much as it is literally just an honesty crisis.
In the country, take a stand. Don't be afraid, okay? But Tim Pool does a lot of fence sitting, and it's uninteresting. Like, people tune in because they want to know what you actually think, and when you do the fence sitting, people are not dumb. People know that you are fence sitting. They recognize it for what it is. And so, I don't know if that's what Alex Jones is trying to reference here, but he does ask Tim Pool a question in the next video. Let's take a look at that.
We cannot tolerate Americans meeting secretly with a foreign government that's openly trying to manipulate our foreign policy and primarying members of Congress and trying to take over our military secrets in the new National Defense Authorization Act. And all I know is Tim Pool follows the exact Israeli talking points. So even if he's not taking money, he is following their talking points. And I want to just say this. Despite the billions they've spent trying to propagandize and buy off influencers, there's still enough loyal Americans, left, right, and center, to see through this and don't buy into it. So you can't buy us all. Answer the question. When you meet with Israeli officials and their head of state,
Amish Disco, the side that doesn't have a monetary fucking incentive will.
What are their?
You understand that, man? Like, I understand like how, Our political system right now is pretty much incentivized through fucking lobbies and all this shit. But realistically, anytime that you guys shit on the DSA, you're shitting on people that don't want to take lobbyist money. Therefore, you're shitting on the other side of that could fix that kind of shit. MAGA didn't do that. MAGA, they said that it was going to be, oh, well, he's an outsider. He's going to, well, that didn't happen. So, sorry.
Marching.
Ravy, what up?
Orders or your subsidiaries or you or any of the organizations.
Ravy, how was your day? It's good to see you.
You work with, getting any money from Netanyahu directly, the Knesset.
I was going to say hi for Uni. I know that she was watching earlier. She might be doing her little game right now. Likely.
Mossad, their military or their subsidiaries or from AIPAC or domestically. Answer the question, Tim Pool. Answer the question. Have you ever been an agent of the rogue state of
He hasn't, but has Tim Pepper? That's a question for another day. Kickflip.
Israel.
So I'm going to do a little bit of speculating here, and it is speculation. But if you can remember, months ago, Alex Jones was catching some heat from even his own fans because it appeared like he was paying lip service to like Zionist narratives. He was like attacking Candace Owens unfairly in some ways, and so I was like, what is he doing? Like, he's kind of built a career off of conspiracy theories, many of which were tied to Israel. Some of which turned out to totally be true, by the way. And now all of a sudden, he seems to be captured or influenced by Israel. That was my speculation back then. My speculation now is that probably did a little bit of damage to him in terms of viewership, and maybe this is a way to rehab his reputation. I don't know. Because this does kind of feel like it came out of nowhere. And he is going pretty hard against Tim Pool.
It's your B-Day. Happy birthday to Ravy. Ravy, it's your birthday. Don't want to sing the birthday song, but it's Ravy's birthday. Woo!
To be fair to Tim Pool, he's been open and upfront about the fact
special for you
that, oh yeah, he took the trip. Homeboy definitely met with Benjamin Netanyahu, and he doesn't need to tell me what they talked about. I know exactly why Benjamin Netanyahu invites American content creators to Israel.
Hey, Caleb.
I know what that trip is about.
Oh, thank you.
So
for
let's take a look at this
wishing her a happy birthday. Appreciate that.
video. He talks about meeting with Netanyahu last year.
Last night I wasn't here. I got
Pitbull definitely sucked off BB.
Late word that I was invited to a private roundtable meeting with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu.
No, seriously, happy birthday, Ravy.
It was
you
under
spend a lot of
what's
time
called
here. I'm happy that I can give you something special.
Called Chatham House rules. For those that are not familiar, this means that you cannot reveal anybody who attended, nor attribute anything to any one individual.
What about cider house rules?
Well, as they can deny it, and they would. However, what I love about what the White House is currently doing, when you bring together a bunch of influencers and podcasters who don't know much about journalism culture, whatever you want to call it, not that we respect it tremendously, most people didn't know what Chatham House meant.
He's such an idiot.
So, with all due respect, it's funny because they bring us into the Blair House, which is where Netanyahu was staying, and immediately people are walking around with their camera.
Dude, seriously, never change. I want you to be just as confident every time that you talk about anything. Holy fuck.
Their phones up. They actually took our phones from us.
This is crazy. How many people actually buy his
legit
bullshit?
thought they would maintain Chatham House rules, meaning
Chatham
you
House
can't
rules.
quote the prime minister, you can't quote his officials and the other people who were there, but you can report what was said generally. If you wanted an official quote on a specific matter, you would then ask an official once the meeting was wrapped, and they'd provide you the exact quote. Or they would just say outright, like, we ain't putting our quotes on that one.
Wait, so you were hoping that nothing would come out about this meeting that you had with Netanyahu in Israel?
That's exactly what it sounds like.
But since word hit the streets, you're openly talking about it. I don't know, that didn't look good. But anyway, okay,
No.
so let's actually look at the
No, it
article
didn't.
that Tim Pool had up. It was a piece written in the Jewish Insider from
620.
April of last year. Okay, so let's take a look at that. Pool expressed concerns about increased anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism in the pro-Trump podcasting space,
Like
according
that just
to
sounds so shady. No matter how you spin it, yeah.
sources in the room.
Damn it! I wasn't
Responding to
intending on watching this whole video, but here we go.
Pool, Netanyahu said that that is the reason he invited the group to meet with him. Again, I didn't need Jewish Insider to
God,
tell me
he's
this.
such a
I was already
moron.
fully aware because I know how the
Why?
Israelis operate. But okay,
Just
Pool
how
argued
you-
that
how
there
are you
is
this
a
stupid.
Qatari op to manipulate social media algorithms to make
damn, dude.
anti-Semitic and anti-Israel episodes appear to
It's
receive far more
genuinely
views
impressive how dumb he
than,
is.
say,
And like he does this, like he's been a political commentator longer than I have, right? Much bigger audience. But through all this time that he's been doing this, he never bothered to actually educate himself on any of it. What the fuck?
tips for picking up.
Like, dude, watch a YouTube video. You don't even need to read the books. Just watch a YouTube video. But holy shit.
Women in order to incentivize
God.
podcasters and YouTubers to produce more anti-Semitic content. Netanyahu, however, was non-committal in his response, saying only that it's possible. Okay, so let me explain, let me decode what's actually bothering Tim Pool. So when Biden was president, well, that's a target-rich environment for a right-winger like Tim Pool, right? You're not tasked with holding your own side accountable. You get to attack the other side without worrying that your audience might be upset with you. Then Trump gets elected, reneges on his campaign promises, does all sorts of things that we all know Tim Pool would excoriate Biden for, rightfully so. But it's Trump. It's Daddy Trump. So he fence sits. He fence sits all day. He straddles that fence so hard, harder than the top OnlyFans model, okay? Loves to straddle, okay? And that's so uncomfortable. So he's like, my numbers are low, and it's because the anti-Semitic content gets the views. Now, of course, the content he's referring to, I would venture to say, isn't even anti-Semitic. Anyone who actually had the courage to call Israel out on its treachery, well, in the very beginning, there were very few content creators who were willing to do that. So yeah, it did increase viewership, but it was hard to monetize that content because that content always gets demonetized. But anyway, okay, so that's really what's bothering Tim Pool, okay? It's
Oh, that actually makes sense.
tough to be a fence sitter and expect your audience to grow, but okay.
Yeah.
The Prime Minister emphasized
Although, to be fair, Anna, glass houses.
in the context of Qatar as well as Iran that Israel and the United States share the same adversaries. Iran, Netanyahu said, wants to destroy both the United States and Israel. Okay, what total clown, but let's move on. So a few months later in September, Netanyahu met again with influencers at the Israeli consulate in New York. We've talked about that meeting a lot on this show, but here's some more details. He said, we have to fight back. How do we fight back? our influencers, Netanyahu said, according to a video posted on Instagram.
That's by design, Pep. His audience is the most gullible demographic. They saw Trump do it, and he was like, I can do that too. Yeah, I play I can't say I play D&D anymore with him. We did kind of leave him behind. But when I was at the comic shop and we were playing D&D, we used to have this guy that was a Tim Pool fan, and
Instagram
that tracks.
By Leah, who attended. That community, they're very important. In September, a newly formed firm called Bridges Partners registered as a foreign agent for the government of Israel and disclosed plans for a $900,000 influencer program dubbed Esther Project. We've also talked about that at length on this show. And that's just one way, just one of the ways that Israel, I hesitate to even say that Israel got caught trying to buy American influencers, because they're just...
Oh, that's the reason that Tim Pool is even on her radar right now. I forgot about that, yeah.
So candid, open,
Israel
brazen.
lobbyists.
They tell us who they are every day. They tell us what they plan to do every day, and then they do it. So they didn't get caught. They said they were gonna do something, and then they did it. And then the influencers involved whine and cry when people criticize them for being involved in an obvious government-led propaganda campaign. Government-led meaning a foreign government. They're taking money from a foreign government to propagandize their fellow Americans on behalf of that foreign government. Not a good look. But you know, Tim Pool has some experience taking foreign money, right? Anyway, so here's Tim Pool on Batya Ungar Sargon's show just a few months ago. It seems unconnected to what we're talking about, but it's not. Take a look at this.
Well, unfortunately, it's largely being perceived negatively. There are a lot of people saying that Donald Trump campaigned on no new wars, and I don't come on my show and tell people what they think should or should not be in terms of their opinions on the morality of these things. But one thing I find deeply challenging is the narrative as to why we're engaged in this war, particularly among young people and in social media circles, is incorrect. And as you've already mentioned, there are a lot of people that immediately say this is Israel's ideological war that is pulling the United States into it. They're forcing us into it. But this is quite simply, and I think if the Trump administration really laid into the oil issue here, you might actually get people to accept it. I think one of the mistakes being made is trying to simplify the moral issues around this conflict. Iran potentially being a nuclear power.
That's fucked up. With every one of these grainy images, you possibly are watching some, like, multiple people die. Just a reminder.
Could wipe out Israel, but it could also destabilize the region in general. And all of that's true. But I think the very simple reason for this is they're disrupting oil trade, a large portion of it.
Could have been.
And I don't believe that
likely was.
We should sit by, I mean, we as in the world, and allow a single nation to disrupt 20% of oil and gas trade among peaceful, cooperating nations that want to trade oil.
Likely
Tim,
was.
Was the oil trade disrupted prior to the war being launched against Iran? You know, the war that you're defending and supporting? Oh, unfortunately, Americans don't support it. Yeah, no duh. Because Americans know why we got dragged into the war in the first place.
Yeah, and
it
then
has
we're also
led
paying
to
for
inflation.
That's
It has
the biggest
harmed
thing.
their personal finances.
Yeah,
Like,
people are fucking feeling this one, dude.
was the Strait of Hormuz controlled and closed by the Iranians prior to Trump deciding to attack them on February 28th? Why are you making it appear as though this war is to get the Strait of Hormuz open?
Because that's what they need. They need to shift the narrative. You
Wow.
love Anna?
That guy
Exactly the biggest fans, but you know what? It's still Sorcerer.
he has an audience. It's amazing. But okay, let's continue. He has responded to Alex Jones in like a variety of ways. Most of them are posts on X. Let's give you a few examples. Alex Jones says Tim Pool needs to come clean on his secret
This was funny. I mean, we kind of covered this.
meetings with Israeli government and Benjamin Netanyahu. They're not secret meetings. We all know about them. So I want to be fair to Tim in that regard. But he responds by saying, I have defended Alex Jones publicly for nearly 10 years. I've never said a bad word of him. Ask yourselves, what makes a man attack one of his allies in media? Well, because he thinks you're corrupt and you're taking foreign money to propagandize your fellow Americans into supporting things that are detrimental to the United States. And I think he's also trying to rehab his image a little bit. But there's more. Tim also says with friends like Alex, This is the lesson of politics. There are no friends, only conveniences. Alex was fine to use my support and show when it served him. Now he has decided I am of less value.
That's how this goes, dude. You did this to Candace Owens. Like, y'all did this to Candace Owens, Alex Jones. Like, I love watching y'all fight. They did to Dave Rubin, too. Now you guys are like, oh, I don't even know whose show to go on. Oh, who's an ally of who anymore? Oh, no.
Hard when you realize some people never really were your friend.
God.
I know. But honestly, it's kind of true. Don't become besties with on-air personalities. It's a bad idea.
Yeah.
I should know. Don't mention
That was a shot at Francesca.
them either. Bad
Emma.
idea. I should know. Now, Tim Pool then tries to flip the situation on Alex Jones. I have not seen this video yet, so let's see if he succeeds.
Surface level dude, you know, I read the news. I've got some experience. I know a little bit, but I certainly don't know everything. And so I have to wonder, when you get the likes of Tucker, Alex Jones, Candace, and many others inverting their worldviews on a dime, it doesn't seem organic. Alex makes a weird post saying Tim Pool needs to disclose his meeting with Israel or whatever, and if he ever got paid. And I responded with, it was an open meeting, Chatham House rules. We took pictures of ourselves at the meeting. Netanyahu was trying to lobby American influencers to support war with Iran. They mostly didn't, some did. And I've never received money from any foreign government for any reason ever in my life, and that is a fact. Now here's the weird thing. Alex still has a bunch of fans spam blasting me the same thing over and over again. Why won't you respond? Literally, the first thing I did was respond. Well, the question is, how does Alex...
So Chatham House Rules is essentially having an open and honest debate forum.
all of a sudden have a bunch of...
That's what that means. Tim, are you applying by that standard?
Generic accounts, spam blasting, as if something bigger is going on.
Look, I don't know if he took money from Israel. What I do know is he went on that trip and
he definitely took money from Russia. Even if he says, I didn't know I did. Well, he did.
And if you don't want the heat, you don't go on those trips. I've been invited to visit foreign governments by said governments that want me to visit, and the answer is no. I'm not going to go on a government-sponsored trip because it's all about propaganda.
Yeah.
It's not just about Israel. It's any foreign country that's involved in some sort of political issue with the United States. If they are asking you as a content creator, influencer, news person, whatever, to come visit on a government-sponsored trip, they're paying for your flights, they're putting you up in hotels, that is obviously gonna lead to questions about whether or not you have a conflict of interest.
Rightfully so. All right. Holy crap. She definitely got to glow. Got to glow up though. What do you mean she has to glow up? I mean, I'll say that she looks a little rougher than she usually does, but also at the same time, you know, she's a woman hitting 40. Maybe it's because I'm turning 40 where I'm like, yo, chill out. Got some gray hairs, got some wrinkles coming in, you know. I'm starting to get that, you know. But I ain't trying to tell you to not make fun of her. Because, yeah, man, she might actually, deserve it. I'll just say that much. Anna Kasparian is one of those people that she's welcomed that criticism for a long time, but once it actually comes in the form of actual criticism, you know, where, you know, her going at Tucker Carlson, funny enough, I saw her push back so hard on that, as opposed to when she was getting the pushback for you know, the trans stuff or the homeless stuff. Well, I just lost it. I don't know where that went. Oh, my cat's gonna find that. Either way. All right, what are we at? Oh shit, I am way over time. way over time. Okay, yeah. So Francesca is better though, in my opinion. Yeah, she is. She's much better. Okay, so if you guys haven't already hit the like button, please do. Sincerely, I'm genuinely asking you to please hit that like button. It matters to me as a smaller creator. It does help. So please hit that. If you don't feel like doing so, fine. If you haven't already subscribed, please do. Hey, it's 1:30. Yeah, it's 1:34 here. So I gotta go. Oh wait, we're in the same time zone. Well, that's cool. You hit as many buttons as you could. Thank you. Also, yeah, share it to the people that you think would like my stuff. Like, for real. Like, I'm a pretty chill guy. I like to welcome people in. So that's like the main thing I like to do. Yes. Don't let Tinkerbell curse you. You don't want the Tinkerbell curse, because the Tinkerbell curse will make you. You don't even know. You don't want to know what it does. Like it's bad. It's bad. It might help. I don't know. Like this area down here, bad stuff. Last wink of the night. I'm winking a lot tonight because I have a dry eye. For real. So yeah, this has been fun. I appreciate you guys hanging out tonight. This has been a good time. But yeah, tomorrow, 4 p.m. All right, I'll see you there. Good night.
Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the Pep Talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass destruction.
My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.